I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be your host for today. BW Security World, an exclusive security community of BW Business World, is pleased to welcome all of you to day one of the inaugural edition of BW Security World Conclave and Excellence Awards 2023 to celebrate outstanding and exemplary achievements made by India's leading organizations and professionals in the security sector. The BW Security World Conclave and Excellence Awards 2023 acknowledges and commemorates the exceptional contributions made by individuals and entities within India's private security sector. Today, you shall get insights on the possible developments and future of security from India's top experts in the field. May I please request my team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Security World. The prestigious BW Security World Conclave and Excellence Awards 2023 brings together the fraternity of the security sector and provides a global platform for recognizing outstanding work in the domain and field of security. And also, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it would add to your quest for professional knowledge and insight. Also for all attendees today, the exciting offers for all of you. Our latest issue talks about India's most enterprising women leaders and also the change agents who are pushing technology forward. For more information on the same, please meet Vinod Kumarji at the registration counter. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwsecurityworld.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversation and share your learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Security World Awards. With that, may I please request my team to now play today's event AV. Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our associate partner, CP Plus, our knowledge partners, GACS, CAPSI, and Security Link India. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. Once again, a thank you to all our partners. And with that, it's time to commence this day filled with valuable insights and, of course, enriching lessons. To deliver the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Businessworld, Dr. Anurag Batra. Everybody wants to sir, please.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. My welcome to all the entrepreneurs, leaders, entrepreneurs in the outsourced professional services industry, which we call the security, of which the security services is a large part. Mr. Harshvardhan is here. He's gone down to receive our chief guest, Panu Saab, who will be here, who's a very decorated officer. He was the deputy chief of the integrated defense ecosystem. He'll be here and he'll be talking to you about how this domain is shaping up. I can only say that today we are making a beginning. We're starting a journey. And they say a journey 1,000 miles starts with the first step. We at BW Businessworld are not just a magazine. Of course, our magazine is in the 43rd year of being published and will soon start its 44th year. The website has been around for more than a decade. And in the last 9+ years, we built 24+ communities. We don't call them magazines, website events in various sectors, which are either B2B or B2C. Today, we embark on building a new community called BW Security World. India is growing. That's not breaking news. We know that India is growing. Every sector, every subsector of the economy is growing. There are opportunities in every domain, whether it's the logistics sector, whether it's the e-commerce sector, even manufacturing, where a lot of us thought India has missed the bus in the last 2 decades. We're trying to catch up. The government's push in the public digital infrastructure space is creating what I call a valley of good. China is a valley of surveillance. Silicon Valley is a valley of wealth creation and impact. And what we are creating through UPI, ONDC, CoWIN, and other digital public infrastructure, I call it the valley of good. So India is growing. Today, new centers of business are being created. Let me take your attention to 2 things that you may easily relate with. Look at what is happening with Varanasi in terms of footfalls. Religious tourism is so under-leveraged in India. Ayodhya, next year the Ram Temple will be unveiled, and already Ayodhya is seeing a real estate development and people buying houses there and people making visits to Ayodhya. The reason I'm giving you these 2 examples is you may relate to them. So they're creating new centers or creating more activity on established old centers. Similarly, the cluster-led focus of the government on creating new clusters of economic growth alongside highways by developing highways is again creating new economic centers. The logistics revolution, the e-commerce revolution brings along the logistics revolution with it. The logistics revolution is again creating new centers of sub-centers of economic activity. Now, all this augurs well for the outsourced professional services industry, of which security services is a large part. As per my understanding, there are broadly 3 domains in which the private security services industry works in India. One is, of course, guarding. Second is in terms of risk management and cyber security. And third is cash transit, works with the banks. All 3 sub-segments of the outsourced professional services industry are growing. So security services industry is growing leaps and bounds. The estimated size, depending upon which report you take, is close to $10 billion. Also, it gives huge numbers of employment, which are only growing. We live in an era of AI. Even in the era of AI, where there are, there is facial recognition and there's technology to be able to scan you, you need a combination of human beings and technology. I don't see, at least in the foreseeable future, a future where only technology will be able to create access and security at public places. So the security services industry is embracing technology and making it a tool to enhance the experience. The word user experience is there in every domain. Finally, it is coming into the security, so is to enhance the experience of the citizen or a visitor to a mall or a hospital or a hotel or any institution. What is also happening is the amount of infrastructure development that is happening in India, the amount of construction that is happening in India, the amount of new buildings that are being built in India is unprecedented, and it is only it is only likely to get accelerated. So we are likely to grow leaps and bounds. If we take everything, we're a $10 billion industry already, and it is likely to grow by between 17 to 20% every year. So really, this is an industry that is critical. First, it's a mission critical industry. Without security services and without having a emotional sense of safety, apart from providing a real physical safety, there's also an emotional sense of safety that all of you bring to all the areas that you get involved with. So this is a very important industry. The CAPSI in its avatar has tried to give respectability to the guards. They are equally an important ecosystem. Whether you take private investigations for various reasons, whether it's competitive rivalry or personal strife, the investigative services domain is growing, whether it's private individual security, every subsector of the domain is growing. This augurs very well for the industry. When we talk of security, we also talk of cyber security and risk management. Today, physical security and the most important asset an organization has is data. And how do you protect that when an individual, an ex-employee walks out of the door? So really, human beings, technology, and the best practices that have been learned over the last few decades by professionals in this domain are giving birth to futuristic practices and creating companies and entrepreneurs in this domain, which will grow this domain. I only want to say that we at BW Security World are making baby steps, and we will be able to be a catalyst in the growth of this industry through daily updates on BW Security World and a quarterly print product. And print is still very much alive and doing well. I can say this by being in this domain, both at Exchange for Media and Businessworld. There is a certain credibility associated with print. There is a certain lean in experience. So we'll be having a quarterly editorial product dedicated to this domain. Today we started with a 2-day conference. We'll take it to other parts of the country. Over the next 24 to 36 months, we'll build this community. And as we've seen, within 24 to 36 months, if you do consistent content, you are of utility to the stakeholders that you serve, we will be able to build a community that truly deserves your attention and patronage. My friend, Mr. Harshvardhan, who's the moving force behind this community, he's gone down to get the chief guest, is really driving this community. And he's somebody who doesn't really need an introduction to this community. He has domain expertise, knowledge, and sensitivity towards this domain. He's ably assisted by Mr. Mohit Chopra and Ms. Shilpa Chandel, who have really put in, Shilpa has put in a lot of effort, supported by Mohit in putting together the conference and the awards. Our awards are the inaugural awards of the BW Security World. They are chaired by an ex-governor, Honorable Shri Shekhar Duttji, who's also served as a defense secretary in 1991 and is he's a war hero. He understands what is happening in the country, what is happening in the business domain. He understands what is happening in the defense and security services domain. When you see our jury panel, you'll see every jury member is respected across the board and has domain expertise about this domain. So really, I want to say that we are making a start. I hope we get your involvement, patronage, and attention. We seek to deliver content that has a meaningful value in your daily lives. We will learn from you, and we'll be able to serve you in a way that no editorial platform has ever served. We want to bring Fleet Street quality to the security publishing domain. We believe that while there are other products, the lineage that we have, the understanding that we have, the quality of professionals that we have, and our ability to be able to build 24 communities, 12 of them leaders already in their spaces and leaders by a margin. We believe that in the BW security domain too, we'll be able to replicate that. Thank you for being here. I hope the next 2 days of that you spend here are days of learning, connectivity, and some inspiration. Tomorrow in the evening, we will have awards, which will start at 7 p.m., 6:45 p.m., and we'll complete them by 8 p.m., followed by dinner. I wish you luck, and I wish you success in whatever you're doing. Together, we build a more progressive India, a more secure India, and a more sensitive India. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And before I introduce the chief guest to you, who's just walking up the stairs, we only wish to show you what all happens or has happened in this journey of BW Businessworld. Can I please request Prashant and the team to play the AV?
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
it is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Thank you so much, Prashant, for that. And before we move ahead with the chief guest address, the journey of this conclave, this 2-day summit, this celebration of celebrating your hard work, kaisa iska safar raha, how have we reached here today? Just to talk a little bit about that, and of course, the security domain in general, please join me in welcoming to the podium, Harshvardhan sir. Everybody wants for sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for sparing the time and coming here to join this conclave. While we are waiting for the chief guest for another 4 or 5 minutes, because of that delay, I have been given the opportunity to speak on the security and my journey. In 2001, when I applied for a job in the physical security field, I was told, I am short, I'm not from the police, I'm not from the army. How can you be in a physical security business? Twice, thrice I was rejected. That time, physical security, naturally, any guard should look tall, smart. That has been the requirement of being a security guard. From there, I stayed 10 years with Group 4 and had the opportunity of building world's largest security company. And I was able to provide security to the largest number of diplomatic missions in the world. How it happened, because I had no background, my boss told me that you have been selling colored water. How can you be in the security business, And I was made to stand as a guard outside American embassy until American embassy people found out that my verification hasn't been done. So I was restored back to the office, Thereafter, I got a chance to work with the Securitas and other companies. And I feel very good. And I can say one thing, I have never passed till now, after joining security company, any guard without wishing him. And that's the reason I would say that not a single guard during my tenure, don't take literally, have left the company when I was in G4S. 99% retention rate there. The reason is very simple. We have to connect with the people. Even if you bring artificial intelligence, electronic security, systems and everything, these are going to be operated by the people, If they are not motivated, it becomes very difficult to get the full results. So I understand our chief guest is here now, and I will leave it, but I must say that I enjoy being in the security industry. It is like an addiction. Once you start working here in this field, you don't want to leave it, you start enjoying it, Now the field has become very different, If we talk of physical security today, without electronic security, without drones, without artificial intelligence, physical security is not complete, So all these things have become important. Over the years, now all these things have been more relevant, and physical security number has been reducing, Still, it is the largest industry of 10 million people, and is growing at the rate of, which is different, as Anuragji said, that whichever report you refer, it will be 15% going up to 40%, as high as that, India offers a great opportunity in terms of the security field, in terms of drone technology, in terms of artificial intelligence. I have some numbers which I can share, but I would say that let's welcome our chief guest, who is going to be in another 1 minute here. Sir is here, sorry, because of the light, so okay, good. So chief guest is here. We heartily and warmly welcome you, sir, for giving your time to us and gracing this occasion, Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Harsha. I like how people share their journey, and that also share the dynamics of how the industry has changed. Thank you for that. And with that, it's time to proceed towards a chief guest address. It's an honor being given a nice introduction about sir. And with all my honor, I shall read it out to all of you. Lieutenant General P.J.S. Pannu, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, a distinguished former Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense, has a rich military background as a second-generation officer in the Indian Army. Graduating in commerce before joining the Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, he was commissioned into the 22nd Maratha Light Infantry in December 1980. His extensive experience includes commanding his battalion and an infantry brigade in the Uri sector on the line of control, an infantry division on the line of actual control with China, and a corps deployed on two fronts, Pakistan and China. Notably, he served in foreign missions under the United Nations in Mozambique and Sudan. PJS Pannu is renowned for his exceptional services and has received numerous awards, including the prestigious Param Vishisht Seva Medal and Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. He has held pivotal roles such as directing perspective planning and serving as the Colonel Military Secretary of a Strikes Corps. Additionally, he led the raising of crucial defense agencies, oversaw joint operations, and spearheaded technological advancements in defense, even chairing key task forces and think tank organizations. As an accomplished speaker and author, he remains deeply involved in shaping defense strategies and innovation. Mr. Pannu is FICCI chairperson of Task Force on ICT Modernization for Defense. He's a distinguished fellow of USI and is head of the Military History and Strategy Vertical of the Valley of Words, an international literature fest organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage, to the podium, our chief guest for today, Lieutenant General P.J.S. Pannu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense happiness to come and speak in front of you in this Business World Securing the Nation event. Securing the nation seems a very simple thing, that as was being spoken about, what is security, and it seems very simple. Just guard it and it's very easy. Don't allow anybody to come inside and you're secure. But I think once you start going into the details of securing the nation, you find that there are more challenges. And those challenges are the ones which, all put together by the political, the diplomatic, the military community, cannot be handled unless the nation acts as one monolithic entity. Just a few days back, India landed on the moon. And the world looked at India, a third world country, to have done something which only the 3 superpower status achieved countries had achieved. I remember a British brigadier telling me a long time back, he says, India surprises me that you have a poverty alleviation program and space program running concurrently. How can you do this? Today, again, if you start looking at our status as a third world country, because we are still underprivileged and being exploited, to an extent, even China is. But I think between China and India, we have raised in certain things that our status has gone above the expectation of many, as we usually refer to as a first world or a Western world. But the problem is now not with the Western world, which deprived us for years together, and we became a tool of the great game without us knowing that we are actually a tool of the great game. The partition of India was based on the great game. The problems were created between Pakistan and India, which was created at that time with partition coming up along with the independence. While we were happily jubilating our independence, but we were also partitioned and millions got displaced and killed in the bargain of the separation. The Western world adopted Pakistan for the great game and continued to arm them against India. And later on, the same constituency has shifted to China, which is an Asian power and our neighbor. And now, as we grow, we realize that we are faced with a bigger problem. Now, not the Western world, but a growing China, which is a superpower and which is our adversary, and we share disputed borders with China. Pakistan and China are friends, deep friends. And they say, deeper than the oceans and higher than the Himalayas, that is the kind of friendship that they refer to between China and Pakistan. Earlier, the Western world played China and Pakistan against India, and now China and Pakistan together are playing against us. The Western world is slightly coming towards us with the technology transfer of engines, which we heard of. Jet engines are going to be given to us by the United States of America for our own aircrafts. But what is happening along the borders is that China is looking for an opportunity to attack India. I'm not mincing my words. I'm not saying that we have challenges and we have security challenges. On one side, China is actually looking for an opportunity to embarrass India. How could you reach the moon? That is my way of saying it. How could you show yourself taller than what you are? We want to embarrass you. We want to show you what you are. And of course, Pakistan is going to be rather happy that if they could not sort out India, they're going to do whatever to allow China to sort us out nicely and then take advantage of it. So now we have a problem which is much closer. While the Western world is now towards us, for 60 years, it was the other way around. But other way around was that the Western world wasn't with us, nor was Pakistan and China, but now the Western world is towards us. And a bloc which is emerging is creating challenges of our not understanding really where to go. So for us, strategic autonomy becomes the best mode to stay where we are, yet deal with the threats as they're emerging. We had recently BRICS meeting in Johannesburg. The body language between the two leaders really make us wonder what the language was. The Chinese are sitting with the troops in certain areas which we expected them to vacate. We had in 2020 after Galwan, or had also occupied certain positions of advantage in Eastern Ladakh. But at some point, I suppose, our advantage we gave up with the hope that we would be able to have a better relation with China, and they would also move out of those territories. It didn't happen. And now, if you look at the overall strategy of China, is that whenever there is a shake hand, and we think it is a shake hand, actually it is a hand crush. And we can't distinguish between a shake hand and a hand crush. The leaders can shake hands. I mean, with Pakistan, you could do a Lahore bus diplomacy, but we were faced with the Kargil situation. And then, of course, then Agra happens, and then other issues take us down to attack on the parliament, and the whole military gets deployed on the border. Similarly, with China, well, the leader is visiting Gujarat and is having a very nice moment with our prime minister, but at the same time, the Chinese troops were advancing into Eastern Ladakh. In 2016, we had an issue at Doklam, and the Chinese have been saying that, look, why are you interfering in something which is between us and another country, that is Bhutan? Where the Indian troops actually went into the Bhutanese territory, which of course is a disputed area between, we have a tri-junction issue. And when we went there, because we knew that they are going to threaten the Chumbi Valley if they get into that area, so Doklam had to be intervened with our own troops when we went there. At some point, we built Wuhan spirit, that the prime ministers agreed, and Xi Jinping, through PLA's withdrawal, they withdrew, not from that area, but they moved a little back and built a nice forward cantonment just behind Doklam. And after that, of course, more infrastructure came in. The PLA and the Tibetan infrastructure was built in a manner that many villages have been built on the line of actual control, which are more or less pushing us to accept different understanding of the LAC. In 1986, we thought McMahon Line was something on a watershed. Our understanding was that this is where the boundary or the LAC would lie. Actually, we refer to that area of Arunachal Pradesh as McMahon Line. And normally that is also LAC, but largely we refer to LAC in Ladakh. But what happened in 1962 was an embarrassment that we are aware of. And in 1986, Chinese occupied Somdrongchu. They haven't gone back. Because of the ambiguity, they build in their own claims. And today, we found that while the Chinese did not proceed beyond a point in Doklam, and they built a cantonment very close to it, the Wuhan spirit was destroyed first by the COVID attack, which was a biological attack. People can say it was an accident, it was not by purpose, every 100 years it happens. But the point is that look at the Chinese, how they do their business over a period of time. The world is busy dealing with China as far as COVID is concerned. Everybody's saying you did it, WHO is not doing well, United Nations did not come in handy, and you've destroyed completely the health system of the world, and the business and economy has got destroyed. Everybody's looking at China. China, at the same time, advances and occupies certain very important areas on eastern Ladakh. Some of our troops were also affected by COVID at the same time. The troops were sick. My own understanding is Chinese must be thinking that if the Chinese troops advance at that time onto the LAC, the Indian troops will find, oh, the diseased people have come, so don't go there. But well, the soldiers don't think like this, but there was a clash, and then you know what happened in Galwan. 20 on our side, 60 plus on their side. Happened to be Xi Jinping's birthday, 15th of June, 2020. At that time, he was 67 years old. And immediately after that, they were supposed to have the 70 years of coming up of the CPC rule in China, and then 100 years of formation of the CPC, and all that happened. Now they've met at BRICS, and they're just about to meet here in Delhi. The Chinese have sent signals that Xi Jinping is not coming here. Okay, who's coming here? So there's no statement on that. They publish a map now, again, showing Exaichen and entire Arunachal Pradesh as part of their own territory. Why should they do it now? Even South China. See, of course, ASEAN countries, 2 of them have reacted. We are doing whatever we had to do because after all, it is a map. It is not, it is cartographic aggression. The point I'm making is that every time there's a gesture of friendship, there is a gesture of unfriending the friendship. So therefore, handshake is a hand crush movement. And to secure a nation, it is not going to be easy for us that we continue to do our business the way we've done. I'm not saying that we've not done well. We have done well, but we could do better, and we have to do better. We have no option. Actually, we have no option but to become a superpower. If we're not going to become a superpower, we're going to be crushed. How do we become a superpower? By saying that our economy is now the fifth largest economy of the world. But it is not the per capita income. Per capita income still stays at something like 128 over about 195, 96 nations recognized or so in the world. If the per capita income is not going to grow and the total number of population gets added, obviously the economy will seem to be doing well as far as GDP is concerned. But defining India, it is not an Indian soldier that defines India. It is not the Indian military that defines India. It is not the Indian security community which defines India. It is the overall business, how we do our business defines India. How respectable we are in the global community when we go outside. How well are we respected as far as technology and business and our methodologies of conduct are concerned? Are we actually respected as Indians outside is going to show how good we are in doing our own business. So coming to technology, really speaking, in the gray zone of warfare, in which it is not only the soldiers which are going to be pushed around, because I spoke more in the physicality of security. Now we are going into a multi-domain arena, but in the multi-domain arena, it is not the soldier. The multi-domain, of course, starts with the land. It goes to the air and the oceans. So Army, Navy, Air Force with Coast Guard and all those, of course, are there to secure the nation. But today, when you talk about the multi-domain operations, we have gone from the first three elements, which are physical in nature, to cyber and to space. And of course, we are now into a very different arena, that every Indian is a soldier and every Indian is going to be attacked. And every person, irrespective of the location. If you are an Indian doing Indian business, you are also an adversary to some who are not going to allow us to grow. So I think Indians have to understand that coming together as Indians and progressing together as Indians and building our own country as a superpower actually is now mandatory. It has to be a new religion for us to grow and grow strong. Otherwise, each one of us separately in business or otherwise are going to be targets of the world, which is going to, not from a very distance, but I think the adversaries are right there. So today we have two issues. One is, of course, the militaries, the nuclear power, nuclear armed military sitting close to the borders and looking at us. And G20, we are going to put the entire city into lockdown because internally, we're going to secure ourselves, because if we are not secure here in the capital, how are we going to be secure on the borders? If you're not secure on the borders, how are we going to be secure? It means there is a larger understanding of that we need to secure ourselves, because something should not go wrong in when we are showing ourselves as a responsible country having the presidentship of G20. And of course, many more things are going to happen. And Chandrayaan now becomes a symbol of respect that once you're sitting on the moon, I think we have to try to get moon shots which are right here and after and together. A few things when we talk about security, of course, all day you're going to be talking about technology and security, the cyber and the space and other things. I think our data is a big target. We may not have our own data, but somebody else has it, because every data that we are putting into a smart machine is going not to us, but to somewhere else. We are not going to be using our own data, but data is going to be actually used elsewhere. ChatGPT. Of course, I can do my business. I could have written the speech. I haven't, but I could have written a speech through ChatGPT. But to write a speech, I would have had to say, these are the 5, 6 things that I want to say. And the machine would say, but say it like this. It will be more appealing like this. These are the kind of people, it will be very good if you told them this. So therefore, when we are asking ChatGPT, we are giving certain pointers of data which concern us, around which we want ChatGPT to build a story or a chapter for us. In a way, we have actually let our data go out to the system which is alien to us. That data is taken, and in exchange, a story built around your data is given to you. And that data which is given to you is now not the prime data which is being used somewhere else, but largely you won't understand whether 10 on 10 has been given to you. If 2 on 10 has been given to you, 10 withheld, but in exchange, your data has gone there, and which is going to be used somewhere else to better programs, to be used by adversaries or superpowers who are running such programs. Now the advanced version wants more data to be sucked in. So all the beautiful things which we are going to feed into the system to give us very quick solutions to run our businesses are also taking our business secrets away, because only if you give some secrets will be given to you, as we understand. And therefore, we would run our programs based on the suggestions given to us by somebody we do not know. Earlier, we knew who the guru is. We knew which institution we are going to. We had to declare that so-and-so is my guru. I go there, attend a class. Everybody knew how that fellow is okay, but this is the ideology that guru has. But today, every individual has a guru in a machine, and you don't know where your son and daughter has picked up something from, because that guru in the machine is sitting somewhere else and sucking up the entire data in the mind. But in a way, the chat GPT is going to sell us ideology, which we are going to sell as our own ideology in different business houses. And we are going to collectively be actually pushing the ideology which doesn't belong to us. We are not going to understand ever. Nobody's going to admit that the wisdom that I have is through a machine, which is not mine. So I think the machine is going to start doing business and taking us to a trap where you might find an ambush. I don't know. When you will find an ambush, where you get into an ambush, how you will break that ambush, that knowledge is not going to be available to us. So what do we do? Another thing is that space. We are being looked at every minute. Every factory which is running, how many trucks are going in, how many trucks are coming out, how many factories are working, not working, where are the maximum cars parked, which are the ports from where the ships are coming, whether they are being loaded or offloaded, what gets loaded, where the shipping lines are going. The entire data of a country is completely naked available to those who are actually sitting with very high resolution ability, with analytics which they have with them. And those tools are actually going to give them the decision-making ability if and should they want to use it against a nation. But we can't cover ourselves. The Chinese have actually started going underground. They've gone into tunnels. And I have written about the reverse front. It means the attack is not going to come from the front as we understand the front. The attack is going to come from the reverse, because they will also go subterranean. The entire thing will be subsurface. There's a large technology which is actually going underground, which you can't see from a satellite or from an aircraft. And of course, robotics and drones. And you have realized in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the entire technology is being tested. And that is being tested by the defense industrial complex of the West. And also they want the defense industrial complex of Russia also to put out their best. And that is where the equipment testing evaluation is happening and the business is running. So when we talk about business world, really speaking, warfare is a business. And some soldiers have a business to fight wars, but largely it is the business which is actually running the war machinery, because it is the ability to fight and to make profit out of war, which is the new way of doing business. If you have everything, you must create a problem. Only then can you sell. You can only sell if there is chaos, if there is a demand, if everybody is happy. So you have to actually snatch happiness from people and then sell them something. It is like, creating a virus and then giving an antidote. I think largely we are going to be disturbed a lot, so that we run around to buy peace, so that we go around and find antidotes for our own mental, physical stability and health. And those antidotes are going to be sold back to us at premium, and that is how the business is going to be run. I was talking somewhere else, and as I spoke about China being an adversary, the Chinese have never tested their military equipment in any war, nor have those nations who have purchased equipment from the China tested them. So where is that the Chinese are going to test their equipment if they're going to actually make money out of the defense business? I hope we don't create a problem and we don't understand the problem, that part of it, we become the test bed for the Chinese, and we're already a test bed as far as non-kinetic and non-contact is concerned. Our cyber systems are under check. But sometimes when a machinery is running beautifully, if your system is good, if your communication is good, if your computers are clean, nice, performing very well, it doesn't mean they're safe. Because as an adversary, I would not disturb anything which is running very well because A, I'm listening to it, I'm getting the data out of it, and I will go and block it at the right moment because now you have full faith and trust in the system which is running very well. So I think some of our systems we get overtly dependent on because they are not failing us, but they would fail us when somebody else wants us to fail. And those are the things that we must understand, that alternatives got to be built, everything indigenous. And when you talk about semiconductors, design them in India, fabricate them in India, build them in India. But are we going to get materials in India? Are we going to have Indian silicon? So there are three things that are extremely important to build our defense industrial complex. One is power, bijli, whether it is renewable or it is in your batteries, or in the battlefield, you got to have the Internet of battle things, Internet of military things running, which are going to be on digital platforms. If there's power outage, what will you do? Technology clutter is another problem. When too many machines working on different protocols are put together, built by different technologies, but there will be a technology clutter at the wrong time, or for them the right time. And they say, yeah, it worked, but it is not working, yeah, because that fellow belonged to some other ideology, and this industry has given me something else, and then we don't have the matching coordination in the technology. So technology clutter can be another problem. Second problem is materials. We don't have materials to do our own research and development. Materials are going to be, the rare earth materials are with China. And what are we doing on the moon? Really speaking, the Chinese have been studying at the materials which they will either transport or build certain things on moon or Mars. So planetary materials is the next big thing, which is going to happen. And of course, the third thing is electronics. When I say electronics, electronic warfare, emissions, all your radars, everything going to be working together. But all put together, when all the electronic systems are on, are we going to have the spectrum which is required? Is a spectrum management is going to be good enough when you talk about the electronic warfare? So there are many ways that we need to secure ourselves. I think security is a very, very complex subject. I think subject belongs to all of us, and the whole nation has to go to war together, because it is not going to be the war which is going to be shot through the barrel of the gun anymore. I think it is the war which is going to be shot from one mind to another. I think minds will become the first casualty. I think we need to preserve at least our own understanding of keeping our minds and our machines clear of any indoctrination and any defeat which will come, because if our morale is down, misinformation, disinformation, and rumors, and you know what a rumor can do. If there is a rumor that something is going to happen, everybody is going to choke, really, because the messages are going to be choked with all that. These are the kind of non-contact, non-kinetic, hurtful things which are going to target our minds. So therefore, it is the barrel of the gun replaced by the shot coming from the mind to our mind directly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the conference a great success.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your address. And now we will straight away kick off with the future. And the next keynote session is on the future of cybersecurity. And to deliver the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Akhilesh Tuteja, Global Leader, Cybersecurity, KPMG. Everybody wants for sir, please.
I think it's not switched on. Yeah, it's switched on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back? Perfect. Thank you so much. I just want to make a request to all the organizers that, you should try and get Lieutenant General Pannu to actually go and talk to more people who want to exercise but cannot exercise. Because they say for doing cardiovascular exercise, you need to increase your heart rate. The warm-up does that most of the time, but some people who cannot physically do, I think they just should listen to your speech. And my heart rate went up by 20%. I'm sure that will be the case for everybody. So you could actually have many good uses, sir. Thank you so much for that enlightening presentation for people like me who understand less about some of these problems which you talked about. If there is one thing which I felt speechless, I felt goosebumps in my arms, and I also felt a sense of inspiration from the problem which we have. So thank you so much, sir, for setting that wonderful stage and talking to us about that every Indian is potentially a target and every Indian is a soldier. So I'm going to definitely take that back, that every Indian is a soldier. I'm going to change tracks a little bit and try and talk more about cybersecurity, which you touched upon on issues around ChatGPT, how our data can get misused, and some of those topics you said that the war is not going to be the contact war anymore, it's going to be the non-contact war. So how do we deal with that non-contact war, both from the external enemy and also more importantly from the internal enemy? My name is Akhilesh, part of KPMG, been there for 25 years. And I specialize in the area of how cybersecurity can have significant impact on government, on businesses, on individuals and society. So today I want to first start with a deep sense of gratitude. When I was invited for this conference and I looked at who are the other speakers and the delegates, I just couldn't stop myself and think that many of you in the audience are the people who give up your celebration so that people like me can celebrate. So on that note, I would like all of us to clap for those who are actually in the business of creating security for all of us. So thank you so much. I must say that, I feel more secure as an Indian just because we've got people like Lieutenant General sitting with us here. So I have a deep sense of gratitude to what all you do, and I get the benefit out of that. I just want to spend a little bit time about how actually you set a very good stage about how some of those digital attacks or cyber attacks are actually nothing but a replica of physical attacks. So if you look at it, many years ago, we used to be worried about viruses. So viruses to me were nothing but an act of nuisance or vandalism. It's like saying, somebody's playing outside your home and they throw your glass window. So your glass window is broken. The guy who threw the ball or the piece of stone didn't get anything. So as a result, you lose, but the attacker does not gain. Those were the kind of issues which we're dealing with about 25 years ago. So simple viruses which cause damage to you and no benefit to the attacker. Then we moved into the next one, which is actually robbery. So people came, they either stole your information, in many cases they stole your money, so they gained and you lost. And that started with the game of zero sum. And as we know that as things move from simple nuisance to making money, more people get into it. So that was the second phase where robbery became more commonplace in our world of security. And then came a little bit of bombing. And bombing is nothing but, I don't necessarily gain money, but I gain by getting you out of the way. So it could be a denial of service attack. So if I'm a business and I want to attack my competing business, I will make sure that your website is not accessible. So I make you unavailable by bombing your business or your website. That was the third way of doing it. And the fourth one, which you see here in this thing, people realize that it's very easy to kidnap somebody. And in the physical world, when you kidnap somebody, you could kidnap, but you couldn't collect money, because when you come to collect money, police will catch you or your bank account, all of that will happen. But thanks to the cryptocurrencies, which have high degree of anonymization, you could actually kidnap my data, and then I have to give you some cryptocurrency to remove the ban on my data. So that's like the ransomware is nothing but kidnapping. And the last one which I put out there, tiny one, is the deep fake. That's the one which is coming now. I'm sure all of you are familiar with deep fake. It basically is the concept saying, when I stand here in front of you and say, I am Akhilesh, you trust me. When I stand in front of you, sometimes behind a computer screen, and say, I am Akhilesh on a Zoom screen or a Teams screen, you believe me. But could you believe me the same forever? The answer is no. You could potentially run into the deepfake attacks wherein somebody who looks like me, talks like me, sounds like me, but isn't me, because it's made out of an artificial intelligence program, which is copying my voice, copying my accent, copying my face, copying my expression, and all of that. It is not, I'm not talking about a few years from now, it is here and now already. So deep fakes are synthetic way. So it's basically, now in the past, when you talk about the other attacks, you could live with those attacks because you know who's robbing, who's bombing. But in this kind of attack, how do you make sure how do you test the authenticity of the person you're talking? So all of our current mechanism of authenticating people based on I trust you because I can see you are going to be very hard for us to deal with in the future. Now, I don't want to say that, most of the attack in cyber industry are coming based on the developments in technology industry. And I have a big problem with the IT industry. And I say there is nothing bigger fashion industry than IT industry. And I'll tell you some of the examples. So if you see, when I started working, there used to be largely mainframes. Okay, so mainframe was centralized system. And I was told saying, you use IBM mainframe because that's the best computer you can do. That was a centralized way. A few years later, they said, no, you shouldn't centralize. You should decentralize your system and go to client server. I said, maybe that's an improvement or something like this. And they said, no. Client server is actually a bad idea. Why don't you go on to the internet? And once again, centralize everything. And all you have on your desktop is a browser. You don't need a software. I thought maybe we have now figured out that centralized was a way to do it. And then they changed the game again. And now we're talking about edge, which basically says, don't put everything on web. You need to process the information closest to where the process is. So I just went a little bit concerned saying, what is the right thing? Should we centralize or should we decentralize? I certainly don't know the answer. Of course, there are trends, but sometimes the trends are repeating funnily. If you look at the same trend, for many years in the boardroom, I used to go and ask a question saying, people will ask me saying, why should we go to cloud? It's insecure, it's not reliable. And now I go to every boardroom and they say, why not cloud? World is changing. So all of these things, if you look at whether it's about system, data, differentiation, or even hardware. So if you looked at many years ago, we said hardware was a king. Then we said, no, it's software is a king. Appliances came in between. Everything is a code. And now we are saying, hopefully quantum will come and make everything hardware again. So the point I'm making is that, when you deal with technology, trust me that you're dealing with a fashion industry. It'll come and go, it'll change, and we will say the same thing what we said a few years ago was bad will become really nice. Why am I talking about it? Why is IT industry being a fashion industry matters to me? It matters to me because the rules of the game change very quickly. Again, we heard the example of ChatGPT. That's a great way of saying that, should I trust a human or should I trust a machine generated program? And the worry being that the machine generated program today cannot even be differentiated from a computer generated program. So in the next, it says 3 minutes. Unfortunately, I can't finish it in 3 minutes. Do I have 3 minutes or plus more? Okay, can I take maybe 8 minutes? Okay, I'll try and, yes, sir, can I have your permission to go 8-9 minutes? Because it says the timer says here 3 minutes. I'll not be able to finish in 3 minutes. I just thought that, if you were to study the future of cybersecurity, and I'm nobody to tell you what the future will look like because I'm not a fortune teller, I thought we could look at the future in about 6 different horizons. We could look at what the future will be tomorrow. We could look at what the future will be next year. We could also look at what the future will be next few years or many years. And lastly, I also said that, too far in the world, which is 50 years from now, how the cybersecurity will look 50 years from now. And I do want to tell you that I'm more likely to be right about telling you the future 50 years from now than telling you the future about 3 years from now. 2 reasons. One is that it's very hard for us to predict what's here and now. We can have long range view. And the second one is I'll be dead by the time it's 50 years from now, and you won't be able to hold me accountable for whether I told you the truth or not. Okay. So with that, I think the tomorrow's future of cybersecurity is largely ransomware for all. So like it or not, the biggest challenge which we are dealing here now, today and tomorrow, is the ransomware. So the biggest issue is, if you look at this chart, this is the GDP of the world. So US is about 25 trillion, China is about 17-18 trillion, Japan comes next, big third is about 4 trillion, Germany and India. Good news that we are ahead of UK now. But if I were to tell you that there is one country missing out there in terms of GDP, that's called cybercrime. So cybercrime as an industry is about $8 trillion. So if it were to be a country, it'll be the third largest country by GDP in the world. That is the size of the cybercrime industry. If the industry is so large, it must be very lucrative. And there are enough people who want to make money because there is money available. If I told you that the next biggest industry is going to have 8 trillion, I'm sure you will all like to have a share in it as long as it's legal. Unfortunately, it's not legal. So ransomware for everyone is a massive story. In India alone, the ransomware are growing at about speed of 4x every 2 years. So it kind of doubles every year. That's the speed which you're seeing. So here right now we are seeing huge number of incidents which have happened. So if you just looked at the 2019, we are about 5 or 7%, which has now gone up to about 25 to 30% of the corporations which are getting attacked. There's a bad news in this, but there's also a good news is that not all ransomware actually leads to you losing the money. Only about 7% of ransomware actually end up you paying money, but about 93% of the time you can get away because you have good controls in place, and there are many other reasons to kind of deal with it. You might have heard of some of these terms called infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, many things as a service. I know you've heard of a thing called CAS. It's called crimeware as a service. Now, this is a service where somebody says, if you want to be a cyber criminal, you don't need to be a programmer. If you want to attack somebody, you don't need to know technology. All you need to have is some money. So if you pay me the money, I will rent my ransomware to you. So you could actually, so the way you can rent houses, rent cars, rent hotels, you can actually rent a crimeware, which basically all you need to do is maybe $200, $300, give it away, and you will have. And that's why I said it's easier to hire a hacker than you can imagine. It's roughly about $200, and you could have a reasonably good hacker working for you. So when the industry is so centralized with the capability to attack everybody, it is going to be a massive industry for us to deal with it. So that is tomorrow. So I think if there's something which you need to worry about tomorrow, that's ransomware. What do we need to worry about next year? I think the next year, hopefully, yes, ransomware will be there, but it won't be the biggest trouble which you have to deal with it. What will be the biggest trouble next year? I'll give you a glimpse of that. So before I go there, I want to give you this kind of attack, which is, those of you who come from the field of cybersecurity know that there are these three things, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So about 20 years ago, most of the attacks were around confidentiality, which basically meant somebody will come and steal your information. So you have to worry about protecting your information. Do nothing but make sure it's protected. My data is secure. And then people realize, who are the attackers, said that, if I steal your data, it's largely valueless to me because I can't sell it. So let's say, for example, if you're a company and somebody stole your data, what could they do with it? Unless you're a bank, credit card company, and all of that, most data were useless for others. So they said that we are not going to steal your data because that's not valuable to me. I'm actually going to lock your data. And that was the availability attack or ransomware, which said that I know that your data is valuable to you, so I'll make sure it's not available to you. And that was the attack. So not stealing, I'm not stealing your data because it's useless to me, but because your data is useful to you, I will not allow you to use it. The future is going to be on what I call the integrity attack, which means that I will not steal your data, I will not lock your data, but I will contaminate your data. Now you use your data, it'll give bad outcomes. So imagine if I had the ability to inject a code in your organization's intelligence system, reporting system, and it start to throw random outputs and you start to make decisions on that. How bad would it be to not know that you are relying on data which is poisonous? So that is going to be the next attack, which I call the AI contamination, intelligence system contamination, etc., etc. And there are many attacks which are possible. One is a poisoning attack, which means that you can poison your data and give you the wrong output. The second one is evasion attack, that you bypass this. The third one is inference attack. You ask question A and you get answer B without knowing that you are getting the wrong answer. Or it could be a functional extraction and somebody else stealing your information through AI injection. So those are the kind of attacks. Good news, we don't have to worry about them today. They're not mature, but that is the kind of thing which we'll start to see in a year or two from now. What will happen a few years from now? So if you are standing here today, 2023, what does, let's say, 2027 or 2030 look like? I think that will be the huge issue, what I call the proliferation of insecure devices. Let me give you an example. Today, an average age of a computer is about 6 to 7 years. So if you buy a laptop today, you can use it for 20 years, but I think after 5 or 6 years, it becomes rather useless. The average age of a phone is about 3 to 4 years. Of course, you can use it for 10 years, but after 3 or 4 years, it becomes really slow. Now, this life cycle allows the cybersecurity industry to rely, saying, now I know that because your device is going to be used for 3 to 7 years, which means that my security upgrades can be just as good as 3 to 5 years. So if I'm Windows, if I'm Android, if I'm Apple, or if I'm anybody, as long as I can maintain the device for 5 years, life is good. That is what was the good news till yesterday. But in the future, most of the devices, the device which I'm presenting on here, it's a display which can also do wireless. All these things which I see outside, some of them get controlled by computational technology. Your car, your washing machine, and many of those things will come 5 to 7 years from now, which will all have a chip a firmware, and an operating system on top of that. Now imagine if I came and told you saying, you bought a wonderful washing machine, but if you don't throw it away after 3 years, I will not provide a security update to that. Would you like to buy a TV which works only for 4 years? Would you like to have a toaster which says, after 2 years, you'll have to throw this toaster away because I can't maintain the software which is on top of that? So all the devices which are getting connected are getting connected with the old life cycle of 15 years. Imagine I told you that after 2 years, you can't drive your car on road because it's no longer, it's end of life. So that is the kind of challenge where the physical world objects, which have longer life, are merging with the virtual or digital objects, which are shorter life. It's actually impossible in today's time to maintain any device securely beyond 5 to 6 years. It is really impossible. That's why we see a Windows 7 and a Windows 10 and a Windows 11 and some Windows something, or an Android 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 and all of that coming. So that's going to be a big trouble when we'll all be surrounded by insecure devices because it's going to be impossible for us to secure. Several years from now, what will happen, let's say 15 years from now, if you were to look at the future? I think 15 years from now, we will get into the world where cybersecurity will no longer just cause the loss of money because of loss of reputation, loss of functionality, but it will actually cause loss of life. Because many of the devices we are already seeing, maybe connected cars, pacemakers, other kind of medical technology, they will all be connected. They will all have the consumer grade software which you're used to doing today, and they will be hard. So imagine if you could control somebody's heart rate and you don't need to have a right speaker to get it. So those are the kind of big challenges. And many years from now, I think the big disruption which will happen will be the quantum computing. So quantum computing is already said to be faster than the fastest processor which is available today. It's no longer theory, it's in reality. So imagine all the encryption algorithm which we today rely on, maybe 1024, 2048, all of that. Now one would say that yes, those algorithms will get better. But what if I could store all the encrypted data today and have the ability to decrypt it 7 years from now? I would be able to cause a lot of damage. So I think we need to worry about quantum technology, not when it happens, but now, because it will have a significant impact. So quantum is going to be another big issue. And therefore, now that brings me to saying what will happen very far from now, when I will be dead and some of you too, what will happen about the future of cybersecurity then? In that case, in my view, cybersecurity will become invisible. You won't have to worry about, we won't need this conference. It's like saying when you get into the elevator today, do you worry about saying, can this elevator break down? Do you think that the rope will cut? Do you worry about that the doors will crush me? No, because I think the technology is built for what is called the 10x layer of security. So the elevator which you get in can withstand the weight of 10x of what it's designed for doing that. Today, cybersecurity isn't there. But I think by that time, cybersecurity will become as invisible and we will feel as comfortable as we walk through. That's my optimism. But let me tell you my pessimism. What could happen if you were to go too far in the future? The first one is that imagine the machines were smarter than us. Not very hard to imagine they're going to be smarter than us for sure. Imagine that the machines could predict the future, which is also coming in here. But the worry part is that imagine if the machines could read and change our mind. That is what the previous speaker was talking about, saying how could, if I had the ability to change my mind using your mind using my mind, that damage could be very, very significant. We are already starting to see the emergence of tiny miniaturized drone. I think 50 years from now, we'll have insect-sized drones. So I don't no longer have to come into your network cable. I no longer have to break your firewall. I could have the ability to actually fly a drone, which you won't notice. Imagine how many flies might be floating around here. And that could have a better surveillance than any other kind of surveillance, so today we say that it's harder to go through physical boundaries and I'll go through digital boundaries. The world will change. It's harder to go through digital boundaries. I'll go through the physical boundaries, which are so invisible to all of us. So we won't be able to differentiate between truth and fiction. And what will happen when the people will also get lost in the virtual world? I'm sure all of that may or may not happen. My optimistic brain says that the technology will become so good that the cybersecurity will be invisible. My evil part of it says that it could be one of those. I leave the choices to you, whatever you do, but I'll certainly be dead by that time. So thank you so much for listening to me. Absolutely. I think if not everybody must have heard, his point is that when the consumer grade technology becomes connected, it causes risk, but not so much. When it's cause of loss of life, I think we'll all worry. Medical devices. So today the good news is that the regulators are controlling medical devices as they come in. But I will tell you there's another trend which is going on where medical devices are getting consumer grade and it's giving the power in the hands of the user. Let me ask you one question. Sorry, just dragging it for a bit. 10 years ago, if you got a medicine with the doctor prescribed, you just took it, right? Today, I see many people go on internet, figure out saying, what is the chemical composition? What is the formulation? Should I take it? Should I not take it? And that consumerization of medicine has already happened. Today, if you have to buy a blood pressure monitor, you actually don't need to go to the medical equipment provider. You could actually buy it off an Amazon. So I see a lot of course, certainly not pacemaker, but many other technology which will mess up with our life will become consumerized. And I think the responsibility will no longer just be on regulators and manufacturers. The responsibility will also lie on all of us as to how do we deal with it. And if I were to prove how important that point is, let me give you an example. Just think of it, thought experiment in your own mind. Imagine what is the important thing which you bought in last few months, and how much time did you spend researching about it? So let's say if you bought a phone, how much time did you spend? I ask people saying, how much time people spend on buying a phone? They say, I typically spend 5 to 7 days researching about it. Some people spend for months. How much time do you spend to buy a car? Several months. How much time do you spend to select the hotel which you're going to stay in for 2 nights? Sometimes people say 4 hours. If you're spending so much time in selecting a hotel, a phone, and a car, let me ask you, when a doctor prescribes you a drug, and that drug could be of a company A, company B, or company C, which I call the iPhone, the Android, or Microsoft, how much time do you spend to actually research saying that, can I trust company A for a generic drug versus company B versus company C? I could tell you there's a huge difference in the way these generic drugs are manufactured. I know many of us don't spend that much time, and I think that's the danger which we live in, where we rely on things which we think somebody else is taking care of is good enough, but we want to have control over which phone I buy, which actually does not cause life-threatening thing, but the pills do. So please be careful about dealing with your and many other people's life, because that matters. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Locations also found, but still the police raises hands to nab those culprits. What to do there? Like Nuh, like Mewat, the police people have raised hands that we can't intervene, we can't recover it. Even after they have identified the culprits, they have identified their location, still they are not able to nab them. What to do there?
Sir, I know you asked this question humbly. I'll reply with a stronger degree of humility. I'm not an expert, and I wish I knew the answer, but I actually don't, because I work largely in doing what I call, I'm the commercial side of cybersecurity, to be honest. Sorry for saying that, but I certainly don't know the answer why they don't do it. Technology today can make many things happen, but I always believe that technology is not the only problem we are solving. There are many other issues, jurisdiction, many other things are beyond my understanding. Okay, all right. With that, thank you so much for giving me patient listening, and thank you BW for putting together such a wonderful conference. Wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Hello. I think I lost my extended voice, which I now have. Thank you for that. Okay, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion, which is on Corporate Security Vision 2030. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Saurabh Bareja, Director, Global Physical Security Concentrics. Ankush Maria, Director, Risk Management, EY. Suraj Shankpal, Senior VP, Corporate Security Director, India and Philippines, Wells Fargo. Pushkar Gokhale, VP and Business Head, Godrej. Yashovardhan Azad, IPS, retired Chairman and Co-Founder, Deep Strat. And this session will be chaired by Colonel Kamal Kishore, Head of Security, GeoWorld Center. Let's please welcome all of them collectively, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Can we get a caller mic? Caller mic. आइए सर.
Oh, can you hear me at the back, please? Great. Thank you, Aditya. A very warm welcome to the gathering, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind to all, and let's have a huge round of applause for this August panel. Great. So, gentlemen, if you allow me, I'll be just standing and reading out questions because the range out here starts from 40 years of service to about 20 years of service. Maybe some of us not born here, so when you were already in the service. So I'll start immediately with the introduction. I'll keep it very short. I know I got half of pages, but I'll try and squeeze in because the timer has already started. Aditya, that's wrong. Once we start speaking here, the timer should get on. Anyway, so Mr. Yashovardhan Azad ji, he is 76 batch IPS officer. He has about 40 years of experience in dealing with strategic security issues, and he has worked very closely with the Government of India. He has served as Superintendent of Police, Deputy Inspector General, Joint Intelligence Committee, and thereafter he was part of the Intelligence Bureau. Under his leadership, his unit has achieved key intelligence breakthroughs, including the unmasking of a major terror group. He handled several key assignments as a career intelligence officer, rising to the post of Special Director. He also worked as a secretary and tasked the overseeing security of the Prime Minister, and he was also sent abroad to Pakistan for a special mission. Post-retirement, he's served as Central Information Commissioner, and we can have a round of applause here. He's been awarded the Police Medal for Meritorious Service and the President's India of Medal for Distinguished Service. A very warm welcome, sir. So now, presently, he's also doing many things. He is chairman of Deep Strategical Thinking, a think tank and strategical consultancy that he co-founded in 2020. And also, he's worked very closely with Mr. Gurucharan Singh. And those who are interested in playing cricket, you may like to get in touch with him over a cup of coffee. Right. Moving over, coming to our next panelist, Mr. Ankush Maria. Great. Ankush is a seasoned risk management leader and has led global teams and programs for Fortune 500 companies. He has over 2 decades of leadership experience, developing enterprise risk, business continuity, disaster recovery, and crisis management. He holds an MBA and is currently member of Think Tank India and also closely associated with OSAC, ISAC, BCI, DRI. Anything is left? Attached with everything. Great. Excellent. He is passionate about developing people and is certified executive coach. He has helped various professionals through mentoring and coaching and helping them achieve their objectives by unlocking their true potential. Moving over to the next panelist, Mr. Saurabh Bareja. I beg your pardon. Hi, Saurabh. How are we doing? Very well. He's a seasoned security professional with 21 years of experience. He started his career with security systems integration when the security systems industry was at its infancy. He has very rich experience in conceptualizing, planning, integration, and execution of enterprise-level security projects. He has comprehensive knowledge of the existing and emerging multidimensional security challenges, threats, strategies to manage the risk. He has been working presently with the Concentrix as Director of Physical Security and responsible for 80,000 employees, 40 sites spread across 5 different countries. How do you manage this? Wow, this is great. Suraj, for him, I'll say, Aaj aaya oont pahad ke niche. Suraj has always been sitting on the other side. Today I'm moderating and I'll pose the questions. So Suraj, game is on. Right. He's accomplished security risk and intelligence professional with more than 17 years of diverse experience in operations, projects, technology, risk incident, crisis management, marketing, digital, social media intelligence, investigation, so and so forth. Kuch choda nahi aapne, sir. Right. So presently he is working with Wells Fargo as Senior Vice President, Director Corporate Security India and Philippines, based out of Bangalore. Thanks for coming over from Bangalore. Prior to that, he has worked with PwC, UBS, Goldman Sachs, Oberoi, and prior to that, he was an Indian Army officer. He served as a captain, and yes, he was an infantry officer and has actively participated in counterinsurgency operations. Very well. He's an active chairman for OSAC and also vice chairman for FSAI. He's been awarded by ACES in 2016. Mr. Prakash Gokhale, welcome. I beg your pardon, Paresh. In fact, 3 of the members I'm meeting for the first time. That's the beauty of these events happening. You meet and you make friends forever. Thank you, BW, for this. Great, Mr. Paresh. My bad again. I owe you a drink in the evening. Yeah, definitely. So Mr. Pushkar, sorry. He's a mechanical engineer and done his MBA from a premier B school. He's also a certified disaster management and business continuity planning professional. Of his 30 years of corporate life, 15 years have been in the field of international business. He has got hands-on experience of establishing international business strategies for various organizations. He's traveled extensively, more than 50 countries across the globe. Number of awards, he's a recipient of CII Outstanding Managers, Indian Achievers Award, the Exitox CX Award for Leadership and Customer Experience, and Marketing Mister Awards. Under his leadership, Godrej Security Solutions has recently received the Economic Times Awards, that is the Brand Award, and the prestigious Brand for Asia Awards. Welcome to the panel. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now that I have your attention, let's start certain basic rules. Opening remarks for about 2 minutes, and then we will have 2 rounds at least for about 4 to 5 minutes, and quick bites if we have time left for about 30 odd seconds, and some questions by the audience. And in the last, we will have multiple choice questions for all the audiences. That was a joke. You know, that's the problem with the security guys. We are so serious in life. So let's have a good laugh. And of course, let's have a huge round of applause for 3 things. ISRO, the golden boy, the boy with the golden arm, Neeraj Chopra, and Mr. Parag, our chess champion. Round of applause for them, please. Right, coming back to the topic, you know, Suraj, always in the army, we have been told that, you know, always quote some Sun Tzu everywhere we see them. So this is the right time, and it's a very apt quote, which says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear results of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will suffer a defeat. If you neither know the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb to everybody. Now, why this quote is important here is we as security and risk management professionals, it is utmost important for us to be ahead of the game, to understand what are the changes which are happening around us, nation-wise, geopolitical-wise. If we see the scenarios here, we have geopolitical uncertainties at large number of places. We have economic crisis in developed countries. We have environmental issues coming up, maybe if we speak of Miami or even if we speak of Himachal Pradesh in our own country. We have technology going at a pace which is bringing large number of regulations. We got to know now DPDP 2023. We will have some cyber experts speaking on the same. And of course, everything cumulatively is also going to disrupt the supply chain when we see our businesses. So keeping in mind all these disruptions in the business spaces, I would like to have some opening remarks from the panelists that where do you think the security risk professionals, what they need to do, where the businesses are going, what needs to be kept in mind? We can start from my right with you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think, our the way conference started, we've had physical security.
Little higher.
Okay. We have had a physical security expert followed by an infosec expert, right? So they covered. When we bring down the same concepts to, the physical security or the corporate security, it's just that the jurisdiction or the boundary changes, right? So from the country boundaries, we start looking at our business related boundaries, the offices that we manage, the staff that we take care of. From the citizens, it comes down to staff, right? Technology has been a force multiplier, right? We should look upon technology as a force multiplier rather than just being, using it as a technology. The way things are changing, the way environments are changing, we need to cover things up very fast, and so on and so forth. Sorry, I'm not able to add too much value here. I'll request my co-panelists to please pick up from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Saurabh. Very quickly, I think 3 areas. One, obviously, the requirements of the business are changing pretty fast. Physical security largely has been a very reactive business, but I think the way the businesses are getting more global, the way they are working in an interconnected environment, there is a requirement from businesses and business leaders for us to be more holistic, for us to be more integrated with the strategic planning process within the organization and work towards the business objectives. Second, I believe there is a big change in the technology space. We just heard the speaker before us, how the technology is, while a force multiplier, but it also poses certain threats. And because of that threats, we need to adapt and we need to react quickly. And I think the third area is really the place where the threats are changing, right? We've been, I think, dealing with some time-boxed events, but pandemic and Ukraine, Russia war have actually taught us that we need to operate with a long-term focus in mind, and there has to be a different playbook, which is more trigger-based when responding to these kind of events.
Let me say at the very outset that the 2 defining terrorist attacks at the start of this century were against corporations. 9/11 attack, which brought down the World Tower, for which there was no intelligence. And then again, 26/11, which happened in Mumbai, was another attack. So the first important thing is appreciation of the threat quotient in the coming years is a very, very important requirement for the corporates. It's because of the growing economy, it's because of the geopolitics. Secondly, I think at a conference in Bombay on security again, the Deloitte MD of cybersecurity rightly said that you know, the coming of security more and more on the board agenda is a indication of how vulnerable the corporates are today. 85% in a survey said that businesses today are more vulnerable. So what are we going to see? We are going to see more artificial intelligence impact. We are going to see more drones. We are going to see more ransomware. So forth, what should we do? There has to be more collaboration. There has to be a more institutionalized approach to face the threat quotient. Rand Corporation is talking about quantum computing, something like that. The corporate should fund research, which will be important. And lastly, what Mr. Harshvardhan said, very, very important. You have to invest in the human being, the personnel. That is going to be a very, very important part for all the corporates, big and small. Remember Soden, things are keeping happening. Even I get requests till now to trace certain person who has, you know, run away of years. Therefore, invest in human beings. That will be my last advice.
Hi, good morning. I'll just take you from what you said, sir. And I think if at all we are to look at the next 7 years, I think it is important to look at what has happened in the past 6 to 7 years. And I think, see, what happened is, say, between, say, 2015 to, you know, the earth-shaking thing which happened, you know, and why I call it the earth-shaking thing, the pandemic, because it actually caused a lot of digital acceleration. It actually, you know, we leapfrog the tech evolution, if I were to say. It was a tech revolution to that effect. And I think, you know, today the terminologies which we were using erstwhile, you know, we talk about BC and AD. I think the main difference is that, you know, BC is today the before COVID and AD is after disease. So I think what has happened is that this tech revolution has changed the entire security landscape. And I think this is just the beginning. So as we go ahead in the next 6 to 7 years till 2030, we are going to see a long lasting impact of this tech revolution. And when it comes to the further, I think I'm definitely going to talk about a few examples as to how this is going to change over time. But I think directionally and at a broad level, what has happened is that security today is more about monitoring. It is more about real-time tracking, because everybody wants to take control. Everybody wants to know what exactly is happening. So I think this is where, you know, erstwhile we were only talking about defending, but now I think it is more about monitoring. It is about tracking in real time. So I think these are the things which are definitely going to drive the future of security. So that's what I feel. And of course, I'll talk about a few examples as well.
Okay, fantastic. So when we talk about corporate security vision 2030, I think we have to first address the key issue. It's not an issue, it's a point of the change of the mindset. So we have a very large August gathering here. I just want a show of hands. And if you can raise your hands when I say who all are physical security professionals in the room. If you can raise your hands, physical security professionals. Okay. Can I see a show of hands of cyber security professionals? Fantastic. Can we have people who are fire life safety professionals? Fantastic. Now let's see the change. Who all are here who are risk management professionals? Okay, some are still thinking. It's a delight that I see some hands. My view, and this is where I'm saying change of mindset, cyber security or physical security, we are in essence, risk management professionals. It's important that we change our mindset from cyber physical conversion to a risk mindset and a risk management mindset. The other piece is very important. What is the top most risk that you are worried about today? Anyone? Top most important risk that you are worried about, you are thinking about, you are trying to create a response about if that happens? What is the top risk? One. Absolutely spot on. So the change mindset from calling ourselves a physical security professionals, limiting us to XYZ areas, calling ourselves cyber security professionals, again limiting us to certain areas, going to call ourselves as risk management professionals, and absolutely looking at reputational risk. If we brand ourselves there, the corporate security vision 2030 will be much more clearer. It will be clearer because we will be aligning ourselves with the main business, with their goals, with their frameworks, with their things that they want to achieve in 2030. I think this is the mindset that we need to change, is what I wanted to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your remarks. I'll just request the FNB people to keep things in order. The noise actually disturbs the thought process of the panelists. Thank you so much. Sir, the next question is coming your way. With your intelligence background, the intelligence gathering is important to all the risk management professionals and of course the businesses as well. But as we know, be it at strategical level, the sharing, when we speak at the tactical level, it gets preferred or actually it doesn't reach at all. So in your opinion, sir, what are the steps and measures which can be taken so that information at least reaches the head offices of all the corporates, and keeping in mind the future, if it is not there, these steps or measures which are not there, what can we in the security field do to cover this gap?
See, it's a very vast subject when you're talking about strategic intelligence. I mean, strategic intelligence gives you a very, very wide kind of a perspective about intelligence, and many of this is OSINT. It's an open intelligence which you can gather from various places. And I think that's a very, very important thing which you have mentioned, because you need an institutionalized approach also to get this kind of intelligence. Now, in America and other places, you have something like a RAND corporation, which looks into the future. For example, just now, in his wonderful talk, which Mr. Akhilesh gave, that, quantum computing, they have predicted, will do a serious damage to the encryption algorithms. And already, you must think of protocols, how to make your cryptography, whatever you call, to make it safe. So this is again a very hard thing which you have to look into the future. This is for the corporates in general. Secondly, in terms of the attacks which are coming because of the rising of the economy, because of the state, because your corporate security is also enmeshed with national security. So that kind of intelligence which one gets, for example, something like Mumbai attack. If you have an economy, more and more private participation taking over malls, hospitals, healthcare, everything, then obviously there has to be a better interface with the government to that kind of intelligence. As far as the tactical intelligence is concerned, some of the intelligence which you actually need to know for daily working. Why is a thing out of place? You need actual hardcore intelligence men, and there are many. I get a lot of requests from the corporate houses to suggest people. And these are people who just watch simple things. What is not routine? Why is a man every Friday absent for half an hour or coming late on a particular day? So these are basically spotters. Now, this is the kind of intelligence which can only be observed by a proper professional. And the corporates are making a mistake by cutting corners and leaving it to people who are not professionals. And in the end, I would also say that a better appreciation of the local and the ground conditions are also required in, say, two-tier cities, where you have your plants, where you have labor unrest, where you have law and order situations, where you have Snowdens, where people run away. So I think it has to be a very, very holistic approach. You get a guy, whatever you call it, director security or somebody, who looks into all the encompassing things. And some of the things, of course, can be left to the technicals, people like cyber security, etc. But then many of the things can be, spotted by the intelligence men who are proper professionals.
Great. Great. Suraj, you would like to add something? 30 seconds.
Absolutely. I'll keep it short. I think, when we talk about intelligence, I think we got to look at three new facets that are coming in, especially in the corporate world. The first is, of course, insider threat. I think physical security and cyber security is doing very minimal to address this threat. It is all going below the radar. We got to use our existing systems that are in place, not only the access control and the CCTV, but also the people on the ground to give us this feed. I think insider threat is one area where I think we got to do a lot more, from a 2030 vision perspective. The second piece is I think the security industry is so very well connected. We got to take this external and internal intelligence to the next level, which we call it as business intelligence. It can be, it can something which can help our business to grow. So we got to understand what are the requirements for our organization. We may be working with a large set of vendors. I think intelligence around these vendors is a very important aspect. Physical security as well as cyber security both have a very good role to play in the vendor due diligence. If we get the right due diligence, we get the right vendors, and we protect our organization because they are the external party coming in. The second one is, of course, this is a very gray area. Even HR and others are struggling, is the background verification or the due diligence of employees, especially the senior managers and above, as in especially the senior leadership and above, integrity due diligence. So these are few aspects where the security industry can actually shine because of the way we operate as a team, irrespective of which company or which industry we represent. So opportunity for us. Thank you.
Great, Suraj. Thank you, Mr. Azad. Those points were very valid. I'm sure a large number of people sitting here would have noticed or noted these valid points and can be incorporated by the intelligence wing of the security organizations. Right. So next question we are moving to Ankush. We have the topic of corporate security as 2030. Now, in your view, what are the major risks and threats which are visualized for the coming years? We don't have to restrict for 7 years, or we can go on for 10 years also. What major technological innovations or initiatives which are required to counter these risks?
Thank you. I think before I talk about the risks, I think one of the things I just wanted to add on to what just sir mentioned. As security professionals, we also need to probably, when we talk about intelligence, is get the noise out and get the insights out of that intelligence and make it more actionable. Use it with the storytelling. And as far as risks are concerned, I think we have spoken enough about cybersecurity. I think that'll continue to be one of the top risks when it comes to corporate security vision in 2030, how it's going to possibly impact all of us here in the room. The world is getting more digitized. Out of the 8 billion people right now, 6 billion people are internet users, which means more and more devices connected, which means threat actors have a broader surface area where they can attack us. While we have a lot of technologies to manage that, either from an artificial intelligence standpoint, you can do a lot of monitoring, as sir just mentioned. But I think human factor is the weakest link in the chain, and we need to get more creative and innovative in bringing some gamified solutions and helping embed this as a mindset within the organizations and way of doing things to manage this. The second area, just now I think Saurabh mentioned about insider risk. So people who are entering our organizations with a malicious intent, and people who are doing this without any intention, out of human error. There is a big insider threat, which is kind of looming very large as one of the risks within the organizations, and various solutions like behavioral analytics, background checks, but again, I think fundamentally, how do you kind of make sure that you have the right systems from a data governance standpoint, from a data management standpoint, and from a data protection standpoint, just to make sure that the data is not moving out of the organizations. The third area I would say, which I see as a risk, is obviously supply chain vulnerabilities that everybody is going through. All of us here in the room, we know that what happened during pandemic, small semiconductors industry, small chip that gets into our laptops, when that chip was not available, how a laptop that used to get delivered in 6 to 10 weeks got into more than 20 weeks to get that delivered, how that impacts your productivity, people sitting on bench. I think that is going to be very, very important. There are a lot of technologies right now which are being used, especially from a blockchain standpoint, which bring in more transparency, traceability, and resilience in our supply chains. The next area I would say is data. Data is new oil, and we need to protect our data. We need to make sure we have very robust data controls, compliance programs within the organizations. We are educating people on data. After GDPR, I think a lot of other organizations have already borrowed from GDPR and build their own data laws around that. And India is about to come up with their own law. The last area I believe is going, physical security challenges are not going anywhere. I think with whatever we've seen post-pandemic, the mental health issues, the workplace violence issues, I think whatever is happening with climate change, how we can see the implications of climate change in form of inclement weathers. I think all of that will continue to stay as physical security challenges. And all of us need to kind of look at our existing programs and see that how do we prepare our crisis response and intelligence capabilities to operate in a very hybrid and a distributed workforce model. IoT, I think quantum computing, artificial intelligence, bots, all of that will continue to pose challenges and will continue to be a risk within the organizations.
Great points there, Ankush. If I can summarize, human aspect which needs to be kept in mind. It is, after all, the man or the person behind the machine, insider threat, and you also spoke on the user entity behavior analytics, UEBA, which also can be used as part of a platform to find out the insider threats, and of course the business continuity management. Great points shared there by Ankush, and let's move on to Pushkar. So we have he touched upon certain kind of systems technology. Maybe it's time to little deep dive into all those beyond that. So what advancements in corporate security as far as the system, the technology, what you feel are envisaged in the next decade?
Sure. I think see, if we were to meet probably 4 years back in the BC era, before COVID, I think we would have been talking a very different language. If we were to really pose the same question, what is going to happen in the next 10 years? But I think today we are talking about a lot of buzzwords, IoT, AI, ML, robotics, automation, that's something which we are now talking about. But when I look at the next 7 to 8 years, what does all these terms mean for the security landscape, especially for the physical security part of it? What does that mean, and how is it going to really change and make a difference? And I'm going to talk about a few examples. But broadly, when I look at the physical security aspect from a corporate lens, I think there are 4 broad buckets. One is, of course, about the surveillance. The second is more so to do with, the access control and, of course, authentication, and then the scanning, screening part of it. So, there are these 4 broad buckets in terms of, who's coming out, who's leaving, what time. And of course, all this boils down from perspective of employee management and the visitor management. So I think these are basically the broad things. And then of course, one can really discuss as to what the insiders are doing, what the external, people who come in are going to do. So, but these are the four broad things, broad buckets one needs to really address. And when I look at this, and I look at, just for example, the surveillance part of it, how it has really changed. Earlier we only had devices which were recording. And then, one used to really sit and, go through recordings and recordings for hours together, trying to find out what really happened. And then, of course, we got into smart gadgets, and then, all these analytics as to, whether there could be some alerts coming in. So if somebody is going to cross a particular boundary, you get an alert. And then, so those kind of smart, video management softwares were in vogue. And then now, of course, the artificial intelligence part of it, which basically looks at analyzing this. The machine analyzes hours and hours of video recording, and it tells you, okay, there was something wrong and fishy. But I think what is going to happen next is something to do with the regulatory framework. So you look at, already there are regulations in place in terms of data protection. So you look at the GDPR, that's the General Data Protection Regulation in Europe. And of course, in India, we've recently come up with the privacy, issues in terms of the data protection. So this is going to be a game changer. And when I look at the artificial intelligence and the machine learning part, just to, correlate with the surveillance, what is going to happen is, I think we need to train the cameras, we need to train the softwares to identify what needs to be really stored, what needs to be transferred. Because what is going to happen is people are going to come under scanner, corporates are going to come under scanner, governments are going to come under scanner as to what they are doing about the data. So one needs to be really, having, discretion in terms of what you are going to record, what you're going to store, what you're going to transfer. And this is where I think the machine learning aspect, the learning aspect, the ultra smart gadgets are going to make a difference. So that's one part of it. The second, I think, I'm sure that a few of you would be using the DG Yatra. And this example I'm trying to quote is because today, I think what is going to drive today as well as the future is the interconnected devices. When I flew in yesterday from Pune to Delhi, I used the DG Yatra, and, so it's a beautiful, combination of interconnected devices. So on one side, you have the boarding pass, your mobile, you have the, flap barriers, which are integrated with the FRS, that is the face recognition system. And again, you inform your, the entire data goes to the airport. And then, of course, your authentication of Aadhaar. So it's, I think, a beautiful, seamless way of, really having interconnected device play, which also is helping the security. And it's a seamless way of entering the airport and a very fast and efficient way. And I think if at all the corporates are really going to go at looking at these kind of interconnected devices play, it can make life much more easier and much more non-intrusive. So that's the other part of the interconnected devices. The same extension, I come from a background where we've been largely manufacturing safes and strong room doors, vault doors. So what the next thing is going to happen is that all these dumb products like the safes or the strong rooms, we're going to have intelligence built into it through electronics, through IoT. So that's already started happening. So we have a safe which actually works on IoT functionality. It's got an integrated fogging device, making it smart and ultra smart. So that is the other thing, in terms of driving the dumb products into making them smarter. So all these things, I think, are definitely going to change the landscape. And one last bit which I want to mention is when you talk about these kind of technologies coming in, I think what matters the most is how knowledgeable are the people, because ultimately, it's not going to happen without people being there. Because the technology changes need to be really, really taken cognizance of. And the other aspect is how does one really manage all this? How does one look at upgrading this? Because as soon as you build this intelligence, there will be upgrades, because, you will then again be exposed to the attack. So, you need to keep upgrading that. So what is the kind of knowledge base of your team for the corporates? It's a very, very big challenge which needs to be addressed. And how do you maintain it? That's the third part of it. So, there are a lot of opportunities, but of course, there are a lot of challenges one needs to do.
Great. I'll have to stop you there.
Yeah.
Very valid points there. So I think the crux of the points I'll just give here, We are all into analytics now. We are also looking at intelligent video management systems, smart access control systems. We are already in there. Where I feel the gap is, the user is not able to tell what is the use case, what we want from the vendor. So that also gap needs to be there. All the points what you had covered, most of the corporates are already reaching there. We are moving, the algorithms are already getting prepared. But how to use that data? As you said, the intelligence needs to come, and something, a software known as situational awareness management system, which runs on systems. So that needs to be, and that is where, you know, our operators, guards need to be upgraded to operators, operators need to be upgraded to analysts. So that is where every time we talk about. Great. Lack of time, moving ahead. So we have sort of, you know, I read a quote, security is not a destination but a journey, by a very famous person, Mr. Bruce. He's the author of Cybersecurity Expert, and a very famous book by him is Click Here to Kill Everybody, right? So with this, with advent of technology in 2030, we are talking about massive adaptation of security systems, platforms will take place. Pushkar has spoken about it, and so is the cyber attacks and threats. You know, the previous speaker has touched upon a lot many things, and it really scares physical security people when Mr. Tuteja was speaking the things out here. But still, from your perspective, you know, can you elaborate how companies will deal with these kind of cyber attacks?
All right. So I think what is most important is, and what Ankush and you know, colleague from Godrej touched upon is, while all these things are available, there is technology which is available, but is the person who's operating that technology aware of, right? There are alerts getting generated with large data downloads happening, right? Obviously, if somebody is doing a large data download, what is his intention? Is he authorized? Why should he be authorized, right? And at the end of the day, what will he do with that data? Now, same file getting, you know, downloaded at a different IP address. Why is that getting saved in a different IP address? And it's all happening at the same time, right? Alerts are getting generated, but the operator who's looking at those alerts, is he taking any action? Was he made aware that what action you're supposed to take, and are you really supposed to look into those alerts or not, right? Is the corporate security manager aware that these are the technologies which are available? This is how you can use it, and this is how you can, you know, bring together these data sets and get the right intelligence which is needed, right? I think one very important point is that for physical security should start working in silos, right? Whenever they are getting in right technology, or they you know, planning to implement a technology, they should start small, right? Because that will give you a clear test bed that whether this technology suits into your environment or not. And then ensure the relevant stakeholders, who's managing your network, who's managing your infosec, who's managing your IT infrastructure, they are made part of that project, so that you work in together and everybody gives in their inputs, and whatever vulnerabilities a system may have, they are kind of plugged together, and then only a system is deployed. Because a smallest of a server or smallest desktop being used in the environment can make the entire network vulnerable, right? Putting your CCTV infrastructure on network can, if it is not protected appropriately, can make the entire network infrastructure vulnerable, leading to attacks, malware, etc., etc. So, you know, the crux of the message here is that we should work with the relevant stakeholders, so that at the very beginning, at the very nascent stage, all these gaps are plugged, or at least are made aware of that these exist, and then accordingly mitigation steps or measures are put in place.
Great point. So, so you added on to the points what we were conveying in the previous question. Great insights there. Let's move on to, you know, all these things what we have spoken about. Suraj, next thing is coming to you. You know, everything needs to collate somewhere at the command centers. We have moved from the operation centers to ICCCs. You know, we have moved from, if I say, from basements to boardrooms now. And we definitely need thought process to move from tactical to strategical for these command centers. Where do you see in next 10 years these command centers coming out to be? You know, we have heard so much, and we'll have to keep it a little short because time is at premium.
Yes, sure. So before we go to the command center, there are a few other things that I want to touch upon. You know, workplace violence issues or self-harm issues are something that is being seen in a very rampant way in all our organizations post-COVID. This will be added and multiplied when we have Gen Zs coming into our workforce. So as corporate security, we got to be ready for that. That is going to be the most important aspect that we do on a daily basis that will consume our lot of our time. When we talk about the command centers as the question is, I think the command centers have evolved rapidly. The command centers are again not very limited nowadays to only physical security. Yes, there are certain companies that have also gone beyond that. It is now end to end from a building perspective. So the BMS is incorporated, the facility teams are incorporated, the fire life safety is incorporated. Then it has gone even beyond that. The cyber security is also got incorporated to that. So from a silo command center to a joint command center, now to an integrated command center, I think this journey is going very fast. It is important that security professionals or risk management professionals, we catch up to it. Now, what is the beauty about these command centers is we can consolidate everything. It has a very huge cost saving proposition. Given that we are all on the network, it is important. It is easy to centrally operate a lot of things, reduce the cost and bring that value to the organization. The other piece, and this is now 2030, when we talk about command centers, we see these massive screens and people are all looking at each and every aspect, then talking with each other, and then obviously reacting when there is a crisis. I think that will also change. We may not require that huge infrastructure. It can also be on your mobile devices, as corporate security leads. You may have your command center on your phone. Probably your analyst is doing some grocery shopping and he's replying to you on the phone. This is what is the latest analysis of a incident. So the way the command centers are evolving and evolving very fast, it is important that risk leaders like us, we take the initiative, get it integrated, because that's when you will bring in the business value. I think that business value proposition is something that we need to bring it today, leverage the technology, and obviously make the best use of our integrated command centers to ensure that we can protect our businesses. Thank you.
Great. Time's up, but then I'll just quickly round up. I'll take 5 minutes more because we took 5 minutes for taking over. So next question, Mr. Azad sir, it's coming your way. It says that there's always this gap of lack of trust between the law enforcement agencies and the public and private agencies, and many times when the coordination meetings are there, it comes down to be a very different affair. What we feel like our points are not able to be tabled at the law enforcement agencies conferences rooms, and of course when they speak, it's a different language. You, me, both come from the services background, and we feel that gap. In your opinion, sir, how can we bridge this gap?
See, very quickly, let me bring about 3 points on this. One is there is a kind of a sharing which is going on. For example, let me tell you, do you know that after the Bombay attack, the intelligence shared with Reliance, the intelligence from a terrorist organization trying to target their pipeline. So that kind of collaboration is there. The second is also that based on the threat perception, there are many corporate executives who are getting security on the basis of the internal appreciation of intelligence. So in that respect is going on. But where it is critically required, say for example, most of the law enforcement agencies want encryption backdoors. Now, right from the 90s where you had the Clippers chip, in USA, which did not succeed because it completely destroys your security architecture. Now, the requirement today of participation, of collaboration between the private and the government is that the tech companies need to come forward and align with the demands of the enforcement agencies that there is a lot of metadata, right? And whereas the law enforcement agencies wants that specific, for example, the first thing on the WhatsApp, which led to this issue. So what do? the analysis of metadata can be done in such a manner and which can be explored by the tech agencies in a way that the enforcement agencies get maximum information out of it to help them target the stuff. So that's very important. Then the last point is that in many of the cases, like we have collaborated with the NCRB and other people, trying to show them the way on investigation of cyber crimes, banking frauds. So there is a lot of participation which can you know, do. You know, your CSR funds, if they can be spent even on the law enforcement agencies for, you know, equipping them further. Right. Now, these are areas which I have seen which are possible, and it can lead to great dividends and mutual benefit.
Very well brought out, sir. Great. So the next question quickly, you know, we just have 1 minute for that. Ankush, coming to you. You know, I'm actually coming from Mau. Mau is in cantonment area. My parents happened to settle there. So I was just passing through the cantonment and reliving my youngster life because I did my schooling and everything from here. So I saw a board. It says, this is a restricted zone, army training area. Trespassers will also be trained. Right? So having seen that, you know, we keep talking about upgradation of skill sets, training, right? So my question to you is this only, that, you know, we are all talking about next 10 years. We're talking about so much of security, but at the end of the day, the person who's sitting in front of the CCTVs, in the command centers, and the security managers themselves, how do we upskill them? How do we go ahead and take this part so that we are there with the cyber people, and the convergence of CSOs and CSOs, at least at some level, is taking place?
I think this is a brilliant question. In various forms, I think all speakers have touched on various points in terms of how do we upskill today's physical security manager to become a risk manager of the future. And there are definitely some technical areas where all of us, we need to kind of continue to strengthen our capabilities. So for example, I think all of us today heard that we need to be more holistic, we need to be more integrated. So what do we do for that? One of the things is nobody's asking physical security managers to become cybersecurity managers, but it is very important that we understand the fundamentals. It is very important we spend time on educating ourselves in terms of what is happening with IoT, or what is happening, let's say with AI. We don't have to build models, but we need to understand that how do we leverage AI for our own use, how in physical security these things play out. On a softer side, I would say that we need to be better storytellers. We need to learn that art, because our leaders are getting hit with information, employees in organizations are getting hit with information from talent, from various other organizations. So how do we tell our stories a little more smartly? I think all of us need to stay curious. We need to have a continuous learning mindset. We need to learn the art of data analytics, using data to tell stories. And lastly, what I would say is, I think the physical security is a cusp of a big change, and physical security professionals, they need to be really very cross-skilled, and they have to have broader knowledge around law enforcement, technology, data analytics. And as far as the convergence point that you mentioned, I think organizations that know the value of convergence, especially in the financial services sector, I think they have already fast-tracked towards that unified security leadership model. And I think they're getting the benefits of CISO and CSO convergences. But I think this will take some time. And it's a factor of a lot of things, right from your organization structure, the way I think the industry norms are saying, and I think more importantly, how the security organizations, the respective security organizations are set up in various organizations. So in a nutshell, I think it's a combination of these factors that will determine how sooner these two organizations converge.
Thank you, thank you. So straight away moving on to you, he spoke about storytelling. To Pushkar, the most difficult part, at least for me, is how to convince the leadership as far as the budget is concerned. How do you bring a storytelling concept to a leadership so it sells and we get our systems or guards or anything? So touch upon the budget aspect of it, please.
Sure, that's a great question. I think see, if at all there is anything which can act as a speed breaker going ahead in the 6-7 years is the budget allocation. Because I think whenever I sit across the table, one thing which comes up is that budget nahi hai, or we look at this entire security thing as a cost. I think the angle which needs to be looked at, or the lens which needs to be looked at, is security as an enabler or security as an investment. And I think for that, to sell that concept, I think, see, all of you heard return on capital employed. But I think one concept which can help the security professionals to get this budget allocation is called return on security investment, ROSI. So it's again ROSI, but it's not the capital employed. So, but of course, it's not easy to, as if you look at return on capital employment, chalo bhai mera P&L profit itna hai, it's very easy. But here there is a lot of element around intangible benefits. So how do you really quantify the benefits of the security investment is definitely a challenge. But one example is that, you look at shoplifting. That's actually much easier to find out that, okay, before security deployment, mera kharcha itna tha, my chori itna tha, and now it has come down. But, intangible benefits like the reputation risk, which we spoke about, in terms of customer looking at you differently, what kind of business do you really get from that? So I think there are a lot of things which one needs to look at in terms of converting into quantifiable aspects. And the ROSI can definitely help to bring in this particular aspect of looking at security as an investment.
Just to add, so my business proposition always is security is not a profit center. Security is not a cost center. Security is a value center. The leadership understands the value that we bring in. I think that is a proposition that I have been using successfully.
Quick point, I think specifically on this, right? I think we need to educate our leaders on that security is not responsibility of physical security, but security is responsible for everybody in the organization, right? And we need to learn the art of possibly talking the business language. I think we sometimes get lost in our technical jargons. So the sooner we learn the art of how businesses perceive value, that's how I think we can translate our stories a little better.
Great. So my last question, Saurabh, for the panel, we have taken a lot of time. Taking from there only, security culture, we spoke on that. How do you build that in your organization? Any key points? Only the key points.
Sure. So I think one is definitely the awareness that you do, and with the awareness, what you can add is you can do a little bit of role play and storytelling, because we've seen that very effective in our side of the organization as well. Once you go and deliver a lecture versus you tell a story, and with that story you give a message also, right? It goes very effectively, and if it is something which has sometime happened previously and you're able to link it with that, I think that's where it goes pretty well. So the awareness or the education that you do, it drives the real message and brings the core out.
Great. Thank you so much, the panel. You've been very wonderful. I'm sure large number of people, especially the youngsters who are sitting at the back, would have gained from their knowledge. You can catch up with them during the tea break and lunch. Heartfelt thanks, and thank you so much, BW, to our MC, Aditya. Very kind of you. Thank you.
Check. Check.
Hello. I think a big round of applause for all of them. Also for a moderator for moderating that so well. Every answer began with a great question. What a great question you asked. What a great question you asked, Colonel. So thank you. Thank you. And with that, it's quickly time to move ahead with the next keynote session on security at the rate ABC. And for that, please join me in welcoming to the podium Colonel Harendra Bana, Associate Director, Global Security, US Food and Beverage. Once for sir, please. Hello. So it's just calling everyone inside.
Actually, I should have photoshopped the hair. Really sorry about it. Next time I'll do it. But before I actually start this, I must, tell you an anecdote. And people have tried to actually get in touch with me to do this. And trying to work out this, and who's actually done the heavy lifting for this entire session. And when I actually told her that I was pretty far away, I was pretty far away. I was somewhere ahead of Leh on a personal holiday between Leh and Siachen. She said, I know where you are. I understand that. And I was a little surprised. And then she said, I'm a Fauji kid. So that took me another surprise. And then I asked her that, which regiment is your dad from? And her answer, the kind of authority she had, the kind of ownership she had on me to ask me that, no, I want you there, I want you to speak. And what she told me next, she's the daughter of a martyr, just left me speechless. And I said, I'm coming. Can I invite this young lady with me over here? Can I invite her here? Please. We all need to recognize her. She's daughter of a martyr, and she's the one who got me here. A lot of us sitting here are Faujis. We understand what Fauji service is all about. Her father was in the special forces. So can we have a large round of applause for Shilpa and her family? Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking care of the Fauji fraternity. Thank you for all your love and affection. Thanks. Thanks.
And she wasn't, when actually things started moving, what did she do actually? How do I move it forwards? And when I actually started asking her, what are the suggested topics? This is what she told me are the suggested topics. And the topic said cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data protection, security in smart cities, critical infrastructure, insider threats, and at least the first 4 or 5, all of them heavy duty, all of them well beyond my understanding. And maybe the last 1 or 2 were which I connected with, and I realized the next thing that I thought was this. Then real knowledge is to know one's own extent of ignorance. And I actually realized that what she was asking me to speak on was extremely technical. We needed a lot of understanding. And the next thing that I also realized is that many of us who attend these sessions and go around and speak, and when we interact, and I'm talking about me personally, we do gather a lot of data and data points, but then that is all information. It's only knowledge when you're certified for it. And I was definitely we started missing things. What happened next? We need to look at climbing the ladder. Everybody who's joined us, such as I joined in 2007, after I left the army after 20 years and came into the security, I joined as a young security guard of Microsoft, and that's where I was. The first job that you get is equal to a security guard. You're only into the basic job, and then everybody looked around and you saw you had your own CSO. And when you saw the CSO, you aspired to be. Each one of us who's been in the security industry, who aspires to be a security professional, wants to be a CSO. And that could only happen when we were making a strong building block and we were continuously learning. Somewhere down the line, we started missing that. And then comes to the next point of seek and grab your opportunity. In a few years' time, maybe in 20 years' time, when the first role comes up in Pepsi, when they would hire the next CSO. I was the first CSO. I have 20 years to go. So when they would hire the next CSO, there would be 600 applicants for it. That's the trend that happens. There would be any job that opens up in the market, a CSO, even for a manager's position, there are at least 400 to 500 people applying for it. How many people won? And when you see this photograph, it is exactly what depicts that. You see everybody is a security professional. They're trying to climb up, but the guy who's reached top is there's only one. You have 600 people applying for one job, and it's a fine cutting edge. And today when you go into the industry to give that job interview, it's not like what it was 20 years back. There are multiple, at least 8 to 9 rounds of interview. When I came into the current company, I went through 7 rounds of interview. When I went into my previous company, which was John Deere, I went through 9 rounds. It is multiple rounds of interviews, and it takes you only one bad round to be written off. 600 people, one selected, you can imagine how difficult it is going to be. So you have to be sure that you are building your structure strong to ensure that you can succeed. So that's my first part. And when I come to the second part, a pretty simple image. It's not too much of a thing. We'll come to the image a little later. Security. I joined 2007. And what was in 2007 was most companies didn't even have a CSO. Pepsi never had a CSO till 2014. A lot of other companies never had a CSO. When did the actual concept of CSO actually start coming in? Was somewhere around maybe early 2000, 2007. But the major change in this thinking happened after the Mumbai attacks. Prior to that, some companies had it. Most companies didn't have it. They didn't have a robust model of a CSO. And some companies even did not think. I'll give you my own example. When I joined Pepsi in 2014, I joined as a consultant. And 18 months later, they took me on roles. And then they tell me that we already had approvals to take you as a full-time employee when you joined us. I said, then why didn't you do it? They said the reason why we didn't do it, we did not know, we were unsure of the value that this role would bring to us. And I said, what do you feel the value? Because I gave them an ugly amount of savings. They said, fine, we need to get this role onto a full-time position. And the mindset started changing. That's exactly what's happened. But somewhere down the line, 2007, 2008, we also saw the recession coming in. When recession happened, there were some bright sparks. With no offense to my facility colleagues over here, we have some colleagues from the facility. Somewhere down the line, some people started thinking that security could migrate and become the younger cousin brother of facilities. And they started talking of integrated facility management. Some companies tried it. Some companies opposed it. But that gradually went on, off and on. And there were guarding companies also who had an integrated model, and they were kind of trying to propagate this model to the companies. And the company CFO, in the best interest of savings, what was he looking at? He was looking at only his top line, and he said that maybe we could try this model. Who was the affected party? The security industry. Then what happened? C19. COVID-19, everyone curses it. Everyone says not good. But I look at it as a different aspect. What was COVID-19? COVID-19 was what this picture depicts. What happened in this picture? The only people, everybody else was happy sitting at home and doing his job and sitting and enjoying himself. And we said that we are work from home, we're very busy, but we know what we did. Even I know what I did. But the only person who was working in office was the facility man and the security man. And everybody realized that every work that nobody wanted to do could be given to the security man. Whether it is shifting of the IT infrastructure to make people work, whether it was medicines, people also sending milk to people houses if they were tied down, everything was done by security. This is what actually the security man became. जो किसी का काम नहीं करना चाहता, security को दे दो, वो लेता जाएगा. This poor guy already loaded with 5 kids. I don't know where he had the strength to do more. But then what happened? It redefined our roles. It redefined our roles completely. There were 2 categories of people. There was one category which was always cribbing and saying, मुझे ज़्यादा काम दे दिया, मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा है, मुझे I'm hard pressed, मैं क्यों दे रहे हो? And it went on and on. But there was a second category of people who took this opportunity, who grabbed this opportunity and said, I'm fine to do it. I was also one of them. I said, it's okay, let's do it. And then what happened? Then gradually the mindset of the leadership in the companies towards security started changing. We were no longer somebody standing at the gate to give the employee his access card on his first day of entry and to man the reception. We started becoming the trusted partners. A huge change in the mindset. And when this started happening, the next thing that important happened was we started getting a small foothold into the boardroom. The boardroom was an exclusive domain. Government office, PPGA, corporate affairs, whatever you may call it, they had a place. The facilities guy who headed the facility, because of his close proximity to the CFO, because he was running the big empire, the corporate, he also had a place. But the security really never had an entry. I've seen it personally. But this is the time when they became the trusted partners and we started getting an entry. And people started listening to us. It was a huge change. And then what happened was possibly, this is what is important now, survival of the fittest. And why do I say this is that we made the next leap, we made the next jump, we made the next move. And today I'm a CSO, I'm a first-time CSO in Pepsi. Before me, I was almost a first-time CSO in my previous company, John Deere, because of my previous incumbent left after 1 month. So almost there. And there are plenty of new roles coming up, and which with the business, with the kind of business and the kind of opportunities that are moving away from the European markets and American markets coming to India, there are huge change of dynamics that are happening where job opportunities are coming up in India. But what is important is there is another factor which has happened. I'll give you an example. A very reputed brand of hotels in Delhi, 5 positions, 5 managers, 5 security managers. They removed the number 1. They elevated the number 2 to number 1 and said that we'll make you number 1. Increased his salary by 1.25 times. That's fine. They removed number 3 and 5 and elevated the number 4 to become number 3. So what they did was they gave a small raise, maybe a marginal raise to 2 and 4, enhance their positions and removed 3 positions. Pretty smart, pretty smart. So the first thing that I wanted to always remember and tell people in the physical security domain, don't worry about all these wonderful terms that I've again told you. Again, I'll tell you: cyber, tech, space, data, technology, AI, blockchain, cloud computing. Everything that happens is wonderful. But then what also is important is that you need to rediscover yourself. You need to understand where your potential lies, and please do a personal SWOT analysis for yourself. And it is not what I am saying. This is the latest issue of Harvard Business Review that I brought for you. This is the latest issue of Business Review, and see what it says. See what it says. It's not me, it's the latest issue of Business Review. If these guys, we say Harvard Harvard, Stanford, and Cambridge and Oxford, they are the so-called, people who actually talk sense. There are plenty of people, yes, they go by them, but then that's what they're saying, reskill in the age of AI. AI is going to take away our jobs. AI is it's only the survival of the fittest. And if you need to do that, do a SWOT analysis for yourself. While we are running after AI, we had blockchain. I forgot about blockchain. Thanks for one of you gentlemen before me on the panel who reminded me there was something called blockchain. Then we got AI. Then we got Chat GPT. And I don't know what's coming next. There'll be something next. But then nothing will change the physical security domain. You have to rediscover yourself. Next is reimagine. Reimagine what you can improve. There are plenty of opportunities. When I sit with people, when I talk to people, and today what's happening is we have plenty of people who are C certified. They're all CPP, CFE, and plenty. But there are plenty of vanilla managers like me. When you go to an ice cream parlor and ask them, then he gives you a vanilla ice cream and he says, अब इस पर topping क्या क्या डालूं? It's like a Subway. क्या क्या topping चाहिए? You want chocolate sauce, you want this sauce, you want nuts, you want. So we are just vanilla managers. I don't have any CPP or CFE. All that I have is my military service behind me. Yet I'm a CSO. We have plenty of such people. We have Rajesh Gulia, CSO Apple. He's a vanilla manager. We have Aditya from, CSO Abhilash from Oracle. He's a vanilla manager. Why are we here and how have we been here is because we kept sure that our ABC was strong. And that's why it's important to do that. And reimagine is important. When you reimagine on improvement of your RFPs, on your ops, on the value you bring to your employees, and above all, try and break your inertia. After COVID, we've all gone into inertia. We are all sitting comfortably. And trust me, my own relative says, the worst thing that I can hear from my own relative, who's also a security professional, is when he calls me up and I'm working from home, he says, Southern India dekh rahe ho kya? At 1 o'clock, that's the kind of response. And my wife, one day tells me, I've written on this article in LinkedIn, and I was going to office on Monday, and my wife says, you can't go to office on Monday. I said, why not? She says, what about the maids? We haven't told them you're going to office. Who's going to manage the house? So imagine the kind of dilution of roles. We need to reimagine our own roles, get back to our own work. And the last but not the least is reinvent ourselves. Get into new learnings. Please, like somebody like Suraj Sangpal said, raise your hand and say, how many of us invest minimum 7 hours a day, 7 hours a week on studying about physical security? I leave it to you. Don't raise your hand. I'll get embarrassed myself because I don't do it. I'll start doing it. Second is, how many of us in the last 1 year have done at least 2 certification courses to improve what our own learning is? Today you have done a CPP, but you need to go and get yourself recertified. You need to learn. You need to relearn. How many of us do it? We are very, very keen to know कि दूसरे के घर में क्या हो रहा है, दूसरे की खेती में क्या हो रहा है, उसका CPP, Chat GPT है. And my wife came back to me with a letter she had written beautifully. And I said, wow, man, what a wonderful letter my wife had written, and it had to go to the management. And the first thing that I asked her was, how much of it is Chat GPT? She got up and walked away. That's where it is. So are you trying to scare me, sir? I still have time. Thanks. Okay. The next slide is extremely, extremely, extremely important. And when you do all of this, when you do your ABC and when you do your everything, this is what happens. This is what happens. Hamesha, this is a concept we know. We like to talk of it. His grass is greener. His grass is better. In my village, I have a mango orchard, but the guy in my farm will always say, the other guy's crop was much better this year yield. And I've heard this from him for the last 10 years. And he says, today maybe the soil is the same, water is the same, everything is the same, but only his effort is different. It is only his effort which makes the crop what it is on the left side versus what it is on the right side. So what do we need to do actually is we need to focus on our own ABC. We need to look at that. Apple gets out a new mobile every year. And the worst thing is If you have friends who are managers in Apple, they tell the shops below that go and give this guy a call and he'll change his mobile. So every year, I don't know why, my son, the voice quality is the same, the mobile is the same, the look is the same. There's nothing much that's changing. But yet, despite that, in July, my son will start saying, that mobile is not really great. It's not looking nice. The voice quality is not nice. I said, I understand. September is coming. You need to change your mobile. And then you have people like Rajesh Gulia who try and get money out of your pocket. So don't invest on things like the new technologies and others unless you have invested in your own ABC. Your primary thing is your physical security. Anybody who's in the cybersecurity domain, great. Please go and do it. But if you're a physical security professional, please invest in the first 4 buckets. Learn about crisis management, learn about investigations, learn about business continuity, and learn about technology. All these parameters you'll be tested on when you go in for a CSO's interview. Please mind that point. Last but not the least, don't lose out to technology. Don't lose out to technology. And this is not what I'm saying. This is what's written in the Harvard Business Review. Please reskill yourself. Otherwise, don't go and blame yourself. I've seen people who have lost their jobs. I've seen people who have tried my best to get a job. People don't get a job for many months. Reskill yourself, prepare yourself. When you have to actually look forward to when your child is growing up, and some of you would have young children. Suraj has a child who's maybe 4 years old or maybe younger, and 3 years. And his child says, and Tarun has a child who's 7 years old. And when you look at these children, Priyanka, you also have 3 children. So yes, one of our child is in 12th. When they all look up, you're already preparing for yourself that, yes, I'm going to get my child and he's going to do this and that. You're planning. We need to plan for ourselves also, because we can only deliver to them if we have catered for ourselves. Are we really smart? That's the important question. Are we really smart? With all these terms that I told you, AI, GPT, chat, VAT, everything that I told you, blockchain, I'm telling you, look at this video and then we'll see that are we really smart. Can you increase the volume? Something about the volume, sir? Shilpa, can you help?
And so this became a very famous study, and there's now many more, because after we did this about 10 years ago, it became very well known. And we did that originally with capuchin monkeys, and I'm going to show you the first experiment that we did. It has now been done with dogs and with birds and with chimpanzees, but with Sarah Brosnan, we started out with capuchin monkeys. So what we did is we put 2 capuchin monkeys side by side. Again, these animals, they live in a group. They know each other. We take them out of the group, put them in a test chamber. And there's a very simple task that they need to do. And if you give both of them cucumber for the task, the 2 monkeys side by side, they're perfectly willing to do this 25 times in a row. So cucumber, even though it's really only water in my opinion, but cucumber is perfectly fine for them. Now, if you give the partner grapes, the food preferences of my capuchin monkeys correspond exactly with the prices in the supermarket. And so if you give them grapes, that's a far better food, then you create inequity between them. So that's the experiment we did. Recently, we videotaped it with new monkeys who had never done the task, thinking that maybe they would have a stronger reaction, and that turned out to be right. The one on the left is a monkey who gets cucumber. The one on the right is the one who gets grapes. The one who gets cucumber, note that the first piece of cucumber is perfectly fine. The first piece she eats. Then she sees the other one getting grape, and you will see what happens. So she gives a rock to us, that's the task. And we give her a piece of cucumber and she eats it. The other one needs to give a rock to us. And that's what she does. And she gets a grape. And she eats it. The other one sees that. She gives a rock to us now, gets again cucumber. She tests the rock now against the wall. She needs to give it to us. And she gets cucumber again. So this is basically the Wall Street protest that you see here.
Simple. These guys are smarter than us. They're far more smarter than us, because the only two things that the basics that they focused on is grape hai ya cucumber hai. Whereas what we are doing as physical security, यार कोई नया टॉय आया है आज मार्केट में, आज चैट जीपीटी आया है, कल ये आया है, आज ब्लॉकचेन था, कल वो है. I don't know what's coming next, because my son hasn't told me what it is going to be after maybe the chat GPT. But then the basic thing is your ABC. And have a wonderful day. Thank you, Business World, for the opportunity. Let's have fun. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, we'll move ahead with the next panel discussion. With just a request, when you have such enriching keynote speakers and panel discussions, of course, time is something that takes a backseat. Just a request to all our upcoming moderators, please take a note of time. We have a timer there for you. We don't want anyone to miss out on their opportunity. So thank you for that beforehand. While they set up the stage, I will introduce our second panel discussion for the day. It's an expert's view. Ransomware attacks and proactive risk mitigation strategies. And for that, please join me in welcoming our panelists. Punya Sloka Panda, CPP, VP, Global Assistance and Protection, GAP, India Regional Protective Services, Accenture Solutions Private Limited, former Special Director, IB, Sanjay Kaushik, MD, Netrika Consulting, Sam Dutt, founder and CEO, forensicsguru.com. And this session will be chaired by Ajit Singh, MD, Hatfield Detectives Agencies Private Limited. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage. Also, a cyber expert, Mr. Anuj Agarwal, will be joining us for this panel discussion as well. Ek aur chair, please. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here, all the distinguished panelists. I would request to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Punya.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, I just want to clarify a confusion. There was a name which said that former special director with IB. I'm not from IB. It was just an error.
That's the best way IB guys can keep them some camouflaged.
And my name is Punya, or Punya Shulpanda. I'm part of IT organization called Accenture. And I'm looking into the crisis management, loss prevention, business continuity management for Delhi NCR, Jaipur, and Mauritius. And prior to that, with 2 other organizations, and started my career with the Indian Army, served in the Northern Frontiers. Suraj and me were part of the same unit. That's about me. Thank you.
Thank
Sanjay?
you. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sanjay Kaushik. I head Netrika Consulting, which is a risk mitigation company. I'm also the ARVP for ACES International, and I'm also a certified fraud examiner trainer for India. Thank you.
Sam?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Samir Dutt. I'm the founder of a company called forensicsguru.com, which we started in 1999. Us zamane mein nobody knew what forensics was, so we've been sort of evangelizing for a long time. Now people sort of understand what we do, though when I go back home, they still wonder. That said, I'm the founder of the digital and chairman of the Digital Investigators Association. I'm a fellow member of the Indian Police Foundation and a number of other things. Been doing this for a long while. I used to work in the UK. I came back in 99 and then got involved with a lot of stuff. Sorry, 93, and got involved with a lot of stuff. So I've been around for a while. Happy to be here. Thank you, Businessworld, and thank you, the team here, for getting me here.
Mr. Anuj Agarwal, please.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. How is the Josh? Lunch is near, don't worry. So, name is Anuj Chota Bhai. I'm an advocate, Supreme Court of India and High Court. A cyber trainer to the law enforcement. So I have trained so far 10,000 plus law enforcement people from NIA to all the state police, including the EOWs. And this is my passion to spread awareness. So almost all the channels, TV channels, I speak on the cyber issues, 100 plus universities, 200 colleges, and almost all kind of professional associations I would have gone and spoken on the cyber issues. बस एक ही मंत्र है मेरा जो आपके लिए आज के लिए पर्सनल OTP आपके साइबर खजाने की चाबी है उसे बच्चे की तरह अपने सीने से लगा के रखिए आप हंसते रहेंगे इस बच्चे को आपने छोड़ा और आप दिक्कत में आए Thank you very much for the organizer Mr. Ajit for inviting me thank you
sir thank you so much myself Ajit Singh I'm a certified international investigator and my company is Hatfield Investigation and Consulting. We are into private investigations. We do corporate fraud investigations and now we are here. So let's start So my first question is to Sanjay. And we are talking here about ransomware. Ransomware is a malicious software, which comes to your computer and it's sent by attacker. And then, your all the data is got encrypted. And then you have to pay ransom to get your data back. So now my question is to Sanjay. Sanjay, what are the common vulnerabilities and entry points for ransomware attacks?
Yeah, thank you, Ajit. And I think one of the very, very important topic in today's life is ransomware. And the time given to us is approximately 40 minutes to discuss a very important topic and something which has been really putting all of us in trouble. Every one of us had seen the AIMS attack. When the AIMS attack happened, the ransomware happened on the AIMS. I don't know how much of us know that same day, ICMR website was also attacked multiple times. And when I say multiple times, it was few hundred times. However, the AIMS website or the AIMS data could not sustain that, whereas the ICMR website was easily able to sustain the ransomware. Going a step back, what is ransomware and when did it started? So ransomware is similar like some time back when we used to see the kidnapping of the children or the kidnapping of a person. Today, it's the kidnapping of the data. So data has been kidnapped by somebody which is asking for a ransom. So earlier, the people or the criminal or the bad actors or threat actors were asking for ransom for kidnapping the kids. Today, it is the data which has been kidnapped and been asked by the ransomware attacker, who's probably sitting few thousand kilometers away into a different jurisdiction where we are not even aware of. Now, what used to happen when we used to negotiate for the, we've seen all in the Hindi movies where the person will ask, is the child alive? Is my children, is my person who has been kidnapped, is he okay? Is his safety okay? Similar things happen with the ransomware. We try to identify if the ransomware, the attacker, the threat actors, bad actor, it could be state. And ransomware again is, like I said, it's a very huge topic. Whether it depends upon whether it's a targeted attack on the particular entity or it is like a generic attack where thousands of the malicious software, malwares, Trojan horse or something has been sent and one of them picks it up and it get under the attack, or it is a targeted attack which happened like on the AIMS data. So again, it is very, very difficult to put into all at one place, but looking at what Ajit has asked, that what are the vulnerabilities, where do we think, what it could actually go from anywhere. The entire IT infrastructure of a particular ecosystem is required to be safe. An email coming to an individual standalone computer, the malware getting into it and then sleeping it for months. There's a study which says that it takes around 230 days to, even when a malware is inside and get active, it takes around 230 days to know that the malware is active inside there. So it depends, it is a very large portfolio of the issue. And today morning, I was seeing an article by somebody written in US, which says that today the threat actors are actually using the GDPR Act to pressurize the companies to pay more for the ransomware attack, because what a ransomware attacker or a threat actor or a bad actor is asking money for is much lower than what a company would pay for a data breach. So look at the kind of risk analysis, kind of evaluation what these bad actors are been doing. So I think it's a very large topic, very, very diverse, very difficult even to bring in thoughts at one particular portion and talk on, but I think I'm happy to answer more on this side. So 50 crores to 250 crores and the GDPR talks of 2% to 4% of the, so I think that's what I'm saying is very difficult to actually analyze that what is the kind of penalties or the kind of, penalties which we have to pay for.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Coming back to Mr. Anuj Agrawal. Sir, I would like to ask, what are the signs of a ransomware attack and how they can be detected?
I think the science is very, very old. The ransomware can get into your system from so many places which we cannot even think. I just remember one instance of a malware or an attack getting into the legendary system, Ma Sita and Bhagwan Shri Ram with Lakshman ji living in Panchavati. And there was this Marich coming in and Bhagwan going there to chase that, giving Lakshman ji the full security in charge. But then Ma Sita asked Lakshman ji, please go and help Ramchandra ji. So he says, there is a firewall. उन्होंने पूरा एक firewall बनाया, लक्ष्मण रेखा बनाया. Are you sure कि वो लक्ष्मण रेखा perfect था या नहीं था? क्या समझते हैं आप लोग? कोई doubt है किसी को? नहीं है. But then what happened? This character Ravan enters and he says, Viksham Dehi, knowing fully well that he cannot cross that great security wall, firewall, and he uses what we call as social engineering. वही ransomware का आज सबसे बड़ा entry point है phishing. Phishing में क्या होता है? We get a link or we get some message or an email which is either threatening, as Sanjay ji very rightly said, GDPR का threat दे रहे हैं, कोई threat दे रहे हैं, या कुछ enticement देते हैं, and you take it and you are gone. That is what happened in Panchavati. We have seen all in Ramayana. So I think the entry point for the ransomware are numerous, and the weakest link is we, the humans, our psychology, because we are driven by two things. एक तो हमारा लालच है और दूसरा हमारा डर है, और डर के आगे ही जीत है. तो अगर हमें रैंसमवेयर से बचना है, अजीत जी विद योर परमिशन, हालांकि आपने पूछा नहीं मुझसे, तो हमें अपने डर और लालच पे काबू करना पड़ेगा. Ransomware can come from anywhere, your PC, your mobile, your air conditioner, your washing machine, because they are all now intelligent enough. They are all on your network. They are all AI enabled. They are part of your network, isn't it? So this malware can come from anywhere. The security has to be wholesome. It cannot be in bits and pieces. Not only the technical security, the GDPR also talks about it. The DPTP Act also talks about it. You will have to take technical measures. You will have to take organizational measures. And the starting is the training, so which we are starting today, that we are going through this discussion, the awareness. So it can come from anywhere. If you want to ask me a Dhobi list, let's talk in the evening, because otherwise it will go to the evening. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just less than 30 seconds, just one point. That a lot of people, when we talk of where the malicious link will come in or where the ransomware act will come in, one simple question: every one of us who work for large organizations, and we have the best of the firewalls and the processes and the policies and the CISOs, I generally ask this question in a lot of forums, that when was the last time we changed the password of our home router? In the office, it is like 30 days, 60 days, it will pop up. But when was the last time our home router password, not the other password, the router password, when was the last time it was changed at your home? And I think when you ask this question to yourself, you'll be surprised to see and understand from where the ransomware will come in.
And the answer is there a password?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Punya, I would like to ask one question to you. That is, what are the best practices for proactive risk mitigation against ransomware attacks?
Okay. Any security system, what we see, it basically has got three pillars, or it's made up of three systems. Security system is made up of three systems. One is the machine, the other is the manning the machine, and the process which integrates both the man and the machine. If any of these three pillars, there is a gap, we are bound to fail. We are bound to be vulnerable to any form of attacks. I'm not saying only cyber attacks. If we look into the World War I, it was the weapon, it was the trench, it was the soldier. If the weapon doesn't function, the soldier dies. If the soldier is not trained, the weapon is of no use. And if the drill is not followed, even if you have got the best of the weapon and the best of the soldiers, you will not win the war. And that's what we saw in World War II when the Germans attacked the Soviets. So when we speak about proactive measures to curtail a ransomware attack, we have to again find out our proactive measures for a machine, for a human being, and for a process. Now coming to machine, because here the machine is the most important thing. First is a patch management. We will not like to run a car which doesn't have a ABS or a airbags on it today. Probably that was 20 years back, that was normal, but today it is not normal. Probably nobody will buy a car which doesn't have a rear view camera. I mean, parking camera. Now, number of vehicles have increased. The parking space has gone down. So it is now the right time to buy it. So we have to do a continuous patch management wherein we need to check our security systems if it is up to date or not. Coming to the second point is email filtering, which sir was just speaking about. That's an ongoing process. I will not call it as a proactive measure. It is an ongoing measure every day morning, every day evening. Every mail which we check, we have to be proactive. We have to be ongoing process. Our emails needs to be filtered always and every time. Then comes the network segmentation. If there is a wildfire, what we do? Coming physical security, cyber security, we spoke. If there is a fire, one of the best rules which we follow in curtailing a fire is compartmentalization. The same thing applies for a cyber security. We break the network so that the spread of particular ransomware or the spread of this particular thing doesn't goes out of control. It is isolated. It is kept in a particular place. Backup. Probably we back up every photograph of our life in multiple locations, on a pen drive, on a hard drive, on Google Cloud, everywhere. Probably we need to do as an organization, similarly, we need to take backup. We need to keep our data secure. Access control. We need to decide who needs to come to our house. And the person who is coming to our house, is he or she invited or not? If he or she is invited, probably we will not like them to go to our bedroom or to our living room or to our puja room. There is a further segmentation. So access control is actually very, very important. And I'll just take back this query, this point to our previous discussion. Suraj was discussing on Gen Z part, and Akhilesh was speaking about the deep fake. We need to be aware not from the external threats, but also for our internal threats as well. So a zero tolerance framework is what is the need of the hour. We can trust our employees, but we need to verify them. And this verification has to happen always and every time. And this theory is not of today. If we roll back to one of the dreaded intelligence organization of this world, they always believe that they trust their citizens, but they verify it. So that's the level. Now coming to the people level, again, training and awareness. What sir was just speaking was the OTP or usage of social engineering. If there is no awareness on this part, no matter whatever technological changes we make, no matter whatever redundant, machinery we put, it is bound to fail, because the man who is manning the machine, he or she is not trained. We need to train them always and every time. And one point again, what was being taught was security is something which we give a lot of less importance in this, particularly in this country. We are ready to pay a 500 rupees bribe to a traffic police. Sorry to say that, but we will not wear a helmet. Not realizing that it is for our security, we are bribing some third person. So security is always a very, very low priority for us. We need to be aware, we need to be trained. Employee onboarding and offboarding. Again, the internal threat part, which I said. With the new generation which is joining, the level of behavioral threat. In fact, today morning only, we were discussing on the behavioral threat part. That is increasing. Probably every second day there is a multiple exponentially increase in behavioral threats. So every behavioral threat, if it is coming to us, we have to look into the cyber angle as well. That's the people part. As far as the process is concerned, which is binding both the man and the machine, backup and testing, if we don't test, we don't drill, we don't practice, we are never sure about our success. It says that if you don't sweat in peace, you will bleed in war. Security audits, the maker and checker thing, and Bana sir was speaking about the facility part and the security part coming under a same person. There is no maker and checker. If somebody is doing something, somebody has to check. So there has to be a regular audit for every process. In fact, it's a continuous audit process. It is no more a cycle or a regularity of audit. It has to be a continuous audit process. Incident response plan, that's the last thing which we can do. If everything fails, the man failed, the machine failed, we have to have a robust incident response plan. And that's it.
Great, thank you. So I remember a case where a client came to us and their email was hacked and then system was hacked, and there were some photographs, some intimate photographs of this client, and then they asked, I think it's 15 years back, when people, there was no WhatsApp, and people, they use Yahoo emails, and then he approached and he asked 50 lakhs from my client. We started working, and slowly, gradually, within 2 weeks, somehow that email ID was blocked from the Yahoo mail ID from which he was contacting. And immediately that attacker, he made another email ID from Hotmail, and he said, I have more photographs, I have more photographs. So it was evident that majority of photographs were, seized in that email from which he was contacting. So he sent few more photographs which were not that damaging. And finally, after 2 weeks, he came down to 10 lakhs. And after maybe after 1 week, he got caught. And within, I think, 5 weeks, the case was over. So we have to be aware every time, whenever we are clicking on any email or any link. So first we have to check the URL first. Otherwise, we'll be in trap, and our entire data will be in somebody else's position. So now we'll go to Guru, the tech guru and the cyber guru. Sam sir, I would like to ask one question. What are the recommended backup and recovery strategies to minimize the impact of a ransomware attack?
Thank you. नए ज़माने, नए कारनामे, new times, new crimes, and new paradigms. I got a call from one of the very large organizations one day. They said, look, we've been hit by a ransomware. And what has happened is that the ransomware seemed a little personalized, at least to me, where it said that, look, we have got your source code, which was extremely valuable for them, and they had paid. It was a publicly listed organization. They had paid a substantial sum of money. It was up there publicly. They said that we've got your source code, we've encrypted it, and we've got a copy. We've got your contacts, customer contacts. We've encrypted them, and we've got a copy. We've got your secret formula of how you're doing business. We've encrypted it, and we've got a copy. Now, we want, and it was a very substantial sum in multiple crores, a substantial sum, this aforementioned substantial sum. And unless you pay us, we are going to do two things. First, this is going to remain encrypted, so you do not have access to your own data. So this may affect your business continuity. Second, we are going to release all the information that we have about your data on the darknet, and if necessary, also on the open net, so that not only your competitors, regulators, your customers, everybody knows what data is out there and exposed to the world. Now, what do you think the reaction was? जब किसी का बच्चा किडनैप हो जाता है ना, तो कहता है यार जितने पैसे चाहिए तो ले ले यार, बच्चा मेरे को दे दे. But what is the surety you will get the bacha back? It's an act of faith. You may get it back, you may not get it back. Now, normally, kidnapping में क्या होता है कि भाई वो आपको एक वो बोरा भर के नोटों से भाई इतने करोड़ रुपए उसमें डाल के, put it in and you deliver it wherever. In this kind of a scenario, what happens? It's cryptocurrency. So what they're going to ask is that you pay us, say, so many $1 million in crypto, which is a very serious amount of money and unaccounted for. As a listed company or as a big company or as a corporate, are you in a position to, suddenly have a large sum of money vanish from your accounts into some unlisted account and headed off somewhere? Maybe, funding terror, maybe, going into drug cartels, maybe, just vanishing somewhere into the middle, going to North Korea, for example, or anywhere. What happens? And the very fact that you're associated with such accounts is a further third element, which is, other than the actual kidnapping of your data, the ransom requirement of your data, the exposure of your data, you are now connected with, say, some terror element. You are now connected with some, narcotics related gang or whatever. अब आप ये देखिए that you are living in very dangerous times. The fact that you got hijacked or you got ransomed is bad enough. They've asked for money, that is worse. But the third aspect, which is not so obvious, is that you are now, directly exposed or connected to criminal elements. There are things that happen. There are intermediaries, there are escrow accounts, there are people who will, get in the middle and negotiate for you and make the payment on your behalf. Because normally, in normal ransom also, jab kidnapping hoti hai, and we assist a lot of law enforcement in a lot of investigations. So what happens is that in kidnapping, there is a negotiation and there is a negotiator who's inside. जैसे कोई टेररिस्ट से भी नेगोशिएशन होती है या कुछ होता है, तो आप क्या करते हो? You're talking to those people, you're communicating with them, and you're trying to, arrive at some solution which is relevant to your problem. It's the same here. Ransomware, maybe we are doing the same thing. Now, how do you prevent this? That is the real question. I've given you the elements and the risks that are involved. The first thing is, the first, second, and third thing are backup, backup, and backup. Absolutely, yes. That enables you to get business continuity going. Now, once you've got business continuity going, you have your data, that portion is taken care of. Then the second part comes the exposure of your, top secret business data on the internet, to the world, what you don't want people to see. And that is perhaps, even a larger exposure. Like most of the time when we lose our mobile phone, we are not bothered about the cost of our phone. We are bothered about the data that is on the phone. It's the same thing here. We are bothered about the data which is up there on the net, which everybody can see. So what is the best thing to do? Even, what happens? Data can be in rest, data can be in motion. The current ransomware versions and the ransomware actions that are out there and the actions that they're taking is on data at rest. So what they're doing is they are somehow infiltrating your networks. They are getting in and doing a recce. A lot of you are from the defense forces. So they're, doing a recce on all the layout of all the data and things like that. Once they've identified the data, they, figure out that this is the data that is of highest value to us. Once they've done that, they will exfiltrate the data. And also, parallelly, once it's exfiltrated, they will encrypt it as well. Now, आपका जो data जो चला गया है, you should have controls in place to detect that the data has been exfiltrated, even post the event. So if you're able to confirm it has been exfiltrated, then that threat that they have that they can upload it anywhere holds good. But if you can confirm, and again, I stress the word confirm, that it has not been exfiltrated, then it can be an empty threat. Second, if they're exfiltrating data which cannot be read, that is another major concern area for you. Why? Not for you, but for, it's a good thing for you that the data that they're exfiltrating is, even if they expose it to the world, it will not make any sense to the world and you're safe. So which means that the data at rest on your networks should be, and especially the critical data which you don't want the world to see, should be in an encrypted form. If it is open, even within your network, that means that if anybody gets their hands on it, they can exfiltrate it out of the network, or wo gaya, so then it is public knowledge. Do you want it? Obviously not. So again, this is crucial, that these are aspects that one has to know. और जैसे kidnapping होती है ना, तो kidnapping होती है तो आपने देखा ना कुछ बच्चे अपने आप को भी kidnap कर लेते हैं, कि भाई पापा मैं kidnap हो गया हूँ, ransom इतना मांग रहा है, वो मेरे को दे दो, या मतलब they have a friend do it or whatever. This kind of scenario happens in this kind of situation also, because the threat of ransomware is high, and the key is that organizations don't want to expose their data. They're willing to pay for it. People see organizations as a soft target. Now, when they are a soft target, a number of people, and we have seen cases where insiders, and we've done forensic investigations, we've seen this happen, insiders have acted like that they have actually encrypted, they will encrypt some data because they're insiders, and they will show some samples of data showing that we have this valuable data and we are going to put it up on the web. Again, they're insiders, and they've got away with crores and crores of rupees because of just this simple threat. So these are also factors that one must also always consider. So encrypt your data, back it up, and you should have policies and practices in place. Like we all have, as a corporate, I'm sure most of you have DRPs, disaster recovery plans. It is time to have RRPs, ransomware recovery plans. So you all heard this jingle. क्या आप close up करते हैं? This was a jingle which was very popular a few years ago. Now this has to be replaced with क्या आपके पास ransomware recovery plan hai? So this is something you must have in mind. Thank you.
Very nice. He has explained very nicely that now the era is for cyber security. तो जिसने भी साइबर सिक्योरिटी अच्छे से कर ली, वो इंडिविजुअल भी सेफ है और कंपनी भी सेफ है. तो आज इनका जो क्लोजअप वाला है जो है वो आप प्लीज नोट कर लें और अपनी कंपनी में जाके सबको बताएं कि क्या आपने रैंसमवेयर सिक्योरिटी कर ली. तो एक एक करके सबको बताएं, तो कल को आपकी पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में सबको पता होगा कि अब साइबर सिक्योरिटी के अलावा कुछ है नहीं. अभी उसके बिना आप बेकार हैं. किसी का पर्सनल डेटा चला गया या किसी का ऑफिशियल डेटा चला गया, यू विल बी गॉन. लोगों की नौकरियां चली जाती हैं. क्यों? उन्होंने एक क्लिक कर लिया था, जो एक सिटी बैंक बना के किसी ने मेल भेजी हुई थी. जस्ट एक क्लिक में सारा काम खत्म हो गया. सो संजय, आप एक समअप करते हैं इसको. आप प्लीज कुछ ऐसे और पॉइंटर्स दे दीजिए हमें.
तीन इश्यूज हैं. One, zero trust, which Anuj also mentioned. तो बचपन में हम लोगों को सिखाया जाता था कि जब आप जा रहे हो बाहर तो किसी अनजान व्यक्ति से कोई खाने पीने की चीज ना लो, दिल्ली पुलिस और पुलिस बहुत एडवर्टाइज करती थी। आई थिंक साइबर वर्ल्ड इज ऑल्सो सिमिलर. डू नॉट क्लिक ऑन एनी अननोन लिंक. Zero trust. Absolute zero trust is something which is going to make you safe. Second, a proactive approach to ensure that is your data there on the dark web. So, there are services which an organization uses where you are monitoring continuously on the dark web. There are chatters which are happening on the dark web, which you can capture and ensure that if your data is there, you can take a proactive step. And I think little going technical, there is a CERT guideline that every data breach has to be reported within 6 hours of the notification. There has been a lot of debate happening. What does this 6 hour mean? When does it 6 hour starts and all those stuff, not going into too much of technicalities. But again, it is very important for us to understand that it is the requirement of the, compliance requirement from the CERT that every data breach has to be reported within 6 hours to the CERT. We have to also look at, is our company having the cyber insurance? If there is a data breach which is there, are you invoking the cyber insurance part of it? As I said in the beginning, that it's a very, very large topic to understand and talk about different aspects. But these are some of the pointers which I would like to give you for, food for thought for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Although we have explained a lot, but still, if you have some questions in your mind, you're most welcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fairly good way of getting rid of it. But the hard drives, you have these drill machines. Kisi workshop mein le jao, hard disk. You can drill through it, break the platters. Theoretically, it is still possible to recover, but practically it is not. So you are very safe if you destroy your hard drives. No worries.
I think technical way, and Samir would know much better than I know, but degaussing is the technical way of wiping off the data. But again, it is said that you have to degauss the hard drive 9 times or something, and then also it is 99.9%. So I think physical destruction is the best way to get rid of it. Break it into pieces or just, drill it through or whatever you want.
So, I was in Fort William, sir, at one point. Sorry, can I just... I was at Fort William, and I was walking past Kent, inside there, and they had this big furnace going, and wahan par they had hard drives that they were burning. So this is something that is one way of making sure that the data doesn't leave. So,
Punya, please.
First of all, we need to understand: are we reusing that hard drive or not? If we are not in an intention or not in a mood or don't want to reuse it, furnace is the best place. And if we recollect back in offices, there used to be this cross-cut shredders. The reason for cross-cut shredders was that they could not be attached; those papers cannot be rebuilt again. The same thing applies here. If we don't want it, just cut it and throw all the pieces so that it cannot be collected back. Now, if we want to reuse it, probably the 9 times degaussing of the hard drive is the best option. Because your previous data is gone, that 1% will always remain. 99.9, the 1.1 will always remain.
So, I just 2 weeks back, I was in Philippines conducting a GDPR audit for a very large organization. And when I asked that, what is your electronic data or electronic device destruction policy? They see, as a CSR practice, we give our computers to a school. Now, it is, on the one side, it is very good that they're giving it to school, but how was they wiping the data which is of our European clients for them, which has all the health records, have all the salary details, everything they had? How much big risk it is there from the, and it is going to kids. What kind of a risk they have? So it is very important, as Punya said, that what is the usage? And you come from the, government side. So I don't think so you will be like to reuse them, but if you have to destroy, I think cutting them, furnace them or whatever, destroy them as minutely as you can. That's the best option.
Yes, great. Any more questions, please? So I think the subject
I have one more point here to make, and that comes from Colonel Bana's speech, that we need to all, upskill ourselves and do that. But I think one thing which is very, very important to look at why the cybersecurity has been always on the top and the physical security has not been gone there is that there are a lot of compliances and penalties which the government has enforces if there is a data breach. So if there is a cybersecurity breach and a data breach, as we said that the current bill which has come, they talk about 50 crores to 250 crores of penalty. If there is a physical security breach, okay, it's an internal matter of the company and the management will look into it with some warnings or other things. That's all. So there is no fear of the law there. But with the cyber security or the data breach, there is huge amount of penalties and there are chances of data going to the dark web and the reputational loss and other things. They are at a very, very high. So that is something which is very important to look at.
Yes.
Could I just add a point here? When we are dealing with, say, terrorists, for example, the terrorists always say that, when we are attacking you, we just have to succeed once. Whereas you, as defending from against us, you have to succeed every time. And in the cyber security world, it is a similar situation. As defenders of your cyber perimeter, we have to succeed every time, and they just have to get through once. So it's not a matter of if it will happen, it is a matter of when it will happen. It is going to happen. A breach is going to happen. So preparedness is the key. You need to have this response plan in place.
Like one of my dear friend in Microsoft says, there are only two type of companies in the world. One who know they have been hacked and the others who don't know they have been hacked.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. So somebody asked me that what is this safe area? How can we protect ourselves? I told him disconnect the internet. He said, then I said, if internet is connected, you're always on the threat. So sir, हमारे पास 1 मिनट बाकी है. अनुज सर, आप जरा बता सकते हैं कि अगर सीता माता ने उसको भिक्षा देने के लिए बाहर नहीं आई होती तो क्या होता? थोड़ा सा इनको बता दीजिए कि कैसे उस रेखा को ना पार करें.
I think it's very simple and it's very easy for all of us. Wherever there is an offer which is unbelievable, I think we just need to be a little cautious. Go to the website. See, a lot of these offers keep coming, which looks like coming from, say, Amazon or Jio free offer. भाई मुकेश भाई ने कंपनी फ्री के लिए थोड़ी ना बनाई है, पैसा कमाने के लिए बनाई है. तो आपको फ्री ऑफर क्यों देंगे? वो फ्री तो चला गया, वो तो तब था जब नेटवर्क काम नहीं करता था उनका. मेरे पास वो फोन है which is lifetime. अभी कोई lifetime का ऑफर नहीं है. It's plain and simple. So anything which is coming free, lifetime, Apple, iPhone 90%, etc., it's selling very well. 1,40,000 में भी लोग खरीद रहे हैं तो फ्री क्यों देंगे, सस्ता क्यों देंगे? And if you have got an offer, please go to the respective website. Don't look at Google, because all these Google search numbers are totally compromised. Please do not go to the website. And there are a couple of numbers you need to remember if there is something goes wrong. 1930. I'm sure most of you might be aware. If there is a financial fraud happening to you, please immediately call up 1930 and inform cybercrime.gov.in. And from there, obviously.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. And thank you everyone for your patient hearing. और मुझे लगा ये सबको समझ आ गया अच्छे से, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन सिर्फ एक आया है, वो भी डिस्ट्रॉय करने का. बचने का एक भी क्वेश्चन नहीं आया. That means you people are very well aware of this subject. Thank you so much.
Or very, very hungry.
Thank you so much. Also, thank you for moderating that and also for keeping a check on the time. Thank you so much, sir. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, probably hunger is the next topic of discussion. So let's break for lunch. 2:40 we meet back to move ahead with the next keynote session. Thank you.
Hey. Yeah, check. Hey, check. Hey, check.
What the fucking whoa?
Check.
Hey, check.
Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. 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 1, 2, 3. Check. 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 check, 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 check.
सेंटर में रख दो। अली भाई इसका क्लियर करो यहाँ पर सवाल नहीं कर तुम्हारे एक अच्छा लगवा रहे हैं तुम्हारे बोल रहे थे कि नहीं कैंसिल हो गया पक्का ऊंचा रखना, टेढ़ा मत करना, देख के ऐसे बराबर में रखना।
Hello. It's 2:45. By 2:50, we'll begin with the next session. I would request all of you to kindly take your seats. And if any of your friends are around, please also call them back inside. Thank you. May I please request everyone to kindly take the seats? Thank you. Sir, volume थोड़ी कम कर दीजिए इसकी. For all our friends at the back, can you please request you to take your seats? Thank you. Okay, I think with that, we are good to go now. First questions first. Everybody had lunch? Of course, I had the privilege of having lunch with you, so of course. Yours, I know. Our friends at the back had lunch? No one had lunch, is it? 3-4 लोगों ने तो किया. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Up next, it's a keynote session. We had spoken of drones in the morning. This one will specifically focus on drones. The topic for the same is drones, a rapidly evolving syndrome. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Anil Dhawan, MD, DB Secure Solutions Private Limited. Everybody, let's please welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Some of you must be expecting a very standard statement which most speakers make after lunch. Yes. But I add to that statement that audience after lunch are the true audience. And they seem to be keen on the subject which I have the privilege of sharing with you. I would be talking to you mostly through presentation. One of the slides would very quickly share with you my background. Idea is not to impress you. Idea is to tell what I've gone through. Taking that as a lead to start, I would say in this entire experience, my most time of my career had been with the world's renowned company G4S. I happened to be their first employee in India. And the person I worked, I call him my guru, David Hudson, for almost 27 years. Today, I run my own company by the name DB Secure Solution. The lead I wanted to explain is this. I wish to start by saying thank you to a person whose special request has made me to be standing here today. Not that I don't want it to be here, but having your own business and running around, it's become sometimes difficult time management. He's a person in my thinking, experienced all throughout wide security industry, has worked with, to the best of my knowledge, with all the brands, big brands in India. And very active today. I always take his advice. Sometimes he takes my advice. That's Mr. Harshvardhan. I wish to thank Harsh for pushing me to be here. Thank you. Today morning's Times of India, G20, we all know, is the hot subject. And that was one of the ads. Interestingly, it says prohibited and drones comes under it. That's one part. The reason I thought to start was this only to bring in, they only look difficult, dangerous, challenging till the time we don't understand them and probably conduct in a different way, which any aspect today in security has it. So much is happening on the drones today. I don't think anyone who won't be familiar that I feel more happy in trying to share as what overall it means in the current scenario. Call it as a, or mention it as a rapidly evolving syndrome. Long career of almost 35 years. Most part of my career, I had the privilege to be working with the industry. Today also very active and enjoy, and whatever I have the confidence I have learned from this industry. Although basically I'm an electrical engineer from Manipal, University of Mysore. Drones technology is to application you can think on. I wish to share a small video here, and I'm thinking some of you might have seen this, but that shows how today drones at one stage, not today, at one stage we are seeing more from the point of view of toys and what it can do. Can you play the drone video, please?
What the fucking whoa! Put your wallet in the bag. Do it, motherfucker. Don't give me my fucking wallet. Is that a gun? Whoa, Jesus Christ! Hang on, I got it. Fucking face. Put the money in the bag now. What you got? What you got? It's in the bag. It's in the bag. Show. I'm killing fuck. Fucking taking personal swings to yourself. What the fuck?
So although it looks dramatic, but believe me, it is possible both in terms of happening and both in terms of, a situation. It can happen. I wish I could have run this from here, but then there were limitations. They had to run it from there. Can you put it on the slideshow? It's just to show that, yes, people who have been successful, who have been known in the industries, they also made statements which are very true. Corona, drone had a very important role. It helped in responding in terms of transit time getting cut, reducing the risk of infection. countries have used drones to deliver not only medicines, but they even set up emergency setups in very short time of period. If we look at India from an overall general point of view, we all know this, probably now the largest, very densely populated towns, cities, villages, a very common aspect, social gathering very high, multi-religious, caste-based living culture. Our media is very independent and very prompt. Government and bureaucracy is futuristic, world-class medical talent, technology, lot now made in India. We look all this more from a necessity is the mother of invention, and probably that's where the drones, which worldwide have now been popular in India also, and very often we come across this particular type of mileage or publicity where it says drones can go even into transportation of pizzas, and it will, and trials are happening, although it has a different meaning to what extent and what way. The business sectors in India, those skeptical in the beginning, have embraced drones to increase work efficiencies and reduce operational cost. According to a report by Fickey and Ernst & Young, the Indian unmanned aerial vehicle market is expected to touch roughly around $886 million by 21. And with the global UAV approaching around 21.42 billion. This was one of the studies sometime back. And now with a CAGR of 18%, with such statistics now coming in, Government of India is also rightly looking at taking it forward and making it happen. A question often comes, which I'm trying to bring through this. What is the future of drones in India? Whenever we see more from a figures point of view, it may not be wrong to say that the target is somewhere making global drone hub by 2030. The concerned ministry itself has taken some steps. And they have come out with new regulations which has opened, and at the same time try to keep that the whole operation is safe. And one of the sectors, which is health sectors, a lot is happening. I wish to share one of the videos to show, practically how drones are helping out. This is a practical example.
बहुत ही अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था क्योंकि रोड साइड से जो हम पेशेंट का मटेरियल मंगाते पेशेंट के लिए मेडिसिन या वो मंगवाते रोड साइड से, तो 2.5 से 3 घंटे लगते हैं, जिसमें कि अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो तो अगर कुछ रोड ब्लॉकेज है, पहाड़ी एरिया है, यहाँ पर अक्सर हो जाती है रोड, तो जिसमें कि हमें कई 6 घंटे वेट करना पड़ता है। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा है।
So much is happening, even on ground, to make this industry grow, move forward. Various festivals are happening, various states. Very quickly, just to be in the perspective, what is a drone? I don't wish to read too much. I think it's very self-explanatory. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle, and it's a small vehicle, and depending upon what the payload is designed. There are limitations. I'll come on that. There are a number of type of drones. Some of these are what we call it as multi-rotor drones. Some are like, you see these helicopter style, which is called single rotor helicopter drones. There are fixed wing drones, something what we saw in that video. What is very important, and whenever we talk from a point of what is a limitation or a challenge in drone, is the power. And the power basically comes to drones in these forms, whether it is battery, gasoline powered, hydrogen fuel, and now solar drones also. Drones are run on batteries, generally lithium powered polymer. And the duration a drone runs depends upon its fuel, and the fuel, as I said, is one of these. So the more you wish to run a drone, you need to add the power. And the more you add the power, you start increasing the load, the payload. So it goes inversely. But there are applications where such a challenge is taken care of. This is gasoline powered, hydrogen powered. Looking from the point of where the applications are, I would put every day something new comes up, but broadly into security, disaster management, homeland security, defense, mining, railways, agriculture, videography, energy management, logistic, traffic management, tracking, and many more. Some of these areas, the entire concept has become so clear and practical that it has started happening. I'll take an example of agriculture. In agriculture, the drones are being used either for spraying of pesticides or even for finding out how the crop is, and many other applications. From a business point of view, it has started developing into a big game now. One of the example is the government of India has now taken a call wherein fertilizers, which used to be earlier being more sprayed manually, and they were more into granules, they are now being spread more. They have made it mandatory to have nano fertilizers. The advantage is multiple dimensional. Nano fertilizer is more effective, cost-wise, much cheaper. And drones would be used to spray this. Number of states have already come out with requirements in the form of tender of shortlisting these companies and going in for this sprays. To share with you that up to what extent these applications can be really being addressed, I've chosen one area, which is energy management. Generally, very rarely such a concept is explored. And when I say energy management, I will try and share with you uh, distribution of gas pipelines, wherein how the drones are being used or can be used more effectively for safe distribution of gases. Now, before sharing with you that example, if we quickly see the concept of drone broadly is into this, the drones, its technology and applications. As in the starting, I did try to hint on one aspect, and even though the drones which are developing, getting popular, people getting anxiety, there are challenges. One of the biggest challenge very few people know today is this. And that is pilots for the drones. Very few people know this. I don't doubt anyone over here, but still in a big world, very few people know this, that the industry does not have trained pilots. So by expressing this, I'm also like to bring to your notice that it's an area where any entrepreneur would like to go in to set up training schools. It's a big area. I will try and share with you a few slides highlighting how it is. Current estimate, more than 1 lakh drone pilots. I've been in this industry for quite some time. My area of focus has been into applications up till now. And even though I've not done big, but I have few things to feel proud of. One of them was spraying of pesticides. When you remember those big near Corona, that locust tidda problem had come, and we won the contract for 7 states, and we spread the pesticides to kill the drones. We learned a lot from that. But I'm using my example to say my biggest challenge was where to get the pilots. It's very interesting. It's nothing big course, big rocket science. Doesn't even require any pre-qualifications to go it in. So where is the challenge? The challenge is there are not many training schools. I call it more from a point of a drone academy. What is very fundamental is that this needs to be approved by Director General Civil Aviation, DGC approved. It has a cost-effective value addition advantages from day one. Many of us gets a feeling that drone means big area, running or flying of drones and things like. It's not like that. There is an example of this word which we often have heard about, mohalla training in Delhi government, mohalla clinics and others. There is a case I will share with you who had adopted this concept in Uttarakhand and set up mohalla training academies, which were just in those big containers, small training schools, and the practical training being given. In every district of the state had this. Across the state, wide range of courses covering all applications, virtual courses for advanced application, practical training, and refresh. So those are the different type of courses based on how you could develop the academy and make it more strong. As I said, for some entrepreneurs, it could be very good opportunity. It's a long-term growth-oriented demand. It's not going to get overnight. It's a captive market, I call it, because the more the drones are going to get adopted into applications, the more requirements of pilots would come. On today's date, to the best of my knowledge, there are around 60 schools across the country. The course they offer, which meets the demand, is a 5-day course in a week. Some of them in 5 days does 1 day practical training or 6th day practical training. Without taking into the residential cost, they charge anything around 65,000 rupees per person. And when you go into the depth of it to try and work out the cost is much less in setting up that. So that's why I use this word of saying manageable, low capital investment, low infrastructure and administration cost, national skill development benefits you will get it, MSME advantages you can get. The last one I intentionally brought in, big universities, big academias are looking at drones training. Some of them have already done it. Some big ones have already done it. So that's another way where you could go and take your setup with the academia and have a captive market. This is one of those case studies I mentioned. Uttarakhand, Dronacharya Unmanned Innovations is called the LLP. Registered as a LLP, if I take the roadmap, based in Uttarakhand, drone pilot training across state of Uttarakhand, practical base at all state councils, focus on the unemployed youths of the village. I don't have to say that straight away links to the political agenda of any government, whether true or wrong, but we keep always shouting on unemployment, unemployment, unemployment. This really helps to bring that down. Business model is promoting brand franchise. It is the thought they have taken it. So when they have put it in Uttarakhand, they wish to spread all across the country by giving the franchises. So that's one of the business model which they are doing well. State of Rajasthan, Haryana and Karnataka already signed. And when I worked out, the journey was just 25 days they did it and they started the operations. So just going back to the point I made, an area where the drones are today need really is pilots. This is one example from a business point of view of setting. Going back to that case, which I was saying to bring you how applications are getting today addressed, besides security, besides agriculture, besides infrastructure, besides disaster management, I took an example. There are a couple of videos which reflect on an international scenario, but these are going to happen in India. I'm saying this with a lot of confidence because I had the privilege of sharing this presentation with Gas Authority of India Limited, who are looking into going for such a type of a solution. So I thought maybe it will bring some more into you. Piped natural gas, we know how the gas is taken out and then transported and then distributed. They call it as a pipe integrity. There are many challenges to the integrity or overall safety of a pipeline, like corrosion in the pipeline, mechanical damage, stains, dents, gauges, manufacturing or construction defects, equipment failures, operation error or external forces. Now, without being too technical, I think most of you can very well figure out that these type of challenges, generally from a manual point of view, how difficult, time consuming and how much dependent on whether they are accurate or not. This is how it is happening. But maybe the drones is bringing a difference. Function of a pipeline is to supply energy to the consumer in the required quantity, provide storage for the fuel gas in a considerable quantity, depending upon the dimensional capacity of pipeline and the demand supply gas. These are very important. It's not only a question of leakages, it is also a question of the volume of the gas which is at the right pressure it is going or not. If you put broadly, these are the failure causes: corrosions, external corrosion, internal corrosion, stress corrosion, selective seam corrosion, evacuation damage, natural force damage, other outside force damage. Those in physical security, I'm sure some of them present here and having experience would agree that currently a lot of this is being done manually by using patrolling guards or so imagine it's not a question of Mike trying to compare and say no, that is not good, because I'm a very strong believer of integration between the two as a solution. So I'm not educating that, but what I'm saying to is imagine from that point of view it does make a difference. Again, some of those risk factors. While pipeline constructions generally viewed as low risk, they are key areas of interest for insurers. This is another aspect. Flood exposures along the right of way, trenchless crossing of rivers, roads, rail lines, and areas of cultural or environment safety. Empowering gas and oil inspection with latest drone technology. How are the drones used for pipeline inspection? With their ability to fly closer to the ground, drones can provide high resolution area data through the use of visual or infrared cameras. So it can have a much better picture of what is happening. This allows for more precise and thorough inspection of pipelines, particularly hard to reach areas. This is one of the concepts that we use in finding out the leakages, what we call it LADAR, leak detection and repairs. If I try and see from a safety and security point of view, conduct regular facility patrols and routine safety inspections with automated drone flights, documenting key findings and critical issue seamless. Before I run that one particular video, which itself will then be able to explain you the point I'm trying to make, that how challenges which look to be too complicated, drones have been developed and they will do it. I must explain to you the concept of drones is whatever it sees by way of a payload, which is a camera, is brought down in the form of a data. And that data is further analyzed by way of various softwares. So that's how you keep hearing about that in agriculture. There are drones which will say this crop will do extremely well. How? It's not just the picture. Well, the picture is one part of it from the point of a special camera, picking up the picture and bringing this, the status of the roots. But it is the software which ultimately then analyzes and then gives you a definition of what is good on. Similarly, other application areas also. So even in this case also, it will be a lot on the software. Can you run, please? This particular one is on from a security point of view. I'm sorry, but if I had my laptop here, I would have done it from here. That's it. Start from the start. From the start. That's a video to do with security, wherein we are trying to share a large area, compound area. And how he is being monitored by the CCTV back onto the control, and from the controls, then going it back and making a drone run. And that's the control. That's what the fully monitor. This particular video I had intentionally picked up and to share here, knowing that this will be a security professionals gathering. As these days we come across a lot of such requirement, wherein it's a huge area where the government, especially in government, we come across, and the challenge is to protect the perimeter. And the usual solution is having patrolling guards, which means numbers, which means effectiveness, a number of challenges. And I'm sure most of you know about this concept. The point I wish to here endorse is this is practical. The drones which are there, which are cost effective, they can be either bought or they can be hired as a service. The payloads are not that high, which will restrict the patrolling of the compounds, because that challenge comes often. The point to be noted here, which from my experience, I'm a strong believer and always say that in security, what really matters is deterrent. So once you have such a setup over there and you do drills, your deterrent towards your chances of having intrusion towards the door are very, very rare. Although it doesn't mean I'm only educating that and saying after that everything is okay. No, but it does count. And number of organizations today are looking for their perimeter security from a point of adopting drones. Going back to this, that's the last video I wish to share you on the pipelines. Can you please try and play it correctly, please? Go on to the blue one. Yeah. Thank you. This is a complete setup which is very similar to ONGC or GALE.
My name is Eli Moselle with Halo Robotics, and we're here at Link Terminal, a tank facility for downstream oil and gas with over 20 tanks, executing drone operations to support maintenance and asset integrity management of the tanks and pipeline infrastructure. Halo Robotics is the Indonesia partner of many global leaders in commercial drone technology, including Emiscent, DJI Enterprise, and Flyability, which are making the powerful drone solutions which we are using today.
Nama saya Johannes Sukidi, Managing Director dari Halo Robotics. Ini adalah proyek yang sangat penting bagi kami dengan teknologi drone yang memimpin kegiatan optimasi dan efisiensi di industri minyak dan gas di Indonesia. Memberikan akses terhadap data spasial dan visual tanpa harus ada downtime operasional.
This project demonstrated several very powerful commercial drone technologies for oil and gas and heavy industries. The first is general visual inspection, which allows us to fly over the assets, collecting high-resolution thermal and long-range zoom camera data in order to conduct a safe and systematic inspection of all kinds of surface facility assets without ever flying over people or property. The second major application is confined-space or close visual inspection, which allows us to fly inside the tanks and around high-risk structures at a very close proximity without potentially even requiring manned entry into the tanks.
Flyability Helios 2 baru saja dirilis tahun ini dan berfokus pada penggunaannya di industri minyak dan gas. Drone ini adalah drone pertama yang diklasifikasikan sebagai alat inspeksi formal oleh Lloyd's and Bureau Veritas.
This is able to save a huge amount of time and cost and is much safer than traditional methods which involve scaffolding and other dangerous inspection techniques. A third thing that is very unique is LiDAR scanning to make an accurate 3D reconstruction of the asset known as an as-built model. These kinds of as-built models are hugely valuable for anybody doing asset management in oil and gas or heavy industries.
Salah satu masalah terbesar di Indonesia yaitu pada saat aset-aset tidak memiliki blueprint atau skema terbaru dari aset tersebut. Kami sangat excited dengan teknologi drone LiDAR yang dapat terbang di dalam aset industri dan membuat as-built models yang sangat akurat.
Halo Robotics' mission is to help big organizations to transform process and increase efficiency. We're very grateful to the team at Link Terminal for giving us an opportunity to be of service today, and we're very confident that the commercial drone technology that we have showcased is making a very strong business case for the adoption of commercial drone technology across oil and gas and heavy industries in Indonesia.
So this is, I try to present to you about what I call as drone happening syndrome. Idea was to highlight that all that drones we are thinking where it stands today, where are the opportunities, where are the challenges. I'm very passionate about this and I keep working on these things and thought of sharing with you. I hope it did bring some knowledge to you. In case you wish to ask me anything, and if I'm able to answer, I will definitely answer you. Thank you so much for the patience. I'm sorry for a little. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So that was all about drones, the safety, the security, what more can we do with them? And they're also setting up the stage for our next panel discussion on skilling and growth development of security guards. A request to all our panelists, because I don't know how come I'm put in the situation of also making sure that we are back on time. I don't know why. The team doesn't like doing that. They gave it to me and I have to do it. So for our upcoming panelists and moderators, please keep a note of the time, a sincere request. So for our next panel on skilling and growth development of security guards, please join me in welcoming our panelists. Ravi Kapoor, MD, Absolute Security and Allied Services Private Limited. Jyotsna Bhalla, President, Head, BD and CRM, AP Securitas. Captain Keshav Prasad, VP, BD Rakshak Securitas Private Limited. Dr. Kshitij Chauhan, Director of Security Allbound. And this session will be chaired by Captain Vikas Yadav, CSP, AVSec, Head Security, PVR Inox Limited. Let's please welcome them, ladies and gentlemen, to the stage. This is the moment that you really welcome them. आप ताली बजाते हैं, उनका स्वागत करते हैं. Just saying. Thank you.
Check, check. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin with this session, I will request my fellow panelists to introduce themselves. To start with Dr. Kshitij.
Hello, friends. My name is Kshitij Chauhan. I am the Director of Cybersecurity and Physical Infrastructure Security at Allbound Corporation.
Hello, friends. I am Captain Keshav Prasad. Presently, I am working as VP in Rakshak Securitas Private Limited. My previous assignments have been after Army was Reliance Industries, Canara Bank, Physical Security, IPL and World Cup T20 as coordinator, SCL and other security agencies as Regional Head Operations Manager. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jyotsna Bhalla. I head business solutions for APS Group and have been serving with them for pretty 8 years now and looking forward for many more years to go.
My name is Ravi Kapoor. I'm the Managing Director of Absolute Security and Facility Management. We are a 37-year-old organization working in 13 states in India. Thank you. And do we need those many lights? Because really, if we need them, I understand. If we can't, otherwise, can I request somebody to slightly lower them down?
A brief introduction about myself. My name is Captain Vikas Yadav. I'm the head security and fire safety for PVR Inox Cinemas. I'm an ex-Special Forces officer. I had stints with Mumbai Airport, so worked with aviation sector. Worked with Aaj Tak News Channel, so in media, with DLF, real estate, and now with PVR Inox. So to begin with, as I work with the biggest film exhibitioner, I'll take a leaf out of a very famous movie, 300. It talks about a battle of Thermopylae in Greece, where 300 strong men, determined men, they fought 1 million. I believe all of you would have seen this movie. So how I'm trying to draw parallels here is that we also have this almost a handful of men safeguarding our assets, our industries, day in and day out. So what are the challenges they face? So we will ponder upon those points. What are the challenges? What are we doing about skilling them? What are we doing about their growth development and all? So to start with, Kshitij, my question to you is that the security industry is the second largest industry after agriculture industry. And the CGAR rate, almost 20% rate say we are growing over a decade. But if you see, we still are kind of a, we're not a segment which is, sorry, I'll just change the question to you, is that we still don't focus much. It's human capital, but we don't want to invest on them. So my question to you is, how do you see, how do we ask the companies which we work with to, shell out some amount to spend? Because for them, there's no ROI as per the, industry norms. They don't think that this investment on capital, on human capital is worth it. As and when the rare incident happens, then it is taken cognizance of, otherwise it goes unnoticed. So my question to you is that how do we get the corporates to, invest on the skilling and development of the human capital?
That's a very relevant point that you brought up out. So especially within the corporate sector, human skilling and, spending on manpower, and especially for areas like physical security, which is an area which tends to be ignored. I think what needs to be done is bring awareness, especially for people who are, who hold position of responsibility and accountability. So for instance, if you are in a, cyberspace, just for example, your people of influence like a CISO, head of cybersecurity. In companies, you would also have different sectors. You would have, head of security, people who are responsible for physical security apparatus. So they have to first come up with a blueprint, which is more about having a physical security policy. I think it's imperative that how do you, do you have a plan or do you have a blueprint for, for the overall assessment of physical security? So that's the most important thing. So when you start with that blueprint, you have to take, your board into confidence. You have to take your HR into confidence. You have to bring, you have to share examples. You have to share relevant examples, and you have to make them accountable. I think it's all about bringing awareness, because that is how, only when you bring awareness, whether it's on, physical security or any other dimension, only then you can get the backing of the board and relevant members, and that's how you can, you can make a head start. It's all about the culture. It doesn't change overnight. It takes time, but I think overall, the idea is that at some level, when you make a head start, you will make some progress.
Thank you, Kshitij. My question to Captain Keshav is, the urban landscape is changing these days. The threats are changing.
Yes.
We all know that we are living in dangerous times. So as per you, you come from the industry. What are the core competencies which you focus upon? Where do you see a security guard? I'll just take a minute. From the 19th century chokidar, quintessential chokidar who used to yell, jagte raho whole night. The today's security staff is much more, learned, sophisticated. He has the gadgets. Do they have the right skill sets? And what are the core competencies we are working on to get them to that level so that they safeguard the assets and the company's interest?
See, first we have to understand that the security manpower is distributed in all sectors of industries. It is IT security, IT companies, large manufacturing industries, petrochemical industries, large hospitals, universities, and various other places. And each security industry and its work has a different security challenges. Suppose we work in bank, then cash management, cash in transit becomes a core area, and the security and the skill sets required is totally different. There, a regular, during cash transit, there has to be an armed guard, and his weapon has to be test fired at a regular interval and tested. And the confidence that comes with live firing and the weapon and his competence in real firing squad, that gives him confidence to attend the in transit cash attempts for dacoity. Similarly, when we come to IT security, the competition core competence becomes the IT, information hardware and access management, the control center, the data center. So in there, the core competence of the guard, regular training has to be given on the value of IT, that is the laptops which are moving by the employees, the engineers. They have to be identified by their serial numbers and seen at the very beginning that they do not carry other items like pen drive or sometimes certain sectors they don't allow even mobile with camera. Then access management means issuing of access cards, issuing a temporary access card to visitors, blocking of access cards, allowing access to limited areas of their requirements where they require access. So then control room management, security operations control room, where the fire control operations alarm system, the CCTV, the different gate management data, the temperature monitoring of data center, all this information comes, and then they are to be alerted to the different bodies or maybe a group of bodies all together, and even giving an alert for evacuation drill. So this skill set requires uh, training on CCTV. If we have software on video analytics, specialized training on CCTV video analytics, then the various access management, it is a platform where it is all through applications and through computers, messages. So it has to be identified like that. Then the material movement has to be again through computer-based applications like SAP, Ariba. So this all requires very, very specialized training, mostly on the job and beforehand training. So it requires computer skills. It requires training on visitor management applications and various other aspects. So the need of training, what we are seeing today, has gone much beyond the Chowkidar level, which were earlier. Today, even the material movement is through applications, and one has to understand and coordinate the various data which are required to be put there. Even when it comes to fire safety, when we see unloading of gasoline or gas pipe, gas storage areas and all that, it requires a very specialized, they have to see the earthings have taken place, the required fire extinguishers are in place, and the total volume which gets emptied and brought in has to be monitored as a material movement aspect at the gate. So all this requires a very specialized training. That's why I see that the security has gone way beyond what we saw 20 years back. So in short, these are my views, that today even the basic security, each sector wise, is very specialized. And suppose we go to hospitals, there are different medical codes, and unless the guard understands that, it is very difficult for him to react properly. There are cases where the patient's life and death is at stake, and if there is a shortage or power breakdown, or there is a requirement to give emergency reaction for lift management also, it is very important. So he has to know where are then there it comes the key management. Key management is another very important aspect in physical security guarding. And this is a very typical requirement on all sectors of industry. And of course, the disaster management has, there again, we required, suppose there is a bomb threat. So guard should know how the information is collected, whom it should be disseminated, how the evacuation drill has to be done, at what stage it should be started, all these aspects. So I think over the years, the training and the requirements of physical security has gone way beyond what we saw 20 years before. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain Keshav. You touched upon multiple points. My question to Jyotsna, in fact, I have two questions to you, Jyotsna. One is that 65% of the youth today is employable,
Right.
productive hain wo. Are we ready? Do we have the infrastructure in place to absorb this manpower? Second, it's a mundane job, 12 hours, 8 hours, standing 365 days. What are we doing about it? We keep talking about, human capital. Are we taking care of their, physical health, mental health, their health and hygiene? So what are the rewards and recognitions in place to, encourage these people? Because at the end of the day, as if I see as a head of the department, for this poor fellow, he's just earning his bread and butter, and not beyond that, until unless something eventuality strikes. So what as an industry are we doing to upskill them, to keep them motivated to the cause?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. To begin with, right, first of all, I'm just deviating from the question what you asked for. First of all, the key is that we all need to update. We all, how many of us, I can see many of you, are in a sleeping mode. So how many of you have iPhones? You can just raise hands? Please. Yep. Very few numbers, right? So have you updated your iPhone to iOS 16? We all have, right? How many of you have done that? And I'm trying to put some energy here so that it doesn't look a really sad session. Right. So I can see a few hands raising, right? So though we have upgrading our phone on every 6 months basis, but are we really upgrading ourselves? How many, whomsoever has raised the hands, have you upgraded yourself in the last few days or few weeks or few months? That's the key, that's the thing that we have to update. And it's not only for the guards, we all have to. So the question what you were asking, I'm just linking it to the same skill. Skill is the key. We have so much of manpower and the young generations, right? The young manpower available with us. And the time is ours. We all know coming 8 to 10 years are of India. The entire world talks about us. So, why don't we utilize it nicely? And by what, though there are many things, prior to us, the session was of drone, and we heard quite a things about AI and machine learning and many other things. But we really need responders on the ground to respond to all the, all the incidents which happens, right? Which no one knows. There's so much of antisocial elements available, which are there. But we need someone to respond to these. And to respond, we need to develop the skills. We need to develop by giving them further training. Whatever may happen on the borders, right? We still need soldiers, and the soldiers are there as the responders. The same applies to the lives here, where we are, the entire premises we are leaving on them. So the training is the key, and we as an organizations and we as a society have to look for giving more and more training to our people around. And there are many programs, rather government is also supporting a lot. There are many, rather many organizations, they are working in collaboration with many institutions, those who are coming up and, giving trainings, different kind of skills to be developed. So gone are the days when I don't like the word guard. Guard is only for the purpose. So now they have, promoted, and they've gone from guard to facilitator to security officer. Rather, few of them, those who are really big, few of them have become real entrepreneurs, and they are further creating jobs for others. So by doing so, what I feel, it's time for us as in India to show and the thing what we have as a human. We have we are now 140 crores. So why don't we utilize these 140 crores and export them, give them trainings, skill them? Thank you.
Ravi, we all know that we have a very skewed ratio, police people ratio. We are considered, the security industry is considered as an extended arm to them. With events like G20 and other events around the corner, how do you think that the industry can support the government, the law enforcement agencies?
So your question is, if there are events like G20, how can we support the government, especially since I, being a service provider, has a fairly large force on the ground or security, large number of security guards on the ground. Very interestingly, I think CAPSI is one of the people who are sponsoring or part of the panel here, had come up with eyes and ears schemes. So if we sensitize our guards to look at something on the ground, and if they can quickly inform the key people in our organization, and we in turn can let the police know, that would be great. Considering Delhi would have about lakh plus guard, probably NCR would have more than 2 lakhs guard. I mean, I'm sure if we are sensitized, if we sensitize our guards on the ground to look for certain things, it would really help. And that's really what I think is the way we can help the police on the ground.
My question to Captain Keshav here is, I'll talk about a bit about PASARA Act, though it is not to do with skilling and development, but yes, it remains a very important part of the overall scheme of things. So with a lot of agencies these days coming up, they are in race to go for IPOs and all, and in that they flunk somewhere. Though the government is doing their bit so that the compliances are met, but it the sector, this segment of ours, how do you think that you require a need for more stringent laws so that the guard, the security staff who is on ground gets his clear dues? Are they getting it? Or how do you propose that these things are met? So I'm talking about the compliance parts of the statutory compliances.
Yes. Government of India has already imposed the PASARA license and certain compulsory training subjects and hours of training. Normally it is 160 hours covering various subjects on security, fire safety, first aid, emergency evacuation, and other aspects of training. And for ex-service people, it is 40 hours. The present system which we have is, there are various PASARA certified training centers, which most of the security agencies have an MOU with them. And there are many security agencies which are having their own security training center. What I have seen over 25 years now is that as most of the security agencies are growing over the years, they have felt the need of having their own training centers so that they are able to cater to the specific industries on all aspects of training, right from the very basic induction training, grooming, soft skill, the normal drills, the physical fitness, then to the same as I told you, fire safety evacuation. More to that, when they have industry specific demands, they are able to cater better and on the job training. Today, I find that not only apart from the basic training which is imparted at the start of the guard joining the company, more is required and more is done on the job training at a regular intervals. And I personally feel that mock drills of whatever we train, and in classroom trainings, when we tell them to give a written test, the absorption of the guards in those sessions are far better. And when we tell them that one of the guard has to take the subject at the end of the class, then we again find that attentiveness, the absorption becomes much better, and we also create a leadership of the guard, which gives them confidence, which gives them knowledge, which gives them power to deliver, and they can be groomed, whoever are more volunteer or are more able to perform better to higher echelons. So this way, I personally feel, yes, the government guidelines are there, and government guidelines are definitely being reviewed over a period of time. And I'm sure that even government is coming way forward, because as you have rightly asked, that how are we going to be the next supporting hand to the police and paramilitary forces. So government is reviewing, and they will be also coming up with stricter guidelines on this. I have given a small write-up to one of the group in this raw agency, which had approached our company to give them a feedback on integration on certain physical security management. So I told them that longer sessions of training is to be included, and every state should have a government sponsored, a government institution of training center, especially for guards. It gives a good branding, it gives a good image, and it gives a good confidence among the guard, who are in fact, the first ambassadors of the company. They are the people who represent the image of the company at the gate itself. So their behavior, their introduction, their knowledge on security helps a lot to an institution and their employees in doing their work uninterrupted. So I think from our side, as security agency, from company side, who employs us, and from government side, over the past, we have seen a lot of emphasis and help and the results of the vast training which now being provided, which was not earlier. And the sophistication of every industry is growing, and definitely the skill sets have to be upgraded on a constant basis.
Thank you,
So
Captain
these are my
Keshav.
point.
I'll take a quick question with Kshitij. Kshitij, you come from a cyber security space. We all know that security guards standing on ground is generally a 12th pass, not even a graduate. With AI coming up big way in the corporate field and all, what are the challenges you see and how to mitigate those challenges? How do we prepare this security staff to rise to that level?
That's a very relevant question. So in today's times, what we need is a physical security framework to begin with. I'll quote an example here. With the help of AI, deep fakes is a serious problem. It's a problem for everyone. So today, for instance, if you take a picture of any individual, right, and with the help of AI, you can, change the overall appearance of an image. So it could be that there are two people, there is one celebrity or a person of influence, and there is another gentleman. Now, an individual who knows this, who can use AI to put his own image there and can start manipulating things. This can also happen with security guards. So for instance, if a person has left the organization, let's say they can have a photograph of their badge. They could also be, they could have a photograph with their colleague, and then they can try and barge into a complex on something like a weekend, try and, take away. So the idea is that the default trust factor with, that people have with each other, I think that, that has to be, it's something that we have to work towards educating guards, More importantly, more level of sophistication is required. So as an overall viewpoint, you need a framework, where starting with AI, you need to give them basic kind of training, especially new dimensions, new things are happening, like as I said about defects, so that it doesn't spread panic. Because one has to remember that when we talk about security, we talk in cyber, there's a terminology that we say confidentiality, integrity, and availability. There is a fourth aspect to it, which is called as safety. So the people who are at the ground, they are responsible for your entire data center. They are responsible for your critical infrastructure, which could be your nuclear power plants, could be your airports. And I think it's very important to, get them along, train them, and get them to a level where they can identify problems. Now, I'll quote another example here. Over the space of last 6 months, okay, we have seen, most of you would have heard about recent, mishappenings or, some really shameful incidents happening in the airspace. You can't really quote them in public space, but the idea is that if we can train guards, if we can train people who are protecting the physical perimeter, and these, the people, the truants, the problematic people who do these incidents, if they were to travel next time on a flight, if they were to travel next time, if we have the data and if we can, because the data is always there, but at the end of the day, you need to train people to identify. So identification of problematic people so that these incidents do not reoccur, because at the end of the day, what is most important is to provide a good experience, customer experience in airports. If you are in cinema halls, a good cinematic experience. You do not want a situation where you have an unruly person causing ruckus and creating problems. So I think it's very important that we train security guards. We give them basic trainings, how to identify problematic people with the help of data. That's very important. Another thing is that the trust factor is very, very, it's a very profane way to, to mislead people. So another example would be, we have, maintenance staff, catering staff, or, all of these cleaning staff who would come into corporate offices something like between 6 to 8 a.m. in the morning. Now, if let's say there was a threat element who would be wearing the uniform and will pretend that it's his first day. Sometimes, guards or even normal people would, show some kind of kindness on them and will facilitate access to the premises. Now, what if the person who comes in could threaten an organization, could carry some bad instruments with him? So I think it's very important that we, have a framework in place. The next part is we need to make sure that whatever data that is available in today's times with the help of machine learning AI, we leverage it and train people to identify, people who do mischief. And most importantly, within different sectors, we keep skilling these security professionals, the security guards, to come up to a level where, it's not just the basic stuff that they're doing, but they are able to be vigilant and, any intrusions that happen, deter them.
Thanks, Kshitij. So this brings to me another question, Jyotsna. A security guard today is more than frisking, checking. The role is changing. It is ever evolving. There are medical exigencies, crisis management, conflict resolutions. How are we training these people? That is one. And second, what about train the trainer? More often than not, what we see at the ground, the same guy coming, training the same thing. So what are we doing about that? Because with different kind of scenarios, you need to have a person with, correct skill set who can train the people on ground.
So the most important is again the training. So the train the trainer is a key to all this, because what we see, like I think we were discussing earlier also that the training academies are at few locations, but the sites are different, right? So for any organization, we say that our training academies are PASARA certified, but do we have training academies all across the country who are PASARA certified? No, we only talk about 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 numbers, but the people on the ground are varied. They are at different places. So what is important is to train the trainers, the person who's meeting the personal, the guards or the facilitator on a daily basis. They should be trained nicely. So there are certain capsules, and everything needs to be improvised. What is good today may not be good tomorrow. So so that needs to be worked in, and it varies from organization to organization. If a person standing at an embassy has a different set of training given, and when or a person or standing at a medical center or any hospital have a different set of requirement, and a PVR for that matter, the requirements are different. And few of the organizations says, don't frisk my people, we don't want them to frisk, we really have we trust our people, they will not do. And and at certain places where the data is actually the key, so there they ask that nothing has to go inside. So depending upon this on the location, depending upon the site, we need to give that training. Different module needs to be worked upon, and this needs to be updated. I can refer, and many organizations, rather UNDO, UNDP in United Nations has come up with a handbook on training in April 2014, right? Referring to this, which is available on the website. So they have given a website wherein they talk about many aspects, how we can actually amalgamize both the things, and how training to different sectors can be inculcated, how to improvise these things. We were talking about with the Korean sir this afternoon, and about, he was saying what we used to do earlier, like about the the licensed gunmen and others. So that was another aspect we never heard of it, that now the company is taking the license and they're providing, hiring people like this. You have to treat me later, I'm promoting you. So means, whereas otherwise the license is actually belongs to the person who's carrying it, and he can only use for his own purposes. So there are multiple things, but we need to train our people to cater to different requirements, what they currently they're using, and how they can further improve upon. And training the trainer, coming back, there are many applications, there are many videos which can be incorporated. But again, after 6 months, something new has to come up. That is what I suggest. Yes.
See, what I have realized today is importance of intelligence. See, our guards are the first line of defense for any institution. And I have seen that, knowing or unknowingly, if they share certain information, it has result in disaster. There was one guard of bank who just shared that, this is a season of marriage and we have a lot of cash holding in our branches. And that resulted in dacoity, because that casual talk which he had in Dhaba, probably the person who did this dacoity and subsequently was caught by police, this point had come out. So then the criminals, I was CSO of Birla Tyres, there was a threat, and when I started investigating, then I got certain background of it. Our guards who were staying within the campus, they used to go out for mobile recharge. And that was one way of getting the information. Who are the guarding, and getting close to them and all. So this training and awareness to this first line on intelligence, and their being vulnerable to sharing of this information. There was a clerk who had newly joined, and when he just discussed that my cash transit takes place at a certain branch at so and so time from certain this route, the cash van was literally attacked, and the guard lost his life also in that episode by just, just this point of sharing. So this is one thing which is very important today, which staff and the security guards have to be made aware constantly. And second thing is the skilling with new modes. Today, as just a session before we had about drones. So this is a technology and an equipment which is going to be widely used in big industries, and our guards who are good enough to absorb this training should be incorporated, and this is one avenue in which they can be skilled and grown. Then regarding growth of guards, just two points. One is the internal growth. They are guard today, they become supervisors, then they become ASOs, SOs. Within security agency, they become field officers, operation manager, branch manager, and all that. Yes, yes. Yes. There are guards who have become, owners of a security agency. They have probably opened their own enterprises. There was one guard which was widely publicized. He studied and he worked so hard that he has become IS officer. He was in group 4. Like that, we have very good success stories, but we have to give an environment. And last point, which I want to tell as security leaders, we are the brand ambassadors, and we are the people who the guards look upon us, and the top management look upon us. So if we are doing good branding to our senior management, and we are regular interacting with the guards, the motivation and their specific issues which they need to learn, we get the information and we do train them on that. So with this, I put an end to my talk.
Thank you, sir. With the screen indicating time's up, I take this as an opportunity on behalf of my fellow panelists to thank Businessworld to give us this opportunity to share our views. Thank you very much. Any questions, sir?
You have a question to ask, sir? Please, कोई हमारी switch on कर दीजिए.
Sorry, sir, we have thought that we will, give some time for the house also.
Yeah, thanks. See, when it comes to the manpower in the security industry, what we also need to understand is that our own PASARA Act is itself a flawed act. What do you expect a person, when you expect a person to be a security guard, you expect him to come with a lot of responsibility, right? But the validation of that person today is as an unskilled labor. Okay. When you look at every single notification in the country today, out of the 36 states that we have in our country, 80% of the states are put it as unskilled labor. We have also got different definitions of security guard. You got a chowkidar, you got a security guard. Okay. Now, what is important here is, unless and until we don't rectify that, you will never see recognition for a person who works as a security guard. And I'm sure CAPC and other bodies are definitely working on it. But what is important here is that CAPC and other bodies should actually work with the states, because the central government has passed the act. Okay, it is the state governments who are passing the respective laws, rules in the state. They still continue to have in the rules that the security guard is still an unskilled labor. The other second point that I want to make very clearly is from the client's point of view. Client always sees skilling and training that as a value-added service that should come from the security company. It should be the other way around. The client should be willing to invest and get that guard grow, okay, in his skills. Now that is another thing that from the client's perspective, they should not consider it as a value-added service. They should look at it as an investment. Okay. And the third most important point here is everything, when it comes to the skilling and growth of a security guard, is only on the security partner. It is never taken as an accountability on the client side. Because even though they are the principal employer, the responsibility is, वो आपका problem है, आपको देखना है, कैसे करना है. हमको तो बस at the end of the day our objective is to कहाँ cost cut करना है, कहाँ हमको ये चाहिए. I think that mindset has to change in our country today. Unless until that does not happen, it will not happen. Thank you.
So you're from the security service provider side, the client side, if I may use the word.
Well, I was in the security service provider, and I'm now working as an advisor.
Got it. So first of all, हम unskilled में उनको classify करते हैं, but so you would understand, I don't think so even 1% of guards get what is specified in labor laws. क्योंकि सबसे पहले labor law बोलता है 8 घंटे, at least 50% guards तो 12 घंटे पे हैं बल्कि ज़्यादा. Labor law कहता है bonus भी genuinely नहीं दिया जाता. Labor law कहता है इतनी leaves वो भी सिर्फ पेपरों में होती है. Labor law कहता है यूनिफॉर्म का नहीं चार्ज करना. शायद सबको पता है यूनिफॉर्म का डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली चार्ज किया जाता है. लेबर लॉ कहता है बोनस दीजिए, ग्रेच्युटी दीजिए, वो भी है. तो मेरा मतलब यह है कि क्लासिफाइंग हिम फॉर अ हायर स्किल इज नॉट गोना मेक अ डिफरेंस, बिकॉज करंट अनस्किल्ड में ही देयर इज सो मच अमाउंट ऑफ लीवे इफ यू वांट टू फॉलो इट इन लेटर इन स्पिरिट. पर दूसरी तरफ वन आल्सो नीड्स टू सी डेली मिनिमम वेज अराउंड 17,500-18 हज़ार है. अक्रॉस द बॉर्डर 10-11 हज़ार है. अब मिनिमम वेज बढ़ाने से फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, बिकॉज समवेयर देयर कॉम्पिटिटिव फोर्सेस एग्जिस्टिंग. ये वी कांट मेक इट अ गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जहां पे इतना कुछ दिया जा रहा है एंड मार्केट डायनेमिक्स से दैट यू कैन गेट अ पर्सन एट 10,000 बट जस्ट बिकॉज ही इज गॉट इनटू अ सर्टेन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. By paying where minimum wages get paid, they actually pay the company 50,000 rupees to get bharti. Because outside, utne ki usko job milegi nahi. So it's a kind of a touchy subject there. So I don't know how much to increase or work him. 17,000 की minimum wage दी नहीं जा रही, skilled करा के हम 21-22,000 पे भी डाल देंगे. What is the purpose?
To add to your point in just 30 seconds.
No,
finish it.
I'll agree with what you are. 1 minute. Plus one
Sir,
second.
30 seconds, please. So my budget
30
allows that
seconds.
much, sir.
No, I fully agree. I'll give you the example. Let us look at the airport security today. The private players have walked in. When they first went in, the first question that was asked was, you have to have the following parameters when it comes to the operations. At what cost? The immediate comparison went to was a CISF guard was getting 80,000 rupees, whereas a security guard from the private industry would be getting only 15,000 rupees. Now that's where the anomaly was addressed. And today a private security guard is getting about 50 to 60,000 rupees. So there are examples where the correction is done. Okay, so that's what I.
So to your point, you just discussed about CISF. हमें तो उससे आगे का जरूरत है सर. At least to the government, the point is to the government is that the government talks about uniform civil code and they talk about one nation, one election. Why not one nation, one rate for the security stuff? This exodus will stop. Why a person from Bihar will come and work at Delhi, leaving behind his family? If you make it a uniform rate, if you ask me, I also had 23 states. If you look at Jammu vis-a-vis a Tamil Nadu or Gujarat, there's a hell lot of difference. So this automatically will die down if we make one nation and one rate for the security stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we come to an end of this panel. We can be louder, they've tried to impart as much as they can. A picture, please. And thank you, Captain, for keeping it in time. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we move. Okay, sir, up next, just to let you know, was a keynote session on artificial intelligence and new paradigm of security by Colonel Dr. Gaurav Singh. But unfortunately, due to some family emergency, sir couldn't be here. And of course, he wanted to be here, but God had some other plans for him. So we'll quickly move on to our next panel discussion on ethics and responsible use of technology in security. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Rekha Gairola, Regional Security Advisor, India and South Asia, Boeing. Nand Kishore Bhatt, Chief Security Officer, CESA Goa Vedanta Limited. Captain Gaurav Bajeta, VP, Head of Global Workplace, Trust and Safety, Urban Company. And this session will be chaired by Colonel Kumar Vikram, India Head Security and Compliance, Cushman and Wakefield. Let's please welcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist.
Good afternoon, everyone. See, ethics says that whenever we wish to someone or someone wishes to us, we should reciprocate. But it is not mandatory. And through this technology, I am wishing you all, not only all those who are present here, but across many parts of not only country, but of the world who are listening, watching this live. That is technology. And today, even though we might feel how come this ethics and technology are integrated with each other, but we are going to discuss. At the outset, I first thank the organizers, Mr. Harsvardhan, Mr. Anurag, and my special thank to Silpa for giving us this opportunity, which we are going to touch is a very unique topic. In last so many years, I have attended many seminars as a panelist or as an audience, but I have never heard or thought about integration of fusion or the fusion of technology with ethics. I also welcome all my panelists who are here to give their valuable views on this subject. Now, what is ethics? Before I move around, let me first introduce all my panelists. And in fact, I would request all my panelists to introduce themselves so that I do not miss any of the valuable points related to them. So I'll start first with the Rekha. Can you please introduce yourself?
It's like, you know what Colonel Vikram said, let me just wish everyone again, good afternoon. My name is Rekha Gairola and I'm Regional Security Advisor for Boeing India, into corporate from last 22 plus years. By profession, again, it's a risk professional, I would say. I'm a certified fraud examiner. I'm certified in READ technique of advanced interrogation and doing skills, international crime prevention specialist. However, my forte right now is on towards threat management. So that's a brief about me. Thank you, Colonel Vikram. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rekha has got very extensive experience of more than 20 years plus. I had seen her in participating as a panelist in many debates or the discussions. She had got a very vast knowledge. I'm sure we are going to get benefited from her. And now can I request Nand Kishore to please introduce yourself?
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Written nahi hai. Namaskar. Yeah, thank you. It means everybody is awake.
We are improving on our ethics.
It means everybody is awake. So I'm Nand Kishore Bhatt, having 16 years of experience. I'm a risk management professional, having an experience with Reliance, Tata, Suzuki. Currently, I am working with CESA Goa, iron ore business of Vedanta Limited. I'm responsible for 5 different states and Western Africa also as part of my responsibilities. So it's a pleasure, I mean, interacting with you all. along with the fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Nand. In fact, we have shared the dais earlier also with Nand, and he has been dealing with various kind of industries, especially where there is more challenges with relation to the labor laws and all those things. And I'm sure his knowledge is going to enlighten us more. And now I request Captain Gaurav. So please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Captain Gaurav Bajeta. I work for a company, for a new age startup called Urban Company, which provides home services. I hope all of you do consume services provided by Urban Company. In my portfolio at Urban Company, I manage the global workplace, real estate, and the trust and safety function. And the reason I'm here is obviously to converse with the audience as well as the panelists on various dynamics of artificial intelligence, social media. I think one of the important metrics of success of this session is going to be, we have to ensure, number one, nobody falls asleep. This is a very dangerous session. Obviously, we stand between you and the tea break after this. So we will make sure that nobody falls off to sleep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Captain Gaurav. He has got insight of various topics. I have heard him multiple times. And now I would like to introduce myself. I am Lieutenant Colonel Kumar Vikram. I am a security head and compliances of Cushman and Wakefield, a facility management company. And I am managing approximately 400 properties pan-India and dealing with various kind of security challenges in day-to-day functioning. And now let us start with the main our topic. What is ethics? Since our childhood, we had been taught about this. Ye karna, ye mat karna. Right from our parents to our teachers. And once we move to our professional work, there also we have been taught by our seniors and our bosses. Why it is being taught? Because it is not written anywhere, it is not mandatory. And second challenge is, something what is right for me might be wrong for you. So when I talk about the ethics, ethics is more about the emotional aspect. It is what I feel or I think about a topic or a subject or any event, whereas technology is a science. And do we need to interfere or integrate or coordinate between the two? Yes, probably yes, and maybe probably no. I don't know earlier whether we used to talk or not, but I feel yes, we had been talking about this from our mythological days, whether you take it as a Mahabharata, Ramayana, or even the kings earlier, there were always ethics were involved, even though there were wars. And subsequently, as the technology grew, we had been talking about the ethics in medical sciences, in communications, and in weapon technologies. Like, for example, if I talk about for communication, social media platform is a very, very powerful tool. This is being extensively used for spreading knowledge, information, but at the same time, unfortunately, but yes, it is also being extensively used for hatred, character assassination, and many more other undesirable things. So that is where the ethics comes. What should we do it, and how we should ensure that when we are using this technology, this ethics remains and we are able to contribute positively to the nation, to the society while using this technology. So when I am talking about the social media, this is a technology tool and it is very, very powerful. It gives us the freedom of expression, but we have seen the downgrades of this technological tool while using this. So my question to you is, Captain Gaurav, what are the reasons behind this and what steps should be taken to restrict this?
I think very relevant question around ethics and our behavior in social media. It's a vast subject, a lot of people having a lot of opinion. I'd want to share my opinion around this. Having come from the military background, I am fairly old school, and most of the problems that I'd like to solve are through first principles and the old school way. So I think defining ethics in social media is a fairly easy, old school way of solving of what is right and what is wrong. I mean, everybody communicating on social media is fairly clear on what is right and what is wrong. And it's not rocket science to tell anybody on, what should you do and what should you not do. So therefore, that awareness of doing the right thing is very, very important. I will restrict the conversation to, social media awareness within workplaces, because that's the, function that I manage as well. So it's very important, especially for new age startups like Urban Company and many others, which have a very young workforce. The average age of employees at startups is 26, 27. So the employees are obviously exposed to a lot of, digital data. So therefore, making them understand on what is the right thing to do becomes very, very simple and hard also. So the simplest way of, training your staff at the time of induction and also having recurring trainings for your staff at regular intervals is to basically clarify on what is right and what is wrong. What should you post? What should you try to find out? Do you think you have access to this particular information? As simple as salary information. Do you think you should have information of salary of some other employee or a senior executive? If you get a file which has salary information, anybody before clicking that file, opening that file, knows that I am not authorized to view this file. There is no rocket science there, right? So therefore, the awareness for the staff that you are not supposed to access stuff that you are not authorized to view. So therefore, I think ethics is fairly simple, fairly old school. It's just about ensuring that you have the right modes of communication with your staff and enough training with your staff, and keep doing it. I mean, you have to keep reminding them through your training modules, and make sure that, people, because there's a lot of churn in staff, the new staff come in, the old staff forget what has been told. So important to continue training, to let staff know what is right and wrong. So I put ethics and responsibility right at the heart of what is right and what is wrong. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Captain Gaurav. He has brought out two things very, very prominently. One is about the training. I might feel that what is right and what is wrong, but if you are trained properly, we are told about the aspects why it is required as far as the organization point of view. I think that is how it's going to affect us. And second is inform also. It is not only a training, but regular information. Not necessarily it has to be organized training, but through email, through our social media, other platforms. If we keep telling our employees, or in case all of our known that this is right or wrong, or someone who is in dilemma, then probably it is going to ensure us that we take the correct ethical path. When we were talking about the technology in previous session, in one of the previous sessions in the day before lunch, we saw and we heard that we were talking about the ransomware. They are the ransomware demand, and how we must take precautions that we do not succumb to those circumstances. What are the various actions we are required to be taken? But one aspect related to it, which was not touched upon, is the ethics. Whenever there is any ransomware, probably sometimes we need to compromise on various things because of the organizational interest, or may be the interest of the individuals. This could be life, safety, and security also. So Rekha, my question next to you is that how can organizations proactively prepare their incident response teams to navigate these dilemmas while upholding ethical principles and legal implications and complications?
Thank you for your question, Colonel Vikram. And like you mentioned that, we already have had a session in the morning where we spoke about ransomware and, whether or not we should pay and how to kind of secure our organization. I think this question is very relevant because now we're talking about ethics. Like what you said, बचपन में सिखाया ये नहीं करना, but बचपन में बहुतों को ये भी नहीं सिखाया कि ये क्यों नहीं करना, right? So we basically follow कि नहीं करना, but we do not dwell into कि क्यों नहीं करना, and that why basically has all the answers. So when you talk about ethics, ethics involvement in terms of, with regards to the ransomware call and such incidents, the first thing I would say is very important to know if we have developed really very effective policies around it. And when we're talking about policies, that policy should also factor in, and that's where, the ethics come in. Whether or not company would agree to such kind of incidents, or let's say, ransomware calls. So that's number one. The second, of course, is to again factor in certain factors, your financial setup, because we are talking about ethics. So I am taking into consideration, because there are companies who say that, we are going to follow the ethical path, the ethical way. And that ethical way is that we are not going to succumb to such calls and incidents. So once you have that thing cater into your policy, the very next thing is to really have that advanced setup, which we normally call prevention, to understand whether the teams, the incident response teams, are really aware of what to do in certain situations wherein you receive such calls. So identify those people who are going to be your incident management team members, and just, work with them in a very controlled environment. Uh, in our corporate world, we call it tabletop exercises. So when you have your team members who are basically responsible for such incidents, we normally call them incident management team members. There is a controlled environment where they work on different scenarios. And then there's so many incidents, there's so many examples available. Just pick up any example and just work around it. Because it is a controlled environment, you would be able to foster, that awareness towards what to do in terms of not paying, or not succumb to such calls. So that becomes very important. And then again, number C or number 3, we call it, is collaboration. It's very important, again, very prudent to take your legal and take your compliance together. If you have these two departments working with you, you really would be on the right track. The policies which are changing every second day, I would say. So they would really help you with, drafting those requirements. And not to forget your stakeholders, both internal and external. That's very important. So how would you communicate to your internal, rather collaborate with your internal and external stakeholders, is with having, a robust communication system. So again, if your company has put in or have factored in the communication aspect, what to communicate, when to communicate, and how to communicate, right? That becomes very important. And with that engagement comes the training. It is not the last part, but definitely is the most important thing. Now, when I'm talking about training, I'm not saying, how to train them on how to give or not to give ransom, or to succumb to such things. Rather, training on how to really build our setup so very strong. I was talking about the preventive measures, right? Emphasizing on security measures, proactive security measures. Do you have your backup system in place? What other things you should, consider? Take an example, collaborating with peer members of your industry, what they are doing, the best practices across. And also think about the larger implication, not just the immediate impact of, let's say, if you pay the ransom, what would be the larger implication? So one, you probably are encouraging people or these criminals to really, uh, follow these tactics. Second, unintentionally, you are really supporting the criminal. Right now, that is not ethical. So very important is to really imbibe those value of ethics, and that needs to go into your policy, that we as an ethical company or an organization, we are not going to succumb to such calls. And then of course, like I said, stakeholders, trainings to your employees, mock drills, very important, because like I said, it really provides you to do some brainstorming session, understand how to react, how to respond to such incidents. And then finally, my favorite letter R, not because of my name, but because it talks about review, right? So keep reviewing your documents. Very, very important. Review it and then repeat the exercise. If you are reviewing it, you really know, let's say you need to make certain changes, make those changes and then retest. That's how you keep yourself updated and always ready to face, face such incidents if at all you happen to kind of, fall into such calls. Thank you.
Okay, so Rekha is very categorically, in very few words, she has told about a lot of things, that what are the basic things as an organization you are supposed to adopt. And these include policies, prevention, stakeholders, training, both theoretical as well as practice. And one most important thing she has brought out about the compliances, whether they are the statutory compliances or the government compliances. These are required to be seen, heard, and accordingly made into our guidelines as per the organization's requirement, so that we are able to deal with such kind of eventualities. So when I talk about the statutory and legal compliances, so what action should be taken? Nand, my question is to you, that what statutory and legal action should be taken to ensure effective utilization of technology within the ethical standards?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question. I'll take where Rekha ma'am has just left. So when we talk about ethics, I mean, many a times we go deep into its meaning, but at the same time, somebody has mentioned that choosing the rightest path, doing what is right. But again, the last line is very important. Doing whatever is right anytime and every time. If somebody is watching you or not watching you, the kind of ethics we have to put in our work is something like that. And if it is embedded with, of course, statutory compliances and the legal part of it, it becomes a cherry on the cake. I mean, that is how the industries, that is how the government, that is how the entities, that is how the different organizations are taking it ahead. So first part, if I see, is having a very comprehensive kind of strong privacy law. So when I am saying privacy law, what does it mean? It means that these days when we speak about data, and skill, I mean, earlier we used to say that, skill is the new oil, data is the new oil. I will take it to the next level. It is the new currency. I mean, you have to use your data in such a way that you are using it, but at the same time, someone else whom you don't know, they are also using it. With your permission or without your permission, that is the choice. That is the choice which we have to choose. So as a government, as an organization, definitely a lot is to be done on the legal part of it. Because as they say, if the start is well managed, definitely the journey is going to be exciting. So if there are laws which clearly simplifies everything, that how it is to be used, how the technology is to be used in the ethics way, and if it is not, what are the penalties which are revolving around to it. See, awareness is one thing everybody talks on, but at the same time, if the penalties are not defined, if the punishments are not defined, it is not going to help. And second, if I see from the organization point of view, it is to having proactive measures to make sure that your data is not being mishandled, it is not being misused. So for this, organizations definitely what they are doing, encryption of data. At the same time, somebody has mentioned the mock drills also. So as they say that regular audits definitely has to be done for the existing policies, procedures, and the technology that we are using. And after that, we have to make sure that it is repeated. It should not be a one-time exercise. It has to be repeated because, as they say, somebody was mentioning to me, in old days, people used to say that it is my priority, I'll do it. They used to say that if somebody speaks about safety, people used to say that safety is our priority. We have to change that language now. I mean, priorities with time, condition, earth, where ke saath priorities change hoti hai. Your priorities always change, seeing the condition. But if it is a value, it is going to be with you. So similar is the kind of things with data. It has to be value driven. The organization, entities, the enterprise, they should use it as a value-based system that yes, every data that we are taking, every data that the organization is taking, it is used for the right cause. That kind of, culture we have to develop within the organization. And at the same time, as they say, see, we are going in next, I think, half a decade or maybe less than that, we are going to be the third largest economy of the world. I mean, that's a good news. Everybody speaks a lot about this. So when it comes with a lot of responsibilities also. I mean, the kind of digitization happening around us, it will play a very important role, rather it will play a major role. So our policies, our, whatever framework we are making, it is to be in sync with the kind of usage we are going to do it. So that is very, very important, that how we are utilizing it. And at the same time, when something new comes, so you have to create that excitement. So how will you create that excitement? As a organization, maybe as a government, they have to foster. They have to see that, if somebody is complying with all the ethics, what extra we are giving to them. As an entrepreneur, if I am starting something in the right way, and if I see somebody utilizing it in a wrong way, I'm not quote unquote, but at the same time, there has to have some reward mechanism for those kind of things also. So with statutory, with legal, there has to have something, as they say, I mean, there are something which are, requirement, and there are something which are called delightment. So the person, the organization which is actually following it, they should see it as a delightment kind of thing. So what delightment we are giving it to the people, at the same time, what is easy for us from the, managing people who are managing these policies, what are they that they are giving to us. So at the same time, as they say that, most important part is the bottom line is, of course, data and how we are using it. So training of the people is also very, very important. Training on each of the aspect, it will create a lot of difference. If people are trained, if the organization are trained, they will use it judicially. If they are not trained, definitely they will use it as per their convenience. We should not make it as per their convenience. We should make it as per their culture, that yes, this is X, this is Y. We have to choose the X in case of this. We don't have a choice to use Y. We have to choose X only. So that kind of environment we should build in around the, ethics, and at the same time, proper effectiveness and the efficiency of the laid down policies and procedures.
Okay, Nand has brought out one very, very sensitive issue, that is privacy law and data. Wherever we go, even if I go to visit a friend, and the moment I reach to his residential complex, their guard tells me to enter my mobile number and name. What actually he is doing is, he is collecting data. If I order something from any of the any food or anything from any of the platform, multiple sites we have, we are giving not only our mobile number, we are giving their addresses, and the amount of, for example, food we order, the artificial intelligence can generate that there are how many people in my house staying there. And collectively, if there is a society with 500 houses, the artificial intelligence can generate that so many percentage they prefer a particular brand, how many are vegetarian, non-vegetarian, including how many days leave we go, that can be generated, because when we feed in our data and we stop the delivery of newspaper, or we stop the delivery of our day-to-day grocery. So apart from this, we are also facing data protection and this privacy law. We are also facing the challenges of artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence was generated, or it was invented, and subsequently it has grown manifold and it's still progressing, probably it had some goal. And even though these goals could be within the government law or not, there are many more things are required to be done. But yes, ethically, we need to decide a law till where our organizations can generate this artificial intelligence, and beyond which it is beyond our purview. So again, Nand Kishore, because you had brought out this topic, and I would like you to just comment briefly that what are the challenges with artificial intelligence and ethics?
So I'm seeing the time also on the screen. So
Yeah,
maybe,
we have time there.
yeah. So maybe I'll touch only the three important part of it. Although I have already covered but take it to the next level. One is the transparency. Whenever we are dealing with artificial intelligence, I mean, these are the programmed algorithms, these are the programmed languages, which cultivates a lot of historical data. But at the same time, when the actual things comes out, many a times people have something in their mind that, this is not the transparent way. हो सकता है पिछले 10 साल में ऐसा ना हुआ हो या ऐसा कोई ट्रेंड ना बन रहा हो, लेकिन जिस दिन ये एल्गोरिथम 10 साल की आके एक कोई डिसीजन लिया गया, so maybe it is not seen as per the right part of the game. So वहाँ पे transparency पे definitely we have to work around that how we are going to make it a transparent way. And second, I see that people will say that it is biased also. Many a times, again, it is working with the predetermined, predefined algorithms, predefined, what do you say, commands. But at the same time, when actually something happens right or wrong, then there is always a iota of doubt in the mind that whether it has gone right as per the right outcome or it is a wrong outcome. And third, I see it in a different way that, at the same time, it will create a kind of confusion. It will create a kind of confusion if people are not trained well. If your machine is not trained well over a period of time, if you're programming and whatever you say, programming is what? At the same time, it is on the basis of data only. So data encryption, definitely people are going to ask questions about that. So it will also revolve around that how secure my data is. So I see these three predominant problems.
Okay, so thanks, Nand. Nand has spoken about how to securing our data. But have we attained this proficiency that we are able to safeguard all our data? Whatever steps we take, I realize there are cyber criminals. They are 2 steps ahead of us. So when I talk about the technology and ethics, I find that those cyber criminals, probably they might feel that yes, ethically what they are doing is correct, but as a society, as an organization, or as a humanity, how correct we are, and this need to be discussed and seen. So Captain Gaurav, I would like you to comment or just analyze and tell me that these rogue cyber criminals, they have become a concern globally. And how is it affecting us, and what measures are required to handle these cyber criminals?
Before I answer that question, I just wanted to share, when I was nominated for this panel, I was fairly surprised. I'm like the most non-technical guy around to be talking on a technical topic. But I was just doing a bit of reading and hearing a few TEDx talks. There's a very good, phrase that I read about artificial intelligence. It actually said that artificial intelligence is not a bit of machines getting into humans. It's actually a bit of humans getting into machines. So as long as we can keep artificial intelligence human, it's going to be safe, right? So the mismatch is obviously because we are not being able to keep artificial intelligence human. As long as we can keep it humane, we can keep it as close to humanity, it's all going to be safe. Coming to the point, the question on, how to manage, cyberbullying. There is cyberbullying for individuals, and also there is cyberbullying for, organizations. We as a tech startup face a lot of cyberbullying, on the internet from customers, non-customers, partners. So it's very important as an organization, we have a clear principle defined on how we are going to manage this. And I think the biggest and the most important principle is that we are not going to succumb to cyberbullying. Because the moment you succumb to cyberbullying and you feel that people will go out to social media and write something wrong, which is going to impact you, and then you will have to kind of, give either ransomware or try and succumb to their demands of refunds or whatever, you've already lost the battle with the guy who's bullying you. So I think it's important to hold ground when you are required to, come out and, give your clear statement on what do you believe as an organization. So employees have to be, again, trained on reporting cyberbullying. There have to be, enough processes within the organization to support employees who report cyberbullying. And as an organization, obviously, as policymakers and management of the organization, you should be very, very clear on, what our principles on cyberbullying are, and clearly do not succumb to cyberbullying.
Okay, so Gaurav has very categorically brought out the importance of cyber crimes and their basics, what we need to do to prevent them. See, I always talk about even security. Security involves three things. There is somebody has an intention to do, he has the capability to do, and third thing is he gets opportunity to do. If an individual has got some intention, he has the capability to do, we can't do anything, but it is the opportunity, we are the one who provide opportunity to them. And as a security professional, it is our duty to ensure that any individual with a criminal mindset do not get any opportunity to do anything. So when we have been talking about the social media, incident response, or the legal actions, artificial intelligence, or cyber criminals, everything has come down to one thing, is training. And this training is very important, whether it is a physical security, electronic security, cyber security, or AI. So I had been seeing that I have from since many years now. Rekha, she is very extensively involved. She always talks about the training. So I thought she is the best person to answer that. How can organizations ethically train their employees to recognize and respond to manipulative tactics? So Rekha, would you like to please say on this?
So my eyes are constantly on the, time watcher there. So I'll just take
No, I
quickly
would
maybe
like
2
to add,
minutes.
we were given 50 minutes and now I see we are given only 40 minutes. So ethically they be right, we are also right, but we'll try not to cross that also. We'll try to finish within that.
Yeah, so training definitely is a very interesting topic, but one thing I just want everyone to, I hope you all would agree with me, is that किसी की भी ट्रेनिंग हो जाएगी, ethics की ट्रेनिंग नहीं होती है. I mean, you can't train someone to do something right. ठीक है ना? So like what you were saying earlier कि बचपन में सिखाया गया था कि ये नहीं करना, तो उसकी ट्रेनिंग नहीं दी थी, बोल दिया नहीं करना तो नहीं करना, मर्जी है करे नहीं करे. But it is so very important, and I'll just go back to your question, Colonel Vikram, and today's topic, to really have that culture. I think, Nan, you were talking about having that culture, right? It's about the culture and the values of your organization and the company, right? You cannot train someone to be ethical, but you definitely can train people, or rather make them aware about what is good and what is not good. And if it is not good, then why it is not good, right? How it is going to impact your organization. How is it going to impact you as a professional and also in your personal capacity? So for every and for any organization, I think when we talk about these trainings, the first and the foremost is, your orientation training, which talks about what are the values of your company. Just make them go through that orientation, which talks about, what company really believes in and what are the measures and the policy you have built in. That is very important. And with those trainings, you definitely can have different modules. So you were talking about social engineering. I mean, I have experienced this personally, and no offense to anyone. We have some amazing talent all across. You talk any engineer and ask for social engineering, he'll start scratching his head, ki ye kaun sa vertical aa gaya. So they really do not know what social engineering is all about. And then they fell victim to such, tactics.
Absolutely.
So talk about social engineering, make them aware about, these different tactics. You have got phishing, wishing, smishing, so many other things. So you need to kind of make them go through these modules so that they understand what it is. Then also talk about or make them aware about, the psychological principle behind, using such tactics. So for example, these fraudster basically try to use tactics such as they will put you under pressure, some social dilemma, or, they will, the pretexting, what we call it. So all these things. And then of course, like I keep saying, you need to make them, you said repeat the process. All these trainings cannot be just one time done and dusted thing. You will keep a very close watch over, the technology, this landscape, the technology and these thing kind of coming along, you really have to merge them together and then again find a way, update your modules, not just for the employees, but also for the leadership. If the leadership doesn't understand what it is all about, they probably will be, talking about something, whereas employees would be following something. So I think that is how training, and of course, all these trainings would help your organization and employee to work, operate, think in a very ethical fashion. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rekha. She has brought out one thing very clearly, that you cannot train on ethics, still you have to train. So it is something like hope against hope. So, but we know as long as there is a technology progress, technology ethics will go all along. Questions surrounding technology and ethics will only grow its importance. As we travel this path into future, so technology and ethics, this has to grow together. It has to move forward. And as the technology evolves, this ethics also have to evolve in both in our professional life, personal life, physically, as well as mentally. So with this, I thank all of you for joining us. And I thank all my panelists, because this topic is such, whatever we discuss, we can keep discussing, and there will be multiple views, even on a simple topic. I can say ethically this is wrong. You might say ethically this is correct. So before I close, if anyone has got any questions, I think you keeping time in view, I will not allow more than one question. So if somebody has, can ask, otherwise we'll close this. And I'm sure you
By the
also
way,
know.
the timekeepers are staring at us, so I don't know how much time we have for the questions.
No, ethically, everyone understands that it is wrong to ask any question at this point of time. So thank you everyone for joining us, and thanks all the panelists.
I promise you, hosting is not tough. Standing and telling someone कि आपका time खत्म हो गया is tougher. Well, thank you so much to all the panelists, and of course, Colonel, for also moderating that. Thank you so much. Thank you. While we're just getting the stage ready for the next and the last keynote session for the day, and of course, we have a panel discussion awaiting us after that. Just to tell all of you that tomorrow for day 2, because this hotel will have its dress rehearsal for G20. So please, if you're coming, which I'm sure all of you are coming, try and come in early, because we will be as per our schedule, but we don't really know how the protocol work. So just to sort of be on a toast for that. And with that, it's time for our next keynote session on cyber security in the age of generative intelligence and GPTs. And to talk on the same, please join me in welcoming on the stage Manish S. Sharma, IPS, ADGP, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Everybody, please, let's welcome sir.
First वाला नहीं
Good evening to everyone present here. And before I start off with the subject matter, I thought would be not only interesting, but also very, very useful for the private security industry and professionals here. Let me also compliment business world, business BW security world, and of course, Anurag Batraji for actually coming up with a platform. There are several platforms that I've seen over the years come up in the private security industry. Very few of them actually are platforms that provide good thinking ideas at the end of the day, some of which can serve as policy formulation basis for the government. And I am in a uniquely placed position. I've been fortunate to have worked across the world, across 5 continents, representing Government of India with the UN peacekeeping forces also, and also having seen the private security industry very closely as the controlling authority of my state, the licensing authority of my state for some years. So I have that perspective that is very, very necessary when we speak about security, cybersecurity, or any other such issue. Before I go into the details, let me also say that whatever I say here are entirely my personal views, and they may not be taken as the views of the government. That said, something that I wanted to speak about today was related to what all of us have been very fascinated about. We've been hearing about it since a long time, at least the last 6, 7, 8 months on a daily basis. And that is artificial intelligence, or more specifically, GPTs. Chat GPT का नाम हम लोग सब पिछले कुछ महीनों से बहुत लगातार सुन रहे हैं. I would like to actually ask the people present here, how many of you have used either the Chat GPT, the app in itself, the OpenAI's website, or anything similar? How many people have actually used generative intelligence? Thank you. So that tells me, and this I understand is a better audience than I generally have had in the last 6 months, where very few people have actually used GPT. Here I saw almost 30 to 40% of the hands, which is a very good indication that the technology is catching on and people are actually using it and then determining how much of risk and how much of dangers are there. I heard someone say a few minutes back that the more the human element in AI and the less the risk. And I get this question asked very, very often. What are the risks of AI? How dangerous it is? And I, having worked with the security industry now and law enforcement and as a diplomat for almost 30 plus years now with the Government of India, something that I'd like to bring about here is that no technology in itself is either dangerous or risky or good. It's the person who is using that technology. Revolvers, pistols, and advancement in weapons technology. Can we say revolvers are bad, pistols are good? No. It's the person who's using that technology that will in the future determine whether he uses it for, and there will be. We've seen criminals across the country, across the world, generally are a step ahead of the police, and they find novel ways to use whatever is at their disposal. So it will be with artificial intelligence or generative intelligence. So let me start by that caveat. And also one interesting, my own experience that I would give, and again, this comes out from having worked as the chief of security for all of airports in India at one time. And I was hearing people who were saying that profitability and these things and ethics, and they were being discussed. Excellent topic to discuss. Something that I saw and has made me realize since then is that security and all kinds of security, including cyber security, which is becoming increasingly very important, all kinds of security can only be successful if there is good public-private partnership. So the government will do its bit. It has to. It has been mandated by law. It has been elected by the people to provide them safety and security. But the private sector plays an equally important role in security. And that's something I want to highlight as we speak about cybersecurity also. And the example that I was coming to is from 2008. And this is early 2008. And I received a request from the NSG. NSG is the Black Cat Commandos that you see, to set up hubs in 4 or 5 major airports of the country. And they wanted to have land at the airport so that they could set up hubs of NSG commandos there who could react to any security situation immediately. I justified that proposal and sent it to my boss. And he considered it for some time, sent it back. And he said, how much is the cost going to be for the organization in terms of revenue lost from the land that is given? And I then sent it to the land department to calculate the cost. They got us the exact cost, revenue loss kitna hoga per year. And on file, I again justified, giving various examples from across the world of how this revenue loss could be offset, number one. Number two, how the loss to the nation and to the organization could be greater if something happened. Anyway, as is the case with most organizations, whether public or private, profitability is an issue, economic viability is an issue. The proposal was not accepted at that time. 3 months later, Mumbai happened. Hotels were pillaged. Our economy suffered. Our national image suffered. More than 100 people lost their lives. And the next day, the land was sanctioned. The point I'm trying to make is that it's a joint effort, public and private sector. And I wanted to bring it in front of you because all of you are important leaders of the security industry and either today play a part in determining not only in security in your own organization, but also in the larger sense, security for the country. Just to give you an overview of what I want to cover, what has happened in the last 6-8 months, how we are here today in terms of generative intelligence, the chronology, the large language models that some of you are using and we keep hearing about, GPTs, how cybersecurity is being impacted by generative intelligence and artificial intelligence, the risks, dangers, ethics, and misuse you've already heard, and some of the advancements that are taking place. So let's see. We all know it's a challenge. Why? That's because of 2 major things. One, all of us, organizations, companies, individuals, government, all of us are relying increasingly more on technology. It's there in our day-to-day use, it's there everywhere. And 2, because of rise of cybercrime. And later on, a few minutes from now, I'll give you some figures, a chart actually, that will tell you how cybercrime has risen and how it is expected to rise in the future in terms of numbers. Let me also say that all of us here are sitting we are privileged actually to sit in an age where we are seeing a transformational technology come in. You see, what happens is usually transformational technologies will come in only once in 15 to 20 years. That time is now. And some of you will remember when there were no computers. The computer itself was a transformational technology which changed the lives of everyone in the world. I remember a time when part of my family members, they had some industry, and I had suggested to them, I was just out of college at that time, and I had suggested to introduce computers. And those were the times, early 80s, when people would, computers, it's going to spoil everything, it's going to reduce this, going to reduce that kind of mentality. But today we see computers changed the way we live, the way we work. 15, 20 years down the line, another transformational technology came in, internet. Some of you may not be able to imagine how life was without internet, with just computers. But there was life, computers were useful at that time also. Internet transformed everything, the way we see life. And then after 15 to 20 years, again, in the 90s, we had another transformational technology that transformed. Smartphones. Who could have thought in 1980 that there'll be a computer and internet in your hands, which could do everything that a larger computer could do? So that way, we are fortunate to live in an age where there are several transformational technologies together that we name as generative intelligence. It's AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, blockchain, and they have the capacity to transform all kinds of things that we do. I keep using the term AI and GI interchangeably, but let me just tell you that generative intelligence is actually a step ahead. So artificial intelligence, what it does is it recognizes patterns from a huge set of data. It's capable of doing that. Generative intelligence goes a step further, and it not only recognizes those patterns from a huge set of data, but it's also capable of creating additional data and creating patterns from them. So that's where we are moving at now. Let me also mention about a few months back, there's a Civil Services Day, April 21. And I was fortunate to have represented my state at the Prime Minister's interaction with bureaucrats that day. And something that he had emphasized on was, and it's been taking place for the last 2-3 years on a grand scale, the digitalization of public interface in India. And it's huge. And this is where cybersecurity is going to play a huge part, and even the government, the basic government services that are being provided and that are going to be provided in the future. LLMs, just to cover it in brief, I don't want to go into the technical details. It's a large language model, which is basically a computer program that learns human language and various human languages now. And it analyzes the data and suggests a lot of, it can write code in various different languages and so on and so forth. As I mentioned, our huge push. I was speaking to the chairman of NASSCOM one day, and she was saying that this kind of public digitalization of public infrastructure is not taken place in such a short span anywhere in the world. So we are, again at the cusp of a revolution in India. So what's happened in the last 6-8 months? Many of you may be aware, many of you may not be. It's actually this generative intelligence, AI, GPTs have actually evolved over a very explosive rate. It's been exponential and not incremental. November 2022 में launch हुआ ChatGPT, and then you had GPT-4 in another 3-4 months, which is hugely more powerful. And then you have various iterations that are, automazing and increasing the capability of these GPTs. Of course, you've had competitors. So OpenAI ne kiya ChatGPT, and then you have Google coming in with Bard. That's again very good. And then you have had Microsoft Bing and Cloud. One day, whenever you have time, just give a prompt, a security prompt, and to each of these three and see which one responds better. You will realize the potential that generative intelligence has for cybersecurity. So that's it. And now we have something known as the baby AGI, artificial general intelligence. This figure just gives you the rise in terms of people following and using ChatGPT, and compares it with the rise of Instagram and Spotify and the number of days it took to reach 1 million users. So you see the graph of ChatGPT is almost straight. And now we are moving towards artificial general intelligence, which is basically computers acting like humans. This we have discussed. I don't want to go into these details, a little more technical. So initially it was GPT-3, then ChatGPT came, and then you now have GPT-4, which is the latest large language model and the most powerful also. And this just gives you an idea of how powerful. So GPT-3 or Chat GPT's previous version, 170 trillion parameters it could operate on. And GPT-3 is 175, I'm sorry, the other way around. GPT-3 is 175 billion and GPT-4 is 170. Similarly, it can handle larger passages and texts. It can also accept both images and texts. And some researchers and some scientists think it is the beginning of the artificial general intelligence age. How are they impacting us in cybersecurity, terrorism, and countering terrorism? These are largely what I thought of are areas. Some of these we are already working on. The security agencies are working on. The private companies, some of them, we are taking the help of private companies in this, so they are working on. Natural language processing is the base on which generative intelligence is operating. So that's something, it helps you in detecting threats before they arise, in analyzing patterns, detection of fraud. Predictive analysis is a great tool for identifying vulnerabilities and dangers that are coming in the future. Also, there are some automated immediate response systems in place in the government as well as military forces, police, but there is so much more that can be done. Threat intelligence from large open source intelligence data. Again, this is something that could be very, very useful. Let's see how we are improving. So we are identifying potential threats. That's something that has been going on for some time now, but with the data increasing at exponential speed, it's become very, very important to actually analyze the threats before they become actual actions. And that's where the GI is playing a great role, developing advanced cybersecurity defense systems. As I mentioned, there's now multiple language analysis available. So therefore, whether it is the US NSA, the CIA, or Indian agencies, there is now this possibility of interpreting language models on various languages. Provides decision support systems to government, the police, military. Also, this is a new field that is just picking up, providing and forecasting models that also include geopolitical risks. There are now today companies, billions of dollars, they invest in different countries. And before investing those dollars, they want to know several aspects of that country in addition to the economic viability. And this is where, again, GI is playing a large role. Risks and dangers, some of you have heard from the previous speakers what they are. Of course, huge financials and economics, I'll come into the figures later. We see this in the, so every state has a cyber cell. Some of you may know this, most of you don't, that every single state in Madhya Pradesh, at least in India, at least the larger ones, have a specific devoted cyber cell that's headed by a very senior officer. It has specialists, both from the government and on contract from the private sector. Some of the very good minds who are working to deter all these frauds and other things, but still, as you see, and this can lead to a number of things. What happened in Haryana some days ago, eventually leading to communal riots. That place is actually a hub of cyber crime in India. Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, you name the state. Many of these, when we follow up, they are originating in this area, Nu and other places. So it's borderless world. Cyber this thing gives us advantages, but it also gives the criminals advantages. Yeah, and the usual anonymity is a great enabler, both for positive terms and negatives. So that's a risk also. An interesting infographic for you. And I started my discourse on this very subject in terms of dangers and risks. And so this survey was conducted last year, released this year by Pew and by the Ipsos Global Advisor Institute. And it surveyed about 20,000 people in 10 different countries, 12 different countries. These are the results. So the global average of people who fear that AI will take over humans is 27%. But the number of people in India who fear that AI is going to go rogue is 53%. Of course, in Japan, it's 18%. In Canada, it's 18%. Just to give you an idea of how we stand in terms of our perception and thinking. I spoke about some figures, and these are those figures here. You can see again, I'd like to call it exponential instead of incremental, the huge increase that has been taking place in terms of trillions of US dollars with respect to cyber crime, and it's going to again skyrocket. So that's something, and that's where each one of your companies also is going to play a part. People ask me AI, generative intelligence, and I keep saying that it's like I said earlier, but this is something I wanted to bring up again, is that it's a double-edged sword. The way we use it is going to determine, and regulation is something that's not at the stage where you see in your own industry. Let's say the security industry, you have the PASARA, you have an act passed by the parliament, you have laws passed by various state legislatures on how to govern the private security industry. Not so much in this field worldwide, and so is the situation in India. So these are the possibilities why it's, it cannot, the GPTs cannot identify the motive of the user. Yes, it's difficult to identify what somebody is inputting and why is he doing it. But that's a weakness also. And that can lead to data coming up that can be misused on various fronts. Filters can be bypassed. And this is when we don't have AGI in place today, even baby AGI in place today. So I keep saying this, artificial intelligence or generative intelligence is exciting as well as scary. And you will experience this as you go ahead and start using it and everything. I'll just touch briefly. These are iterations, these are evaluations that are taking place, automations that are taking place. So GPT has now also a submodel that's known as Auto GPT, and where it'll do tasks on its own. So that's one step advancement over what the original Chat GPT was. And it can do, you just specify your goals. Let's say you specify 4 goals. Do it, practice all these things, check all these things that I'm telling you. You specify these goals, and that task will be performed automatically by this large language learning model. I spoke about, just to give you an idea of what is actually general intelligence. Like I said, it's like human beings. It can perform logical tasks, reasoning, analysis, you name it. And the difference is it understands and learns from experiences, solves problems, and can think abstractly. You see, computers cannot think abstractly. That's a limitation they have. But general intelligence, artificial general intelligence, is going to be able to do that. We are not there yet, but the startings are there. It can play chess, write a poem, or have a conversation. Let me give you an example. Chess. So computers have been there where, since 1990s, where they've been defeating humans in playing chess. But that's all they could do. Now we will be having computers that can do many more things besides playing chess. So that's the difference between artificial intelligence, generative intelligence on one hand, and artificial general intelligence. So finally, how do we move forward? What do we see happening? How the world is going to look like? Now, I've been fortunate to have served across the world, including with the UN peacekeeping forces. And what I see is the private sector playing an increasingly important role in security everywhere. So also in India. We have areas where 10 years ago, we didn't see the private security industry and we just saw the local police or the paramilitary or the law enforcement agencies. In fact, I have been suggesting on my own also with respect to various functions of the police, at least the non-essential functions that can be handed over to the private security industry. And imagine the amount of growth that can take place within your industry, within each company, within every security industry company, if this were to happen. And we are seeing the start. Airport security is one such area where at least a part of it has been handed over to private security agencies, the part on the outside. And there are several other areas in which this can actually take place. You would have heard of Wagner, and I mean, it was in the news, Prigozhin and everyone being security professionals. You know, it was a large private security company that actually was in a position to threaten the national government. But that's one side of the story. We had a similar, in the times that I was with the UN, a similar company from the US, Blackwater. Some of you may have heard about it. And, you know, at that time also, this is almost 15 years back, private security people working with Blackwater were performing the duty of police officers representing United States in the UN peacekeeping missions. So that's the limit. It's probably not the limit, but that's how high security industry and their professionals can go if, you know, everything falls into place and things are done in the correct manner. So yeah, investment in technical resources and human resources is necessary. I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to each one of you and talk to your CEOs and the owners to have the best brains in security. That's one area we lack. The best brains are not coming into security. They are going elsewhere. So we need to have the best brains as well as more resources. Of course, identifying and managing risks is important. Securing infrastructure is hugely important. If you look at it from the country's perspective, dams, electricity generation plants, etc., etc. There are countries who have this, and there are 45 odd countries who have this capability to actually burst a dam, open the gates of a dam here, or take out the electricity of a large Indian company. It's already happened. So what is also needed is, like I have been speaking about, collaborations across borders, platforms, and organizations. The security industry also needs to act as a bridge between the public and the government. And you can play a very, very crucial part here. Finally, I believe it needs to be dynamic and democratic, which means to evolve with the threats, the risks, continuously change our policies, whether in private security organizations or the government, and be able to disrupt, and be able to check, and be able to provide safety and security wherever we require it. Let me conclude by congratulating all the winners of the Security Excellence Awards that will be announced tomorrow. And from what we saw as members of the jury, it was, you know, some of the nominations that were received were outstanding. And having seen private security companies and their professionals outside the country, also the best of them, I could say that the quality that is coming up in India and that was nominated in these awards was outstanding. So my congratulations to each one of them who will receive the awards tomorrow. And eventually also, I'd like to take this opportunity to say each one of you has the capability to outshine your own best performance. And you never know when it's going to come. And it'll come when you are least expecting it. Let me give you one small example and then I conclude. I was in the US for it was an assignment. I had a fellowship. I did my additional master's in geopolitics and international security at the University of California. And I was also part of, invited to be a member of the board of the World Affairs Council, which is the largest non-profit organization in the world. And during that period, those 2.5 years, I had the occasion to represent our country in several platforms. And when I was coming back, the mayor of the city that I was in, he and his associates organized a farewell dinner. Now that's a huge thing because most of you may not know that, like in India, the chief minister is the most powerful person in the state. In the US, the mayor is the most powerful person in the city. He's the one who's appointing the police commissioner. He's the one who's appointing the administrator. So it was a huge honor. And when I was there, it was one day before my flight was to take me back to the homeland. And there he announces that for the first time ever, they were proclaiming a day by the name of Manish Shankar Sharma Day. So in my name, because of the contributions that they felt I had made during those 2.5 years in the US. So that was the first time an Indian's name actually was proclaimed as a day in the US. It actually, thank you. It actually sank in what had happened 3 or 4 days later. But when I look back, this happened almost 7 years ago, 8 years ago. When I look back and I realized, I mean, there was nothing extraordinary that I did, but the dedication, hard work, commitment that is required in every job. I think that's where we need, each one of us can pinch in, can make a difference. And I conclude by quoting a very famous and one of my favorite chopais from the Ramcharitmanas. It goes something like this. Tapbal rachai prapanch vidhata. Tapbal rachai prapanch vidhata. Tapbal sakal Vishnu jagatrata. Tapbal sakal Vishnu jagatrata. Tapbal shesh dharahi mai bhara. Tapbal shiv karahi sanghara. And basically what it means is, hard work, dedication, commitment were necessary for Lord Vishnu to create this world. They were necessary for Lord Sheshna to lift the earth on his forehead. Tapasya, lagan, mehnat, dedication, hard work, commitment were necessary for Lord Shiva to get the destructive capacity that he has. And when the Lord Almighty himself requires dedication, hard work and commitment, hum log to sab insaan hai. If we do it, mind my words, success will be at your feet always. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And with that, it's time for our last panel discussion of the day, which is on data privacy in a hyper-connected world. We'll just wait for them to set up the stage. Okay, for data privacy in a hyper-connected world, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Colonel Arun Hariharan, VP and National Head, Nodal Security and Safety, Bharti at Limited. Veena Gupta, Founder, MD, Seam Risk Solutions India. Lieutenant Bhaskar Shukla, CSO, Delhi NCR, JK Cement. And this session will be chaired by Jaspreet Singh, Partner and Clients and Markets Leader, Advisory Services, Grant Thornton. Everybody wants for them, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Oh God. Hi, good evening, everyone. I don't know whether I should call it my good luck, bad luck, but the organizers I think this is the third year in a row in various BW conferences are kind enough to call me, but give me a very impossible task. Sometimes it is just after the lunch session. Sometimes it is when probably we are 30 of us in this room. We'll try our best to, talk about privacy in a hyper-connected world. So I thought, since we've such esteemed audience, why not start with asking a couple of questions to the audience, right? Do you think as Indians, we are really worried about privacy? Sorry? Not really. Beginning to. Okay. Anybody there? Are we concerned about privacy? Sometimes. So if I can see just show of hands, how many people think that as Indians, we are very concerned about privacy of our data? A couple of people are very concerned, 3, 4, 5 people, superb, excellent. So I would like to ask these 5 people, when was the last time you ever traveled on a train or attended a wedding? If you've seen a wedding card, last page, RSVP, we give all 20 phone numbers present in the house, along with map also. Nowadays, if you see e-cards, you also have a Google Maps link attached. So as if I have a problem coming to your house, I'll also know your address. People who've traveled by train, you've seen the last, when you get on the coach, there is a printout of your PNR number, age, name, etc. There are apps using that PNR number. I can get whatever detail I want, including the ID you used for booking that ticket. That is how concerned we are about our privacy, right? And I'm still not going into the human aspect, where if I'm sitting with Anand on a flight, in 2 hours, we'll exchange everything about our lives. So thank you once again, BW. Let me start with you, Colonel Arun. Your initial thoughts, please. Just a minute.
Thank you, Jaspreet. I think that was a very good intro you gave. My thoughts are very simple. I just want to bring out 2 data points. And I think people should realize that we're just sitting on the tip of the iceberg. For me, the watershed moment in India for data usage and cybercrime is 2016, when we had the quote unquote notebandi or whatever demonetization we had. And that time, a large number of people got by compulsion or by whatever requirement, people started doing a lot of e-transactions. And it's not me who's saying this, but you can check your data when you go back. Cybercrime in India went up 306% from 2016 to 2022, which not many people know, because the transactions went up. Transactions went up without the digital literacy going up. People were not literate. So, like he brought out, innocuous data, which we feel is innocuous, gets leaked, falls into wrong people's hands, and people are exploited. And typical targets for exploitation are people who don't have an understanding of this, senior citizens, people from the lower state of society who are doing something, but they don't know what they're doing. So if you look at it that way, data privacy, I think there is nothing more important today than data privacy, because your entire thing revolves around it.
Superb. I think Colonel Arun, superb, excellent opening comments. Especially I get that percent you mentioned, 306%, right? I think 306% reported cases. Yes. In a country like ours, we don't even know. I think that is still the tip of the iceberg on how many cases were unreported, right? Lieutenant Bhaskar, your views on this entire personal security, privacy of data, go to any building. I think a couple of panelists before us also spoke about every building you enter, you have to give your Aadhaar card or your driving license or click a photograph, right? Or you go to office where these things are not digitized, there's a physical register and they won't let you in. Your thoughts, sir?
So I would say, at the first place, it is actually important to, because for your identity, if you're in a country like India, like where, so as we all know, such incidents keep happening wherein if you do not verify who the person is who have just entered, so there are chances that something may go wrong, and you never know the intention of that person. So taking data is obviously it's pertinent, it is important, because without that it's no guarantee that whom you are letting in or whom you are interacting with. But at the same time, what you are sharing with that security staff or with that person or with that organization, the data that you are giving them, I would say you can't stop yourself from giving data, because this is a mandate, and it would take years and years wherein we would be a society where people say, okay, let's not take so much about it, and where the something can be authenticated, not without disclosing somebody's privacy or data thing. But then meanwhile, in the present scenario, what we can think of is, let's accept this fact that we would share data, but it should not be misused. So at the same time, like we have to keep that is why we talk about information security, like ISO 27001 2009 that we all are aware of, that this has been into like practice for some time now. But so basic is that we as we keep on sending, we all are from corporates, we keep on sending disclaimers, mailers, and all these things. Yeah, so why we do this? So that people are aware about the phishing mail, about all these things which enter into your world through these unfair means. So if we keep people aware about even after sharing your basic details, do not cross the limit, do not share your bank account details, do not share too many relevant things. See, if you think that okay, you have to share your name or maybe your address, stop there. After that, if they ask anything further, don't just keep on disclosing things, because all these things, as we talk about algorithms, so what AI would do, that it will have like in the same case as we talk about the fire triangle, same goes with the information security as well. If we then they will have enough data to collate it and get into it something which can be misused. But if we are giving the basic information, and it is something which we are aware of, that okay, these things I have disclosed, and I don't have to use it as a password, or it don't have to be so specific about in any of my apps where somebody can just barge in by my name or address, then I think half of the war is already won.
Superb. I'll just probably take a minute, right? And excellent points on sharing what we need to share and the other person being accountable. But you can answer this when we finish with Veena ma'am. But, I give my name, phone number to somebody who's standing at the reception.
Right.
Unfortunately, fortunately, his security or privacy awareness is very low. He's a security guard, right? As Colonel Arun said, awareness is a key issue. You can ask him, what will you do with my data? And he will have no answer, right? On how will your Aadhaar card be stored, right? So that's another thing. I think as a society, we would have to take massive steps to make people aware of privacy pitfalls of sharing information. With that, Ms. Veena, I'd like to come to you for your initial remarks, please.
Hello. First of all, as you said, thanks everyone. And I want to give big round of applause to all the audience. I think we have 30 of them. So let's keep this talk very engaging. And so I will start with one question to all of you. Tell me, when did you last fill your cart when you were doing online shopping and did not purchase anything? How many of you? We all do very often. We fill our cart, but we do not do any purchase. And what happened afterward? You get email that your card is missing you, and then you start getting relevant ads. Sometimes you get ads saying that, oh, you won 2 kgs complimentary weight loss material or the product. And especially for the girls out there or the female, you get like complimentary gift voucher for any clothing, any garment. And don't we get tempted? And then you get a link which you clicked, and you are pro to hacking. So I think I would say welcome to the hyper connected digital world. thanks to all the technology which we have been talking about, AI, intelligence devices, 5G, etc. I think we're heading very close to the weak link of losing our data privacy, and heading to cybercrime or on social media. Because when our data will be leaked, as you talked about RWA. Now, most of the RWA, Colonel Kumar, you have spoken about, is being managed by, I think, MyGate and No Broker. So leave the men, women, kids, teens, and senior citizen. Nowadays, our maids are very pro to, vulnerabilities. Recent case in my society happened. Somebody hacked the data from the No Broker, the app, because it has two-way communication information. You get all the information of the owner, residence, also the maid. So that's happened. Now, the second question I want to ask again to all of you: how many app you have in your mobile phone right now, which you use on a daily basis? 10 तो होंगे minimum. 10-15 ऐप हम डेली यूज करते हैं, relevant to anything, and women थोड़ा ज्यादा करती हैं. So imagine per day 10 to 15 apps, and in a month 300 apps. So we are sharing relevant data. Irony is that we are the one who are sharing maximum information and the data. We are the one who's feeding all the information, choice, with choice and without choice, knowingly and unknowingly. We are getting very close to the data privacy. And for your information, just breathe, like I think I was just studying, like we got most probably, I think 8 million smart apps. Google itself in Play Store has, I think, about 3 million apps, and then Apple has somewhere around 16-17 million apps. So imagine these many apps we've been using every day. So I will just say welcome to the hyper connected digital world we are heading, and I don't know where we're going. Everyone would have the same question: who's handling my data? Who's handling this cloud? How I'm safeguarding this information which I'm sharing? And I think my most important concern is about AI. We all talked about AI. I think we've been under surveillance throughout the day while doing online shopping, offline shopping, market, public space, transportation, app, this and that, and the CCTV camera. जैसे अभी it's my personal experience whenever I go to any meeting. So जो guard हमसे information लेते हैं वो आपका नाम पता ठिकाना लिखते हैं. I never share my personal number. I always write something else, and yet they don't know मैं number कौन सा लिख रही हूँ. The first question is कहाँ से आए हो, क्यों आए हो, आपका number क्या है. So these are the information, but yet these information has been used by merchandise, by anybody who's using this data for their own perspective. So we really don't know where's the data going and who's using it for their own benefit. So I think that's my concern, because of AI and many other technology has become part of our life day to day. घर में हमारा Alexa है, and we become digital, lifestyle has become totally automatic. So हम लोग बहुत ही automatic हो गए हैं. So you rightly said कि we are least bothered about this safety and data, breach.
No, thank you, Veena. I think super impressive opening comments. And somebody told me that you're actually, when you're sleeping, your phone is never sleeping. If somebody picks up the phone, calls me and says, let's go to Mauritius for a holiday, tomorrow morning, first thing when you open up Make My Trip, you will see ads of Mauritius or any other app for that matter. That means there is somebody who's tracking your entire presence. And I thought while I was preparing for this panel, and I really like the word hyper connected, I saw a video on YouTube which is very interesting. It said, how will life look like in 2040? So it said, when you sleep, next day morning you put an alarm for 6 o'clock in the morning, right? Your alarm clock actually sends a notification to your shower saying 6:20, shower should be ready. 6:20, it sends a notification to your car. 6:45, the car should be preheated. It sends a notification to a gas station saying expect him by 7:10. To your office turnstile gates, 7:30 is expected to come in. Now imagine if all of this is connected and one single breach, right? We talk about our Honorable Prime Minister announcing about 100 smart cities in India. What is smart city? Right? Where everything is connected to everything, right? If something goes wrong at one traffic signal, imagine the chaos it will create for everybody in the city. So it's so hyper connected. While it's good from an efficiency system, but we'll also have to look at it, how much hyper connected and the cost of what. One of the things that is addressing all of this is the new DPDPA Act, which is being signed by the President It took 5 years for us to have a privacy regulation in place. Colonel Arun, what are your thoughts and how do you think that will change the entire privacy landscape of the country?
Thank you, Jaspreet. Just to give a little background on the DPDPA, which he mentioned, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which was passed a few days back by the president, as you rightly brought out. Let me take you back to 2018 when something called GDPR came into effect. That is the General Data Protection Regulation, which was implemented by EU, all EU countries in 2018. So this act, if you see, it's very similar to that. I will not go into the details of what is the difference and how do we compare it and all. Suffice to say that this act defines a data principle. A data principle is all of us, whoever owns any data, any kind of a data. It can be a personal data. It can be a they call it a biographical data. That's what it's got two terms. It's called biographical data and it is called sensitive data. So biographical data is my name, my date of birth and stuff. Sensitive data is my medical records, my credit card record. So they're all sensitive records. So it defines data broadly into two. I'll not go too much into detail again in interest of time. And then it talks about data fiduciary. So data fiduciary is big companies like my company. Like I work in a telecom company and we have got like 400 million customers as on date and counting. So that puts a huge responsibility on us as regards the data privacy is concerned, because we are holding sensitive information, we are holding so much of data of all customers. And all this data which I mentioned now, whether it's personal data, sensitive data, it flows through our system somewhere because everything is on a mobile. What a supercomputer was there 30 years back, today is a smartphone. So it's so powerful, the device. But if it is so powerful, there's so much of data flowing through it. So it puts a lot of responsibility on us. The penalties are huge. It talks about 2% of your global turnover is the kind of penalty we're talking here, if there is a major breach. And it also talks about annual audits of these companies. So going forward, if you look at it, look at the scales. I just spoke about the number of the increased reporting of cyber incidents, 300%. Even your data usage per user in India was 6 GB in 2019. Today it stands at almost 20 GB. It is a 3 times, 19.7 GB is the usage. So you can see the kind of data flowing. And with this kind of data flowing, it's a gold mine. For somebody to mine it, it's a gold mine. And as cyber security professionals, as companies which hold a lot of data, it puts a lot of responsibility on us with this act. So it's a difficult proposition because we're all working on it. It's a law passed by the government. It will work. But let me tell you, it's a step in the positive direction, but it will take time to mature because all companies are going to have a challenge. It is not only telecom companies, e-commerce. Like he just mentioned that, you try searching for Adidas shoes on Amazon, it will keep showing you till you buy it. Whether you go to Facebook, whether you go to wherever you go, it will keep showing Adidas shoes to you. So that's how the data works. That will stop. That has to stop. It cannot. We go like so it's somewhere my data is being shared. So we'll have to manage all that. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent points. I think I'll probably take 3-4 cues from what you said. It's a start, right, for organizations to deal with it. Because you made reference to GDPR, I just probably want to make a point saying they had EU DPA, the Data Protection Agreement in 1995, before they came up with GDPR 23 years later. For us, privacy did not mean anything except that Section 43 of IT Act, right? And we were, sorry, but there was no enforcement of that, right? You can go to court and see there were no cases filed or there was no penalties ruled out, given out around that Section 43A. Though it's a cognizable offense, absolutely. To straight away coming to DPDPA, which is much more stringent, I think will be a real challenge, given that our data is almost everywhere, right? And today also, I'm surprised with so many initiatives, government taking so many initiatives, right? You see RBI ads all over the place saying, please don't share your personal information. DOT, try ads, a lot of organizations like yourself, go to railway station, you'll see large posters saying, don't share your usernames, don't share your passwords. And then what happens is you go to a mall on a weekend, and there on some side corner, there people will be selling credit cards or 3 nights, 2 days stay in Manali, and you'll still see people standing there and giving away their phone numbers, email addresses very happily, right? And they'll come and say, boss, you know what, next month we are going on a vacation. That unfortunately, that's the kind of awareness that we're coming to, right? Coming to you, Lieutenant Bhaskar, physical security, right? Again, probably nobody thinks of privacy when we think about physical security, right? Because nobody knows today that we are under so much of surveillance. Like Veena ma'am said, right? CCTVs are everywhere, etc. What is your take on physical security and privacy?
You're right, sir. So, when we talk about physical security, so basic thing that comes to mind is like, the appearance, like at most what you will see, the body language, and then obviously, frisking and this thing, not something related to data or, data privacy or anything related to, your information security as such. But now this is why, these convergence courses, and then in corporates also, physical security is now being merged with information security. Even if it is, there is no dedicated security manager in a particular organization, say, then also, the IT team and physical security team, we work hand in hand. So how it is converging nowadays is because security is not just physical now. It is about, a person can harm you, not, in fact, nobody would now in present day scenario, hard, like in a sophisticated society, nobody would harm you physically. They would rather go through your data, and they would like to harm your image. They would like to harm, attack on your finances, your reputation and everything. So that is again security. If we especially talk about, like, I'm with the, like the security of the promoters. So for them, more than physical security matters, what matters is their image. And that is related to, sharing data again thing. So what we are doing is, as I said in the, my first this thing also, that we are informing people and we are educating people about, a mailer goes from me on every Monday about, what should you do to keep your data, with yourself and privacy, and not to trigger any phishing mail, or not to trigger any, bug through your email or anything. So I would say that the best thing that we can now do is to, promote, as physical security managers, promote data security also, because now if you want to be, safe, secure, then it is not only the physical aspect, but definitely your, data, which is not through physical security exactly, but through the convergence of physical security and information security.
Superb. I loved this piece around convergence of physical security and digital security. And believe me, in my role, I meet a lot of clients, and everybody says, Jaspreet, I am not too worried about physical security, but I don't want to get up in the morning and see my name in the newspaper because of a cyber attack, because of a privacy issue, etc. And with that, I think we should probably move to you, Veena ma'am. Slightly sensitive question. We spoke about brand image loss, etc. Uh, Given this entire AI thing that's been thrust upon us, deep fakes, etc., and other apps are actually very dangerous, especially for women, right? How do you think, number one, are we geared up as a country to deal with it? I would reserve my comments on that. And what are your thoughts on, what should we do to stop it from becoming a nuisance?
Very relevant question. See, I would say this digital privacy, it's a feminist issue because women are very pro online shopping. They are the one who are holding and controlling the household shopping through online apps, which is available as we discuss about. Now think about like when and unluckily and unlikely they are very less pro towards their data security, and they're not using any tool to safeguard their device because of maybe non-awareness or not having awareness or maybe multitasking or various reasons. So think about like what happens. So I just wanted to bring a great, some kind of like bring into your notice. If we can have this slide, just see like how, since we said that we are not very worried about our data security, but when we use these apps, especially the young girls, teens, and even the ladies, and I've seen women, and trust me, like even the app like shadi.com, I've done a survey where I found the youngsters, they are very pro and using these apps. We think shadi.com is only for the shadi, but then these apps and these shadi.coms, can we have the device? All right. So basically the young people, and latest picture which we have seen OMG2, and because the lack of awareness, these things very, very much over there. Now, if you just see very hypothetically, even the professional app, which is the Google Meet, think about in the COVID scenario, when we download this app, what is this? It says, it asks for the access to your camera 365 days. It means without even reading, sometimes you say yes, yes, yes. Everything it says, allow me to get into your pictures. It says, are there any tips, and allow perfect 365 to access photo, music, videos and all, and we do give access. Do we give access or not? Because until as you give the access, the people who are not having much knowledge, I'm talking about teens, young girls, and the women and the housewives and many other like, senior citizen, we do give access, because without giving access, it does not take you to the next page. Now, while I was studying Jasprit, a very interesting app I found is the Maya app. All the girls behind over there, like it's very relevant, and you have a woman at home, it's very relevant. This app is the Maya app, which controls your periods and menstrual cycle. Even it talks about your pregnancy and your cycle. So see the kind of question is asking, is taking you and asking all kind of questions like mental stress, your cycle, your sex life, your physical life, this and that. And you are saying yes, 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 because until as you say yes, it will not take you to the next slide. Until as you reach there, it's a 5 step. And then you're saying agree to all privacy. Yes, yes, yes. When you agree, it means you're giving all the information into this app. So when we talk, we can just now I'll show you another slide. I think we all can relevant. Sorry, it's not a gender thing, but now we all are pro to these dating apps. Now these are the high rated risk app which is available in the market. If you read this, Bumble, Tinder, and all the shopping apps. So I think we just read. So these are the highly risk rated app. All of them they're using for the friendship, for stress management, for नहीं अपनी सारी apps है, and we all are pro to these apps. Think about it when we are using this app. Now there's a thought behind, though I think this just for this topic is nothing to do with the gender, but I think it can play a very significant role, because we have to think about it. Who's making these apps? Thought behind it, and unfortunately, very less women are there in the development of these apps. Mostly women are not there in the techie division or the jobs. Maybe I'm not saying it's a male dominating industry, it's just women have not opted to be in a techie job. So people, only 23% I think women are in a techie job, maybe Google or Facebook. These are the people, who are hiring this. So lack of awareness is there. So the app who's making, who's the brain behind? There's a thought we have to think about it. So I would say that women are not contributing. We should contribute, and we should think before getting into this. And I think the beauty app, all the girls use Snapchat and all these things. So beauty app is a very, very dangerous app. All the girls, even the moms, because nowadays very pro to all this app, very, very fascinating to use this app. So see how it's taking us and leading us, and we are sharing. So we are the one who are sharing all the data. We are the one who is responsible, and that led to this cyber security and crime on social media. So I think I'll just sum up by showing all the risk which we already having, when it comes to women's safety or kid safety or.
Yeah, I'm actually overwhelmed. I don't know what to say now, given that whatever I've heard. Yeah, I always knew it's very, very dangerous. In fact, my last question to the audience. How many of you put photographs with your kids, certificates, report cards, first, school name, etc.? All of us, right? All of us? Please stop doing that. I work with somebody in the police department. He was saying that almost 15 to 16% kids kidnapping starts with this, because what you're actually doing is putting the school name, the section, the name of the kid is clearly visible on the certificate, right? We should not give out any such details. What stops a bad actor from going to the school gate, paying some security guard some fees and saying, boss, give me more information about this kid studying in this class, this section, right? We should stop sharing our kids' photographs, achievements. If you want to share, please share, mask all the relevant details, right? So with that, I think, Colonel Arun, I'm sure we've discussed, there are a lot of problems. Being in the industry where so much B2C data is being captured, I'm sure you would be doing lots and lots of stuff around controlling this mess, or from an awareness perspective. What are your closing remarks on that, please?
Yeah, so I'll just, quote an example. While I was in the army, when we had the training, when you had the jungle training, there's one, just the first thing they told us, you can survive off the jungle, but never eat any fruit which is the brightest colored, something which is very brightly colored. It looks fantastic. Don't do it. Same thing applies for cyber safety. And like I told you, the kind of deluge of data usage which is happening, and with 5G and all coming in, and with the proliferation of smartphones. Earlier, you'll find that blue-collared people not using, they're using feature phones and all that. Now with the cost of technology going down, literally everybody's got a smartphone. And I'll just quote Veena. She gave a very good example of MyGate app and No Broker and all these blah blah, all these servicing and all these apps. These apps are all bombs. I'm telling you, they have got a lot of data inside. I'm not too sure what kind of a practice they follow. Even I use MyGate in my society. My mate comes in, somebody comes in. So that guy, it captures whether an Amazon guy is coming, who's coming. They know everything. Swiggy, how many times I ordered Swiggy, that app is capturing. So you can just see what kind of a stuff we're sitting on. So the only solution for this is awareness, awareness, and more awareness, and awareness to that target people who are less aware. So we have to identify those vulnerable people, senior citizens, children, blue-collared people who don't have much understanding of technology. They don't know what they're doing. Awareness, and of course, there are other means. Improving our process. As companies, we improve our processes. We keep improving our software. We keep updating our software. We keep having better governance, and we keep getting after the criminals. So that's a cat and mouse chase. So we keep getting after the criminals also. These kind of, we have, in fact, as a company, we have got after so many criminals and we have cracked so many cases. So there is no other way out of this. So better processes, better awareness, and of course, reactive action when something happens. You get after people.
Super, excellent, thank you. And I think you mentioned a word in between saying senior citizens. One thing is, a lot of these scams also are being targeted towards senior citizens. For example, if we get a message saying we've not paid our electricity bill, if we don't pay in 4 hours, it will be disconnected. I'm sure 99% people sitting in this room will not bother about that message. But imagine your old parents staying in a B town, C town, they get this message saying, please click on this link, next 4 hours to pay, otherwise your electricity will go away. Right? In this age, is the other way around. 90% of them will click on that message without even calling you, consulting you, whatever. So awareness, awareness, awareness. Thanks for giving us that. Lieutenant Bhaskar, your closing comments, please.
Sir, as sir mentioned, like I think it is the most important aspect that he has already covered, awareness. So two things I would say. Awareness, undoubtedly the most important thing that, because our parents especially, they have not been from this age. So, even my father at times says, ki, "Dekhna message aaya hua hai, isme kya karna hai?" He literally gets, concerned ki kuch bhi agar message aaya hai, to like he wants to understand why this message has come to his WhatsApp or this thing. I keep telling him, Papa ji, is pe don't, just don't
bother.
Don't bother, don't keep, give attention to it. But then it is their psyche, like it is their mentality, because they have been from a generation where everything used to matter. People used to talk sense, but nowadays especially
doesn't matter.
Yeah, so it is mostly about things which do not matter. So such anything which is showing emergency, even in in the TV advertisements also we see that anything which is showing emergency, do not react. There is no emergency. Like, this is what we need to, as such, that, like, awareness. We have to make people aware of it. Second thing I would like to add over here is about, which we have been, discussing also. Veena ma'am also brought out this, what we want to exactly, show. So if we show an image wherein, we are, being vulnerable about, by ourselves, exposing things that, okay, I have got this house, this this much car, my son studies in this school, and then we have this much this, and I work here. So everything which, while showing off, we are giving so much, we are luring people who are after it. So they won't be targeting people who are ordinary, because they won't invest on them, but they will definitely like to invest on people who, whom they can get something from. And at the same time, we are, exposing also ourselves. So I would say that, even if you are doing it, do it within your close circle and be aware of what you have shared. As sir said, again, it comes to somehow awareness only, that we should know what we are, putting. As you also brought out that, when we are sharing some certificates. So I would say, you can't, if you don't want to stop yourself from sharing certificate, we definitely want recognition also. In the app itself, even in every app, even on WhatsApp also, you can, put a, blank on this thing, and you can cover, yeah, you can mask it. So same goes with, everything. If you're putting something on social media, be rest assured about the fact that somebody may be against it. So you need to accordingly be prepared for it. This would be my closing remarks, sir.
Superb. Thank you. Now, last but not the least, and you are officially closing this now. Veena ma'am, you've, in your last talk, you actually made all of us afraid, right? But I believe where there is a problem, there should be a solution. So, you can see the timer. You've got about 2 minutes to close this and give us a solution on what should we do.
Yeah. See, first of all, as I said, like we, all the peers, friend and family, we should motivate all the women to come on in a techie job, so that they can be part of the decision, they can part of the innovation while making the app and the thought process. Second thing, when things or data have been leaked, it's become the pro hacking, right? When hacking happens, where to complain? That's a very important question we all have. So whenever something happens, we should complain to cybercrime cell. So it's a cybercrimecell.gov.in is a portal. Then we have a national crime cell portal where you can report, and there's a helpline number 1555260, which you can call for. Then for the women, we have ncb.gov.nic. That's a national crime women ayog. And then we have shebox.gov. So these are kind of portal, and we all should know our digital right, privacy right. And I think we were talking about the digital protection bill, which just been passed. I think that will not bring any magic, but it can delay the attacks. It can prevent, it can deterrent people not using the data. We should know section 19. We should know that in case any crime happens related to social media and cybersecurity, what IPC should be applicable. So for most importantly for cybersecurity, it relate to 354D, and for cyber security, again, cybercrime is a 509, especially for the women. And then we have IT Act, which is 66, 67, 78. So we should know all these IPCs. We should read Indian Penal Code, what law supports you, where do we go, follow some private like digital groups. There's a particular cyber dost karke, there's a Instagram people you can follow. Then we have Info Seva, which is there on a tweet. So I think we should follow these kind of protection groups. Data privacy groups are very prevalent, very much aware. It's just end of the day, I would say, हमने ही अपने आप को protect करना है, because we are the one who is sharing the data. So we have to control our deep traditional thoughts, which is inbuilt, and we are not being careful. We should have strict data privacy in our devices. We should learn if we don't know. We should keep changing our password, and I think we should keep our device safe. That's the only prevention I would say we have, and that's it. I sum up.
Thank you so very much. I think since we are the last panel of the day, I think all of you could just
think it's a
stand
big
up and
round
give
of
us, give my fellow panelists a huge round of applause.
No, big applause to all of them for bearing us and keeping patience. I think time to go home, but thank you very much for keeping patience. I think 30 log bhi bada motivation leke aate hain, so really we are thankful.
I've just been on the move for everybody. We've been trying to figure out a way for tomorrow, the route. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of day one for this summit. Tomorrow, of course, we have the conference first, followed by the awards ceremony. We request you, because tomorrow is a dress rehearsal for G20. तो आप कोशिश करें मेट्रो से आएं, पहली चीज जिसका दुख मुझे ही बहुत है. Second thing, please leave home early if you want to make it on time, because जो होगा कल सबको कल ही मालूम पड़ेगा. I guess let's just leave it to that. Yeah. Thank you so much. We shall see you tomorrow. Good night and stay safe, stay healthy. Good night.